Chapter 983. Stargate had 7 divine peaks. These 7 divine peaks were originally located on the ground, but Stargate was more particular about extravagance, so they invited the array faction's array Tiandao to set up a powerful array, forcibly cutting off the 7 divine peaks and suspending them in the air. From a distance, it looked like 7 stars were located in the sky. People couldn't help but sigh at the prestige of Stargate. They were even more amazed at the uncanny workmanship of the array faction's founder, Array Tiandao. Mu Yu had been to Stargate once. At that time, when he was still learning about arrays in the array faction, he followed Master Lu to maintain the Stargate's array. He also learned about the core and flaws of the entire array of Stargate. If he wanted to break into Stargate, Mu Yu could do it with his means. But every array has a flaw. At the beginning, Master Lu had explained to Mu Yu the flaw of the Heavenly Star Sect's protective array. It was said that this kind of array could not be broken by the strength of the crossing calamity stage, but it could be quietly sneaked in with the help of a breath's pause on the night of the full moon. However, Mu Yu didn't intend to do so, because he had been to the array hub of Stargate. It was heavily guarded. If he wanted to break in, he would inevitably alarm the other crossing calamity stage self-cultivators of Stargate. Therefore, he needed to use Tian Zhencheng's identity. With Tian Zhencheng's strength, it would be more convenient for him to do things. Moreover, Mu Yu already had a plan in mind. If he wanted to destroy Stargate and the Gate of Hell, Mu Yu, Zhuge Xiaoxing, and Tian Ran alone couldn't do it. At least, it was unrealistic to brazenly break in and destroy 2 sects that had been passed down for thousands of years. The strength of the crossing calamity stage elders of Stargate couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Mu Yu needed to rely on arrays to realize his plan. The biggest mistake of Stargate was to let the array faction's array Tiandao set up such a powerful array. They didn't expect that the current leader of the array glyph school would be Mu Yu, who had inherited the array Tiandao's legacy. Tian Zhencheng had already brought Mu Yu to the entrance of Stargate. Mu Yu used the 100 Faces illusion array to transform into Chou Jinghuan's appearance and followed Tian Zhencheng. When the disciples on duty at Stargate saw Tian Zhencheng return, they immediately greeted him respectfully and went down on one knee. "Greetings, Great Elder." Because of his cultivation, Tian Zhencheng had become the Great Elder of Stargate. His prestige was second only to the crossing calamity stage elders of Stargate. Therefore, the disciples naturally didn't dare to neglect him. "Okay." Tian Zhencheng nodded majestically. He didn't need to explain anything to the disciples on duty. He directly led Mu Yu inside. The disciples on duty naturally didn't dare to ask anything. They didn't have the qualifications to interrogate Tian Zhencheng about who he brought back. The 7 sacred peaks of Stargate were arranged according to the position of the Big Dipper. They were Dub, Merak, Fekta, Megrez, Aliath, Mizar, and Alkaid. Among them, the 4th divine peak, Megrez Peak, was the control hub of the entire Heavenly Star Sect's array formation. This was the core of the array formation, and no mistakes were allowed. Otherwise, the 7 divine peaks of the Heavenly Star Sect would be destroyed. Therefore, this place was heavily guarded all year round, and even a fly couldn't fly in. Tian Zhencheng didn't directly take Mu Yu to Megrez Peak. If he went to the sect's important place right after returning, it would make people suspicious. Moreover, those who entered Megrez Peak had to register. At this time, there were 2 crossing calamity stage experts in Stargate. One of them was the Gate Master of Stargate, Tian Yuhen. Tian Yuhen is a crossing calamity stage expert. There's also a crossing calamity stage elder in the sect named Tian Xingzhou. If Daren wants to do something, I can help cover for you. However, you can't do it too obviously. Otherwise, if you disturb the 2 of them, I'm afraid it will affect Daren's plan. Tian Zhencheng took Mu Yu directly to his residence as the Great Elder, which was located on the 6th sacred peak. The 6th sacred peak was relatively remote. It was the place where the elders below the crossing calamity stage cultivated in seclusion. The peak of the mountain was extremely tall, approximately 5,000 meters. The higher the cultivation of the elders, the higher they lived. Tian Zhencheng lived at the top of this mountain. Arriving at the top of the mountain, The mist lingered. However, one could vaguely see the appearance of the other sacred peaks. Furthermore, one could see all kinds of bizarre scenery below, which made one exclaim in admiration. Mu Yu stepped onto a small path and arrived at an elegant courtyard. This was Tian Jiancheng's residence. This elegant courtyard wasn't very big. However, it was simple and elegant. Moreover, it was very tranquil. It was indeed a good place to cultivate. Tian Jiancheng took Mu Yu into the elegant courtyard. Soon after, he closed the door of the elegant courtyard and said, "Daren, this is my residence. Usually, the other disciples of Stargate don't dare to come here casually. Therefore, Daren can rest assured." After passing through the bluestone path, Tian Jiancheng led Mu Yu into a spacious and bright hall. "Daren, please take a seat." Mu Yu didn't need to be polite. He directly sat down. However, Tian Jiancheng stood to the side respectfully. He didn't sit down. Xiao Shuai had already transformed into his human form. He was looking for food all over the room. However, he didn't seem to be able to find anything. He was very unhappy. "Why is your Stargate so poor? You don't even have food to eat." Xiao Shuai complained in dissatisfaction. "Little Gongzi, please forgive me. I don't usually need any food here," Tian Jiancheng said. Mu Yu was silent for a moment. Tian Jiancheng still had a humble and respectful appearance. Mu Yu couldn't find any fault with him. Therefore, he said, "You also sit." "Thank you, Daren." Tian Jiancheng sat down. "Where are Tian Yuhen and Tian Xingzhou?" Mu Yu asked. "Daren, as the gate master, Tian Yuhen lives in the 5th Divine Mountain. It's also the place where Stargate symbolizes its prestige. It's the closest to the 4th Divine Mountain. If there's any trouble in the 4th Divine Mountain, Tian Yuhen will rush over at any time. Tian Xingzhou himself is cultivating in the 4th Divine Mountain. Anyone who enters the 4th Divine Mountain will be known to him," Tian Jiancheng replied. Mu Yu nodded. He wasn't surprised. The 4th Divine Mountain was the core of the entire mountain protecting formation. With Tian Xingzhou, who was in the 7th stage of tribulation passing, personally guarding it, there wouldn't be any problems. "You know why I came to Stargate, right?" Mu Yu said. "This lowly one can guess. Daren wants to destroy Stargate, right?" Tian Jiancheng said humbly. Mu Yu nodded slightly and said, "You're very smart. You flatter me, Daren." Tian Jiancheng didn't have any strange reaction to destroying Stargate. He wasn't a member of Stargate. He was just a puppet. Mu Yu tapped the table with his fingertips and said slowly, "Since you're so smart, I have something to ask you. Please speak, Daren. Why can't my soul formation control you?" Mu Yu stared closely at Tian Jiancheng. He wanted to find some clues from Tian Jiancheng's face. He wanted to control Tian Jiancheng when they were in the restaurant, but he didn't succeed. At that time, he had doubts in his heart, so he didn't say anything. Tian Jiancheng's expression was very calm. He still maintained his humility and said, "Daren, my master set some spells on me that can prevent me from being controlled. Of course, it's not to guard against you. It's to prevent me from being controlled by the threefold palace." Mu Yu was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Who is your master?" "Naturally, it's Daren Xiongnan," Tian Jiancheng said. Mu Yu tapped the table with his fingertips and said meaningfully, "Do you think I'll believe that?" When Mu Yu saw Tian Jiancheng for the first time in Wuqiu City, he noticed that Tian Jiancheng had changed a lot. He wasn't a person with a ferocious demon soul taking over his consciousness. In some ways, Tian Jiancheng was a person. Although Mu Yu didn't know what was going on, Tian Jiancheng was a real person. After Tian Jiancheng returned from Clearwater City, he shouldn't be alone. Tian Jiancheng lowered his head and said, "Daren, if you don't believe me, why did you wait until I arrived at Stargate to ask me?" Mu Yu said indifferently, "At Stargate, your master won't have the chance to save you." Tian Jiancheng's humble face showed a trace of surprise. "Daren, you want to kill me?" Mu Yu said, "You're not under Xiongnan's control, and you can't be controlled by me, so I'm very curious about your identity. If you don't tell me, I don't mind killing you." Aren't you afraid that killing me here will alert Tian Yuhen and Tian Xingzhou? Tian Jiancheng was still very calm. Do you think they'll have the chance to find out? Mu Yu's killing intent flashed across his body. He had long suspected that Tian Jiancheng had broken free from Xiongnan's control. The reason he waited until they arrived at Stargate was so that Tian Jiancheng could bring him here and explain the situation at Stargate to him. Tian Jiancheng had already explained to Mu Yu in detail what secrets were hidden in each mountain and who lived there. These were all things that Mu Yu needed to know, which was why he didn't expose Tian Jiancheng's identity. Tian Jiancheng wouldn't lie to Mu Yu about Stargate, because Tian Jiancheng had to gain Mu Yu's trust first. Even though Tian Jiancheng wasn't under Xiongnan's control, Mu Yu was sure that Tian Jiancheng wasn't loyal to Stargate. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal for Tian Jiancheng to reveal the secrets of Stargate. Mu Yu had gotten the information he wanted. Tian Jiancheng sighed. I understand. But Darren, you have to be clear about one thing. I'm just following orders. I'll do whatever my master wants me to do. I can't disobey orders, and I can't reveal his identity. Otherwise, I'll lose my life. So, there's no difference between dying at your hands and dying at the hands of my master. In that case, there's no need for me to keep you alive. I don't like having an unstable factor around me that can disrupt my plans. The shadow clone sword flew out in response. The sword flashed across the sky and directly pierced towards Tian Jiancheng's face. Tian Jiancheng didn't dodge. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes, as if he was ready to die. The sword stopped an inch away from the center of Tian Jiancheng's forehead. Thank you for sparing my life, Darren. Tian Jiancheng hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground. Mu Yu stared at Tian Jiancheng and said, You're not a demon soul, are you? No, the demon soul consciousness of this body has already been annihilated. My soul originally didn't belong to this body. My master used a powerful method to forcibly fuse with this body. He sent me here to carry out a mission. Tian Jiancheng's tone was very sincere. Mu Yu looked at Tian Jiancheng thoughtfully. You're quite loyal to your master. Tian Jiancheng said, I'm only responsible for carrying out my master's orders. That's all. What orders did he send you? Chapter 984. I don't trust you. Mu Yu frowned. Tian Jiancheng's behavior of not hiding anything but refusing to reveal the mastermind behind him made Mu Yu feel very disgusted. However, whether it was Tian Jiancheng's behavior or actions, it didn't seem like he was lying to Mu Yu. Mu Yu couldn't find any reason to kill him. Tian Jiancheng said respectfully, My lord, my master told me to gain your trust and assist you in whatever you do. This is my duty, so I won't have any ulterior motives. Get up, Mu Yu said. Thank you, my lord. Tian Jiancheng hurriedly stood up. He was still standing there with his back bent and his head bowed. Mu Yu looked at Tian Jiancheng. The original Tian Jiancheng had left a very bad impression on Mu Yu in Clearwater City. However, the person in front of him was clearly a different person. Whether it was his aura or his words and actions, he was hundreds of times stronger than the original Tian Jiancheng. It wasn't without reason that such a person could become the great elder of Stargate in just a few years. What's your real name? Mu Yu asked. My lord, my name is Long Qing'an. That's all I can say. Mu Yu then said, I'm very suspicious of your identity, so I don't need you to do anything. You've already told me some of the secrets of Stargate. I'll take care of the rest myself. You don't have to worry about me. Mu Yu stood up and walked out of the door. Long Qing'an said from behind, My lord, I can enter many important places in Stargate. If my lord is willing, I can take you anywhere. Mu Yu stopped and asked, You can also enter the core formation of the fourth mountain? Long Qing'an pondered for a moment and said, Ever since the conflict between Stargate and the Array faction, the maintenance of the core formation of Stargate fell into the hands of a guest elder named Yu Mingjun. This guest elder used to be a Carnate Talisman Master. After the Array faction annexed the Talisman Master, he escaped a calamity and joined Stargate. Because his talisman skills are good, he was arranged to be the Guardian Elder of the Stargate's formation. Where is he now? Mu Yu asked. The guest elder is also on the sixth mountain. He is under my jurisdiction. My lord, do you need me to call him over? Long Chingan asked. Mu Yu didn't trust Long Chingan at first, but Long Chingan was well-rounded and knew everything about Stargate like the back of his hand. As the strongest person under the tribulation stage in Stargate, his identity could indeed bring Mu Yu a lot of convenience. Okay, go and call him over. My lord, please wait a moment. Long Chingan bowed and then left. Mu Yu returned to the hall and sat on the chair, deep in thought. Mu Yu, do you trust this guy? Xiao Shuai asked. Mu Yu shook his head. I'm more curious about the person behind him. He has such a powerful ability to control souls and erase Xiong Nan's demon soul consciousness. It's really strange. So you trust him? I have my own plans. Mu Yu wouldn't rashly tell Long Chingan all his plans. Whether the person behind Long Chingan had malicious intentions or not, once he trusted Long Chingan, he would expose all his actions to the other party. His every move would be known by the person behind Long Chingan. Mu Yu didn't like to be monitored wherever he went. Long Chingan was very efficient. It only took a moment for him to come back with Yu Mingjun, who was in charge of maintaining the array. Great Elder, why did you call me over? Yu Mingjun was a Carnate Talisman Master at the Spirit Severing stage. He looked sallow and was very respectful to Long Chingan. Although he now held an important position in Stargate, he didn't dare to show any disrespect to the Great Elder of Stargate. You'll know in a moment. When Long Chingan was facing Yu Mingjun, he acted as if he was an expert. He maintained the dignity of a Great Elder of the Starry Sky sect. However, when he stepped into his own courtyard, his expression became extremely respectful. My lord, Yu Mingjun is here. Long Chingan bowed. Yu Mingjun looked at Mu Yu. In his eyes, he saw Mu Yu's appearance as Cho Jinghuan. He didn't know Cho Jinghuan and didn't understand why the Great Elder was so polite to such a stranger. He was about to ask, but Mu Yu's spirit array had already landed on Yu Mingjun. Yu Mingjuan's eyes became unfocused. You've done well. Since you choose to believe me, then from now on, you'll stay here obediently. Now that you've brought back a disciple, you have to pretend to teach your disciple here. If there's anything, I'll look for you. Mu Yu stood up. With a thought, Yu Mingjun followed him out of Long Chingan's courtyard. Yes, my lord. Long Chingan didn't say anything else. Mu Yu walked out of Long Chingan's courtyard. With a light step, a barely visible array pattern appeared on the ground and covered Long Chingan's entire courtyard. He used a light array technique. He didn't seal Long Chingan's courtyard, but the array pattern would merge with Long Chingan's body as soon as Long Chingan left. Mu Yu had to be aware of Long Chingan's every move. Mu Yu turned into a branch with little Shuai and hid on Yu Mingjuan's body. He asked Yu Mingjun and had a preliminary understanding of the distribution of Stargate's array techniques. In any case, Yu Mingjuan's understanding of Stargate was still deeper than Mu Yu's, so Mu Yu had to rely on Yu Mingjuan's usual work to act. The most important place of Stargate was the fourth peak. Elder Tian Xingzhou, who had the highest cultivation base in the crossing tribulation stage, personally guarded it. Any wind and grass movement would alarm Tian Xingzhou. Before coming here, Mu Yu had already asked Yu Mingjun to destroy a spiritual gathering array that the Heavenly Star Sect's disciples usually used for cultivation, as well as an alarm array technique. Only by doing so would they have a reason to check the core array technique. As soon as Yu Mingjun landed on the fourth peak, a middle-aged man in the spirit severing stage immediately looked at Yu Mingjun. This person was the guard who received Master Lu, Tian Zhengxin. Master Yu, didn't you just come yesterday? Why are you here again today? Is there a problem with the array? Tian Zhengxin asked in surprise. Yu Mingjun said with a dignified expression, I have no choice. The disciple of the third peak came to report to me that there is a problem with the spirit gathering array. I need to go to the array core of the mountain protecting array to check it out. Okay, I will record it. Then you can go in. Tian Zhengxin didn't suspect anything. Yu Mingjun walked up a small path in the forest with ease and walked up the mountain. At the top of the fourth peak, there was a magnificent palace. This was the array core of the Stargate's mountain protecting array. Mu Yu had been there once. Along the way, from time to time, he would see one or two elders in the combination stage, sitting cross-legged in a pavilion or sitting on a stone. Among these people, there were white-haired old men and red-faced middle-aged men. Their cultivations ranged from the spirit-severing stage to the combination stage. They were all people who usually guarded here. Most of these people are rogue cultivators in the cultivation world. They are the guest elders of the Stargate. Each of them has to spend 2 days here every month on duty. Even I need to be on duty. There are a total of 20 elders in the combination stage and 50 elders in the spirit-severing stage. Yu Mingjun told Mu Yu the specific situation of the guards. Mu Yu was also surprised. When he came here last time, his cultivation was only at the out-of-body stage, so he didn't know the strength of these people. He didn't expect that the Stargate spent so much manpower to guard this place. It was really heavily guarded. Yu Mingjun didn't greet others along the way, because many people in the combination stage had their own pride. Only 1 or 2 people who knew Yu Mingjun would nod and say a few polite words. But when Yu Mingjun was about to approach the palace, a powerful aura came from the front. Although this aura wasn't deliberately released, it was so majestic that even Mu Yu had to be cautious. It was Tian Xingzhou, a cultivator in the crossing tribulation stage. Sure enough, when Yu Mingjun passed through the woods, he saw an old man in a luxurious Taoist robe walking slowly towards him. His face was ruddy and his aura was imposing. "Greetings, ancestor." Yu Mingjun hurriedly knelt down and saluted. A cultivator in the crossing tribulation stage was an ancestor in the Stargate. Although Yu Mingjun was only a guest elder of the Stargate, he had to address him as such. Tian Xingzhou looked at Yu Mingjun and nodded. "It's you. Get up. What's wrong with the array?" To Mu Yu's surprise, Tian Xingzhou's attitude towards Yu Mingjun seemed very friendly. "Ancestor, there's a problem with the spirit-gathering array of the third mountain. Junior is going to deal with it." Yu Mingjun didn't hide anything. He often went in and out of this place, so naturally, he had seen Tian Xingzhou many times. Tian Xingzhou nodded. "By the way, I have something I need you to do. After you deal with the matter at hand, come to my palace. My palace needs some talisman techniques. You should understand." "Junior understands." Yu Mingjun saluted again. Tian Xingzhou nodded with satisfaction. Then, he slowly left with his hands behind his back. Yu Mingjun didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Tian Xingzhou left. When it came to Tian Xingzhou, he always felt like a stone was pressing down on his heart. "What kind of person is Tian Xingzhou?" Mu Yu asked calmly. Tian Xingzhou is a person who lives an extremely extravagant life. He wants everything to be expensive. He pays attention to the quality of life. Whether it's food, clothing, or other things, he wants them to be the best. In addition, he's also very lascivious. Every 3 to 5 days, he needs a woman to serve him. Yu Mingjun said honestly. "What does that have to do with your talisman techniques?" Mu Yu continued to ask. Yu Mingjun said proudly, "I have a drunken dream talisman. It's also because of this drunken dream talisman that Tian Xingzhou trusts me. The drunken dream talisman can create the most comfortable illusion when people are having sex. The drunken dream talisman can emit a delicate fragrance. As long as the drunken dream talisman is stuck on the body, it can stimulate a man's masculinity and arouse the most primitive wildness in the depths of a man's heart. It's more intoxicating than medicinal pills." "I understand. You don't need to describe it." Mu Yu looked at Yu Mingjun with disdain. This drunken dream talisman was a despicable method. He didn't expect Yu Mingjun to rely on this kind of talisman technique to successfully obtain Tian Xingzhou's appreciation. No wonder Tian Xingzhou's attitude towards Yu Mingjun was so amiable. However, this despicable method is an opportunity. Chapter 985. Yu Mingjun was a guest elder of the Stargate. He was one of their own and often came to the center of the array. Therefore, he didn't need anyone to accompany him here. Even so, there were still 2 elders at the third sky of the form synthesis stage sitting cross-legged at the entrance. They nodded at Yu Mingjun and let him in. Mysterious array patterns covered the entire hall. These array patterns flickered with flowing light and looked very strange. The array patterns were carved by the array Heavenly Tao. It was a very perfect array. Even with Mu Yu's current attainments in array techniques, he had to admit that the array set up by the array Heavenly Tao was amazing. It's a pity that such an amazing array technique will be destroyed in my hands. Mu Yu had already appeared from the trees. Yu Mingjun stood aside obediently and didn't say anything. Mu Yu formed a seal with his hands and sealed the door of the palace. This way, the two form synthesis stage cultivators outside wouldn't notice what was going on inside. He walked into the array. It took him 2 hours to understand where this array was connected to. Almost all the arrays set up in the Stargate were connected to this array. As long as there was a problem with the array, it could be seen here. But in other words, this array could also control all the arrays in the Stargate. As long as there was a problem with the array here, the floating array of the Stargate would be destroyed and the 7 mountains would fall from the sky. Are we going to destroy this array now? Xiao Shuai asked as he touched the array patterns. Mu Yu shook his head. Of course not. Our ultimate goal is to weaken the credibility of the 8 gates, not just the 7 mountains of the Stargate. Now that Mu Yu had destroyed the array formation, the 7 immortal peaks would immediately fall, and the entire heavenly star sect would be destroyed. However, anyone with a bit of cultivation could take refuge in the sky. If the entire mountain gate was destroyed and people survived, it would cause a sensation in the cultivation world. But with some time, the Stargate had enough resources to build another mountain gate. What he needed to do was to carry out another plan while destroying the Stargate. What exactly are we going to do? Xiao Shuai asked curiously. You'll see. Mu Yu stared at the colorful array patterns and indifferently formed a seal, quietly modifying all the array patterns. 4 hours later, another layer of array was quietly embedded into the array. This array was hidden in the center of the array. If array Heavenly Tao didn't come here personally, even Yu Mingjun wouldn't be able to tell that this array was different. He then engraved a few more formations on the surrounding walls. After confirming that everything was fine, he was finally done. That's enough. Mu Yu had several jade pendants in his hand. These jade pendants had golden array patterns on them. He smiled and kept the jade pendants. You set up a little martial formation that's rumored to be brave and unafraid of death. Little Marshall asked in surprise. Yeah, he made a teleportation array named after a narcissist. Mu Yu nodded. What happens next? Mu Yu looked at Yu Mingjun and shouted, take out the so-called drunken dream talisman for me to see. When Mu Yu was setting up the array, Yu Mingjun obediently turned around and didn't see what Mu Yu was doing. Now that he heard Mu Yu's words, he quickly took out a red talisman paper and handed it to Mu Yu. Mu Yu took the drunken dream talisman and sent his consciousness into it. Talisman techniques and array techniques were the same to a certain extent. Talisman techniques were equivalent to engraving array techniques on a talisman paper. The array base was the material used to make the talisman paper. Therefore, Mu Yu quickly understood the theory behind this drunken dream talisman. TSK, you're pretty good at this. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. Yu Mingjuan's drunken dream talisman was made by fusing the drunken dream flower with the tiger-striped vine and adding in the White Camel Mountain's bone-strengthening powder. The drunken dream flower was a very powerful hallucinogenic drug that could make people feel extremely happy and excited. The tiger-striped vine was a special drug that could restore a man's masculinity. Yu Mingjun used the array technique to fuse these two drugs together and used spiritual energy to flow into a person's body, causing the person's body to instantly become masculine. When these two things were mixed together, even a sick cat could instantly become a fierce tiger. Tian Xingzhou was old and incompetent, so he needed this kind of thing to do things. I'm the best at things like herbs. Mu Yu snorted. He pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of a good idea. I need to improve this talisman paper. Xiao Shuai made a fuss and said, Mu Yu, so you also know how to make this kind of shameful thing. Have you studied it before? Mu Yu raised his hand and knocked Xiao Shuai's head. I'm young and hot-blooded. I'm a good man 7 times in one night. What do I need this for? I've inherited Deadwood Daddy's powerful array technique and poison technique. Do you understand? Xiao Shui rubbed his head and muttered, "TSK, only 7 times. In the book Shimon Unlucky vs. Pan Enlian, it said that Shimon Unlucky did it 38 times in one night. He didn't have much time," Mu Yu said without raising his head. "What do you mean he didn't have much time?" Xiao Shui asked, puzzled. "Eat properly and don't let your imagination run wild. Be a good child with pure thoughts. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to Master. He'll say that I led you astray." Mu Yu stuffed a drumstick into Xiao Shuai's hand. Mu Yu was very familiar with the interactions between different kinds of herbs. Because he usually encountered some powerful people in battle, he never expected to use poison to defeat his opponents. However, since Tian Xingzhou had this kind of special hobby, Mu Yu naturally had to improve the Drunken Dream Talisman. Yu Mingjun looked at Mu Yu from the side. He didn't understand what kind of herbs Mu Yu added. Mu Yu was too lazy to explain. He just told Yu Mingjun what to say later. Soon after, Mu Yu grabbed Xiao Shui again and transformed into a branch before disappearing from Yu Mingjun's body. Tian Xingzhou's residence was on the 4th mountain. It was in a luxurious courtyard not far from the center of the formation. Everything here was very luxurious. The walls were built with aurora-colored glass stone. The courtyard was paved with heavenly fire white heart rock. These things were rare in the cultivation world. For example, the heavenly fire white heart rock was a kind of treasure that contained very rich spirit chi. Generally, in the eyes of a formation master, it was a good material to create a formation base. A fist-sized piece of heavenly fire white heart rock was worth no less than 100,000 spirit stones. And here, they were all made into long white bricks to pave the floor. After careful calculation, just the floor alone cost at least tens of millions of spirit stones. And this was only the floor. The bricks and tiles were made from the precious and hard-to-find cloud-shattering crystal. This crystal was incomparably hard. It would show different colors under different degrees of sunlight. It would show different colors at different times of the day. According to Mu Yu's estimation, a piece of crystal was no less than 10,000, and the tiles here were at least tens of millions. This old guy really knows how to enjoy life. When Mu Yu saw this luxurious courtyard, he couldn't help but exclaim. Stargate was rich and imposing. As the ancestor with the highest cultivation in Stargate, Tian Xingzhou received the treatment of an emperor. Not to mention other things, just the value of this courtyard alone was at least several 100 million spirit stones. These precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures are not only used for decoration, but also for cultivation. There is also the most luxurious spirit-gathering formation in Stargate here. As the ancestor of Stargate, Tian Xingzhou only needs to say a word. The entire Stargate will do anything for him, even if it overturns the entire cultivation world, Yu Mingjun explained. A crossing calamity stage cultivator was a figure respected by tens of thousands of people wherever they went. Even if they stamped their feet, the entire Stargate would shake twice. Yu Mingjun had already respectfully entered the courtyard. In the courtyard, there were artificial mountains and ponds. It was exquisite and elegant. There was also a pavilion made of resplendent white jade. This kind of wood grew an inch every 100 years. The wood used to make a pavilion must have grown for no less than 10,000 years. It was a pity that this kind of wood couldn't open its spiritual wisdom. Therefore, it was only wood with relatively dense spiritual energy. Tian Xingzhou has a hobby. Every time he finds a girl, she must be a virgin, a mortal, and not older than 20 years old. Every time he sleeps with 2 girls, Yu Mingjun secretly said in his heart. Why does he want mortals? I think it would be better for a female cultivator to dual cultivate. Little Shui asked curiously. With his cultivation level, he doesn't need any dual cultivation. It's purely to satisfy his own desires. He said that mortal girls have a kind of emotional appeal that cultivators don't have. It's his personal hobby. Because Yu Mingjun often refined drunken dream talismans for Tian Xingzhou, he was quite familiar with these matters. Mu Yu coldly snorted. Killing this kind of old man could be considered as eliminating a scourge for the world. Yu Mingjun stopped at the door. At the door, there were two delicate and pretty servant girls. They didn't have any cultivation level and were just ordinary people. However, it was their fortune to be able to serve the old ancestor of Stargate. Yu Mingjun respectfully knelt on the ground and respectfully said, reporting to the old ancestor, Yu Mingjun requests an audience. Why are you so slow? Quickly come in, Tian Xingzhou anxiously said. Yes. Yu Mingjun stood up. The two servant girls had already pushed the door open. At this time, a burst of women's teasing voice came from the room. Obviously, these two mortal girls had already been taught what to do before they came. At this time, they were nestled in Tian Xingzhou's arms like little birds, teasing Tian Xingzhou in all kinds of ways. Tian Xingzhou's face was flushed, but he couldn't get into the mood. Obviously, he still couldn't get into the mood. Quickly come here. Tian Xingzhou impatiently shouted. Yes, old ancestor. Yu Mingjun quickly walked over, then took out the drunken dream talisman and said, reporting to the old ancestor, this junior has been researching a new drunken dream talisman. This drunken dream talisman can let the old ancestor stay in the mood for a longer time. Moreover, your condition will also be better. Really? Tian Xingzhou was overjoyed. What he hated the most was that he was too old and couldn't do anything. This junior doesn't dare to deceive the old ancestor. Yu Mingjun quickly said. Good, then what are you waiting for? Tian Xingzhou had long been teased by the two little girls to the point that his heart itched unbearably. Unfortunately, he couldn't live up to expectations. Yu Mingjun hesitated for a moment, pretending to be in a difficult position, and said, Old ancestor, if you want this new drunken dream talisman to have the best effect, you must temporarily seal your spiritual power. Seal your spiritual power? Chapter 986. Ancestor, it will only take a quarter of an hour. Once all the effects of the drunken dream talisman are used on Ancestor, Ancestor will be able to recover. Moreover, Ancestor will be even more majestic when doing things. Yu Mingjuan's face revealed a flattering expression. Aya, immortal, if you want to seal your spiritual power, then seal it. We can't wait. The woman in his arms said delicately. Tian Xingzhou fiercely pinched the buttocks of the woman in his arms, and then said, Okay, a quarter of an hour, that's no problem. Only a quarter of an hour, even if there was an abnormal situation, with his crossing calamity stage cultivation, he would be able to react in time. In addition, Yu Mingjun often helped him solve these problems, so Tian Xingzhou wouldn't suspect anything. Tian Xingzhou's eyes were full of lewd smiles as he touched the two women, and said, You two go to my bed and wait for me. I'll be right there. The two enchanting women shyly walked to the bed, and with every step they took, they looked back and smiled, making Tian Xingzhou very hot. After the two women left, Tian Xingzhou recovered his indifferent appearance and said, Hurry up, if the newly improved drunken dream talisman can satisfy me, I will definitely reward you. Ancestor, rest assured. Yu Mingjun had already taken out the drunken dream talisman modified by Mu Yu. At this time, Tian Xingzhou's finger pointed at his dantian, and all the spiritual power in his body returned to his dantian. His whole body's momentum also weakened, and he looked like a wretched old man. Ancestor, relax your body and mind. Yu Mingjun stuck the drunken dream talisman on Tian Xingzhou's forehead, and then urged his spiritual power. The drunken dream talisman suddenly turned into a stream of light, and from Tian Xingzhou's forehead, it merged into his body, and quickly distributed in his meridians. Tian Xingzhou enjoyed it very much, and closed his eyes, and suddenly entered a wonderful state. Wretched guy, if it weren't for your brain, I really wouldn't have a chance. Mu Yu had already appeared beside Tian Xingzhou, and said sarcastically. Who? Tian Xingzhou suddenly opened his eyes. His hand had been touching his dantian all this time, and he had already unlocked the restrictions on his dantian. He immediately retreated a few steps and glared at Yu Mingjun and Mu Yu. Mu Yu coldly snorted. Runes gushed out from beneath his feet, isolating the entire room from the outside world. Yu Mingjun, how dare you bring outsiders here? Tian Xingzhou shouted angrily. He didn't notice Mu Yu's figure just now. At this time, he was also very surprised by Mu Yu's sudden appearance. He didn't understand how Mu Yu had quietly sneaked in. "Old man, are you talking about me?" Mu Yu turned around and came behind Tian Xingzhou and grabbed Tian Xingzhou. Tian Xingzhou was shocked. With Mu Yu's swift movements, he already knew that the other's cultivation was at least at the crossing calamity stage. Just now, he had imprisoned his spiritual power, which was tantamount to being trampled on. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of fear in his heart. "You're courting death." Tian Xingzhou's eyes showed a cruel look. He turned around and waved his hand, trying to mobilize his spiritual power. However, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be a strange flame burning in his body. As soon as his spiritual power flowed out of his dantian, it was directly swallowed by the strange flame, and he couldn't draw any spiritual power at all. Tian Xingzhou originally thought that his punch, which was at the sixth sky of the crossing calamity stage, would definitely be able to seriously injure Mu Yu. However, he never expected that his punch would be easily caught by Mu Yu, and then Mu Yu clenched his arm. There was a sharp pain in his bones, and cold sweat instantly covered Tian Xingzhou's forehead. How is it possible? Could it be? "Yu Mingjun, you dare to do this to me?" Tian Xingzhou had already understood that the drunken dream talisman from earlier was definitely the work of that talisman. However, Yu Mingjun just stood there with a respectful face. His eyes were calm, as if he didn't see what was happening in front of him. Mu Yu added a kind of meridian-devouring spirit herb to the drunken dream charm. Once this herb spread over a person's meridians, it would swallow up all the spiritual power produced by the person's dantian. It was impossible to use spiritual power within an hour. "What did you do to me? I'm warning you, I'm the old ancestor of Stargate. If you hurt a single hair of mine, I will definitely let you off." Before Tian Xingzhou finished speaking, Mu Yu's divine solar ray had already invaded Tian Xingzhou's mind. It found the divine solar ray set by the Sanchong Palace and broke it. After the two forces violently collided in Tian Xingzhou's mind, Tian Xingzhou had a splitting headache. His whole body almost exploded. His vision turned black and he fainted. "Sorry, I don't have the habit of explaining my abilities to my enemies, so there's no need to tell me what I did to you. How can I casually reveal my abilities to my enemies?" Mu Yu swung his hand and threw Tian Xingzhou to the ground like a dead dog. After all, Tian Xingzhou was a guy in the sixth sky of tribulation stage. If this guy didn't think that no one dared to do anything to him in Stargate's territory, he wouldn't have trusted Yu Mingjun so easily, and Mu Yu wouldn't have been able to take him down so easily. "It saves us from another fight." Xiao Shui also jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder and said, "Let's not talk about whether Mu Yu had the confidence to take down Tian Xingzhou. If he took action in Stargate's territory, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Gate Master of Stargate, Tian Yuhen. If those people from the Sanchong Palace were attracted, it would be very troublesome. Do you want to kill him?" Xiao Shui saw the fruits on the table. He jumped over and grabbed a handful of grapes without hesitation and stuffed them into his mouth. "No, I can control him." Mu Yu shook his head. If Tian Xingzhou died, Stargate would definitely enter a state of alert. At that time, all the people in the tribulation stage would be summoned back. It wouldn't be so easy for Mu Yu to destroy Stargate. After he engraved the divine solar ray into Tian Xingzhou's body again, Tian Xingzhou opened his eyes and looked at Mu Yu with blurred eyes. Then he knelt on the ground and said, "Greetings, Master." After Mu Yu removed the divine solar ray from the Sanchong Palace, Tian Xingzhou's mind would become extremely chaotic. He would lose his mind, and when he woke up, he would lose his memory. At this time, all Mu Yu needed to do was regain control of him. However, when Tian Xingzhou lost his mind, Tian Xingzhou couldn't fully exert his original strength. It could even be said that he couldn't exert any of his cultivation. He had forgotten his own cultivation method, and Mu Yu couldn't do anything about it. "Then what should we do with him next?" Xiao Shui asked. "Act according to the plan. Yu Mingjun, you go and pass a message to the people outside on behalf of your old ancestor. Tell them that Tian Xingzhou will be cultivating in seclusion for the next few days. No one is allowed to disturb him," Mu Yu said. Tian Xingzhou wasn't a conscious person now. If Tian Yuhen or other people came to visit in the next few days, It would greatly affect Mu Yu's plan. Therefore, he had to make sure that the people in Stargate wouldn't disturb Tian Xingzhou. Yes. Yu Mingjun had already left. As for the two women waiting on the bed, Mu Yu shrugged his shoulders and used the divine soul array to send them back to where they came from. Next, I need to make sure that the plan is foolproof. Then, under Yu Mingjuan's lead, Mu Yu went to the various peaks of Stargate and set up a series of arrays. He even took control of many elders in Stargate who were in the form synthesis stage. As the Talisman Grandmaster Celestial Master who was in charge of maintaining the arrays in Stargate, no one stopped Yu Mingjun from going anywhere. This saved him a lot of trouble. After taking care of these things, he returned to Long Chingan's residence and stayed in Long Chingan's residence for 2 days. Long Chingan told Mu Yu very honestly that there were no people from the Sanchong Palace in Stargate at the moment. The people from the Sanchong Palace wouldn't expect Mu Yu to be in Stargate at this moment. It was impossible for them to stay in 8 gates all the time. With their temperament, they rarely showed themselves in public. After everything was ready, Mu Yu asked Long Chingan to take him away from Stargate and return to the vicinity of Wuqiu City. Okay, go do whatever you want to do now. After saying that, he didn't care what Long Chingan wanted to do and directly left Wuqiu City. Long Chingan looked at Mu Yu's disappearing back. His eyes flickered for a moment and then he disappeared on the spot. There was a river outside Wuqiu City. The river flowed down from a mountain. At this moment, a middle-aged man in blue stood at the top of the mountain. The mountain peak was shrouded in smoke and reflected his figure. Long Chingan's figure landed on the mountain peak. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master." "Get up." The middle-aged man didn't turn around. He just looked into the distance. "You know his plan?" the middle-aged man in blue asked. Long Chingan stood up and said hesitantly, "He doesn't trust me and doesn't want me to follow him." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and asked, "So he knows that you're not a demon soul?" Long Chingan said, "Yes, he's very vigilant." "You didn't tell him your true identity?" "Master instructed me, I didn't dare to say." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, "What do you think of him?" Long Chingan's eyes showed a trace of respect. "He's very talented. He can control the power in his body. He doesn't have the evil aura he had in Dongsho City." After pausing, Long Chingan said again, "I have something I don't understand. Why didn't Master stop him when you were in Dongsho City? Are you blaming me?" "I don't dare. Please forgive me, Master." Long Chingan's face turned pale. He quickly knelt down but the middle-aged man raised his hand and said calmly, "No need to be so courteous. I can't do anything. The third layer palace is different from before. Bai Jie has the power to control everything. If I do anything, he will sense it." The middle-aged man shook his head. Long Chingan sighed, "Then can Mu Yu deal with all this?" The middle-aged man was silent. After a long time, he said, "We can only wait and see. If that person doesn't come back, we can't fight against Bai Jie. But Mu Yu seems to have figured out how to deal with the third layer palace. Or maybe there's an expert guiding him. I don't know what he wants to do. In short, you just need to do what you need to do. Let him act on his own." "Yes, I will take my leave." Long Chingan bowed slightly and then disappeared from the mountain peak. Chapter 987. Outside the city gate of Wuqiu City, Mu Yu sat on a branch of a locust tree and watched Long Chingan who was coming from the mountain in the distance. At this time, Long Chingan had turned back into the appearance of the great elder of the Skystar sect. His expression was calm and dignified. Under the respectful gazes of the citizens of Wuqiu City, Long Chingan entered the city and disappeared. "Who the hell are you?" Mu Yu's eyes were fixed on the tall mountain in the distance. He wanted to go up the mountain to check it out, but he couldn't find any trace of Long Chingan. There were no teleportation circles or other buildings. It was just an ordinary mountain, but a living person like Long Chingan disappeared in front of Mu Yu. "What's wrong? Are you still thinking about that guy?" Little Handsome asked. "I don't trust this Long Chingan, but his attitude towards me is very strange," Mu Yu said. "What's strange about it?" "He knows me." Xiao Shuai curled his lips and said, There are plenty of people who know you. As the great elder of the Starry Sky sect, how could he not know who the foolish young man beside Xiao Shuai, the most handsome man in the world, is? Mu Yu rudely rubbed Little Handsome's head and said, Okay, I know you're the most handsome. When he said they knew each other, he meant that the two had met somewhere before. He didn't just know Mu Yu's name. However, Mu Yu still had to go to the Gate of Hell, so he didn't think too much about it. He left Wuchou City and headed towards the Gate of Hell. The Gate of Hell and Star Gate weren't far apart. Mu Yu calculated the distance and stopped in the middle for 3 days. He set up some formations along the way and then arrived at Withered Tree Valley. Zhuge Xiaosheng and Tian Ran were already waiting for Mu Yu. Mu Yu, are we going to do it? Tian Ran saw Mu Yu and immediately ran over excitedly. Tian Ran, we're going to kill people. Why do you look so happy? I thought you didn't like to kill people. Mu Yu smiled and looked at the excited Tian Ran. This girl seemed to have recovered in the past few days. Her cultivation had stabilized at the second stage of tribulation passing. As the daughter of Jian Ying and Chen Feng, Tian Ran was very talented. Coupled with the vitality of the body tree, her current strength was quite extraordinary. Tian Ran snorted and said, Senior Zhuge told me that the people of the Gate of Hell colluded with the Sanchong Palace. They really went too far. This kind of sect deserved to be destroyed. Zhuge Xiaosheng also came to Mu Yu and asked, Mu Yu, have you prepared everything? I've already controlled Tian Xingzhou at Star Gate. Now I'm just waiting to go to the Gate of Hell, Mu Yu said. Zhuge Xiaosheng was shocked. You controlled Tian Xingzhou? I heard that he's at the 6th stage of tribulation passing. How did you? Xiao Shuai said casually, he was influenced by us. Influenced? Zhuge Xiaosheng was stunned. Don't listen to his nonsense. Controlling Tian Xingzhou was an accident. In fact, if he wasn't so perverted, I wouldn't have had the chance to deal with him. Anyway, I'm going to the Gate of Hell now. Suzerain, go to the Star Gate and wait for news. Once this piece of green wood blossoms, act according to the plan. Mu Yu gave a piece of green wood with a formation engraved on it to Zhuge Xiaosheng. This piece of green wood could be controlled by Mu Yu from a distance. As long as the formation was activated, the green wood would take root and sprout. For Zhuge Xiaosheng, this was a signal to take action. Then, he explained the following plan to Zhuge Xiaosheng in detail. Okay, Mu Yu. You too have to be careful. Zhuge Xiaosheng nodded and turned to leave the valley. Tian Ran was holding Xiao Shuai in her arms, and Xiao Shuai was shamelessly rubbing against her. Every time Mu Yu saw Xiao Shuai acting like a hooligan, he wanted to beat him up. Tian Ran, we can't expose ourselves in this operation, so I need to disguise you, Mu Yu said. Okay. Who are you going to disguise me as? Duan Baiqing. Duan Baiqing? Tian Ran raised her head in surprise, and then anger appeared in her eyes. That old hag. Mu Yu laughed. I thought you respected your elders. Duan Baiqing was another elder of the Red Dust sect, and her cultivation was also at the crossing calamity stage. Mu Yu had never seen her before, but Zhuge Xiaosheng had already obtained her portrait, so Mu Yu asked Tian Ran to disguise herself as Duan Baiqing. That old hag also threatened me in the Red Dust sect. Tian Ran said through gritted teeth. When she was angry, she would reveal her sharp canine teeth, which was very cute. I'll definitely take care of that old hag for you in the future. You're so beautiful, I can't bear to transform you into that old hag. Mu Yu reached out and pinched Tian Ran's face. Liar, I said the same thing to Xiao Shui last time. In this world, I'm the only one who's loyal to big sister Tian Ran, unlike someone who's half-hearted. Xiao Shui snorted. Xiao Shui? Tian Ran raised her eyebrows. Mu Yu's face turned green. He directly grabbed Xiao Shuai's tail, pulled him out of Tian Ran's arms, and threw him far away. No, don't listen to his nonsense. Mu Yu scratched his head awkwardly and glanced away. Tian Ran crossed her arms in front of her chest and sized up Mu Yu. Step by step, she approached Mu Yu. Did you just say Xiao Shui? So you've been with her for the past few years. Mu Yu felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. For some reason, it seemed to have suddenly cooled down. The weather was really changeable these days. The temperature dropped suddenly without any warning. No, I've only been with her for a period of time. We haven't always been together. Mu Yu watched as Tian Ran approached step by step. He hurriedly retreated, but after a few steps, he found that he had already retreated to the cliff of the valley. Oh, only for a period of time? Then what else happened between the two of you? Tian Ran looked at Mu Yu with a meaningful gaze. It's nothing, it's nothing. We were just talking about life and our ideals. I helped her save the Sea Demon King, so she shed tears of gratitude. That's all, Mu Yu hurriedly explained, and then revealed a bright and handsome smile in an attempt to dissolve the awkwardness. You threw me again. I'm so angry. Sister Tian Ran, Mu Yu is lying. Xiao Shuai crawled up from the ground in the distance while cursing. Xiao Shuai, you're done for. See if I'll buy food for you in the future. Mu Yu wished he could rush over and beat up this traitorous guy. Tian Ran suddenly waved her fist. Bang! Tian Ran's fist smashed into the left side of Mu Yu's head, and it sank into the cliff. Crack, crack, crack. A sound that made Mu Yu's heart palpitate transmitted from the cliff behind him, and a large crack unexpectedly appeared on the cliff. The wind generated by Tian Ran's fist brushed past Mu Yu's ear, and it still hurt Mu Yu's ear. Mu Yu opened his mouth. His left ear was slightly ringing. Cabcabadan technique? Mu Yu got a fright, and he recalled that when they were in the Luochen mountain, Tian Ran taught Mu Yu the tree cabadan technique in order to teach him how to woo his senior sister. He didn't expect that it would be cabadan this time. He slanted his eyes stealthily and looked at the pitiful cliff on his left. Tian Ran's fist flickered with golden radiance, and the cliff was already on the verge of collapse. Look at my eyes. Don't look at my hand. Tian Ran snorted. Mu Yu quickly withdrew his gaze, and stared into Tian Ran's eyes. Are you jealous? Mu Yu tried to show a gentle smile, and asked with a mischievous smile. Bang! Tian Ran's left hand also smashed into the cliff on Mu Yu's right, and the pitiful valley once again emitted cracking sounds. I'm not jealous. Tian Ran pouted, and said word by word. Yes, you're not jealous, you're not jealous. Our Tian Ran only eats sweet things, she's not jealous. Mu Yu quickly nodded, and thought that this valley was really pitiful. Last time it was destroyed, and this time it received 2 more punches. I'm not happy. Tian Ran looked at Mu Yu, and said with dissatisfaction. Tian Ran's eyes were very clear, just like a mirror, reflecting Mu Yu's image. Her face was still very dissatisfied, but her angry appearance always made Mu Yu feel funny. This girl's anger was just like a little girl throwing a tantrum. But his heart suddenly rippled, and without saying anything, he directly leaned his head forward, kissed Tian Ran's lips, and stretched out his hands to embrace Tian Ran. Spring was warm, flowers were blooming, and all living things were recovering. The cold temperature rose again. Tian Ran hesitated for a moment, and then also hugged Mu Yu. Their hearts were beating happily, as if in an instant they were stuck together, and the originally damaged valley seemed to be glowing with vitality. Mu Yu thought that the best way to deal with a cabadan was to act like a rogue. On the cliff of the valley, on a protruding stone, 2 people sat side by side. Do you want to hear my explanation? Mu Yu asked. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Tian Ran shook her head. Mu Yu was surprised. You're not angry anymore? Tian Ran stroked Xiao Shuai's white hair and snorted. I'll find my father to deal with you in the future. If it doesn't work, there's still Godfather Deadwood. They'll make the decision for me, especially Godfather. He'll definitely scold you to death. Mu Yu froze for a moment, revealing a bitter expression. He had forgotten about this matter. But his heart suddenly sank, because if he wanted to resurrect Deadwood Daddy, he would have to pay with his life. At that time, what would Tian Ran do? Mu Yu's heart suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Tian Ran, I'm sorry. Mu Yu held Tian Ran's hand. You feel guilty now? Okay, I forgive you. Tian Ran's smile was very pure, without any impurities. She was a very easy girl to coax, and she didn't think about other things. Such girls were very loyal. Mu Yu also wanted to take good care of Tian Ran, but he realized that he couldn't. Tian Ran smiled and said, "My mother said that men have their own things to do. We have to understand. If we like someone, we should trust them. I think Brother Mu Yu is a person who won't change his mind, so I also believe in Mu Yu." Tian Ran's thoughts were very pure. Her mother, Miao Yuyen, had chosen not to stop Jianying Chen Feng from doing anything because she trusted him. She had the same thoughts as her mother. "Of course, I won't change my mind. I've always liked Tian Ran." Mu Yu smiled. He didn't want to think about what would happen in the future. He lived in the present, cherished the people in front of him, and spent as much time as possible with Tian Ran to make up for the past few years. That was what he wanted to do the most. Xiao Shuai wanted to speak, but Mu Yu glared at him. "Okay, then we'll destroy the Gate of Hell and Stargate together. Then, we'll go to Red Dust Door to save my mother," Tian Ran said firmly. Chapter 988. Big Brother Mu Yu, don't look at me. I don't want to turn into an old witch. Mu Yu had used the 100 Faces illusion formation to transform Tian Ran into another elder of the Red Dust sect, Duan Baiqing. However, Tian Ran had always rejected Duan Baiqing, so she had always been conflicted. No, different people see the 100 Faces illusion formation differently. In my eyes, you are your original appearance. If you don't believe me, you can ask Little Handsome. Mu Yu looked at Little Handsome with a smirk. Little Handsome looked at Mu Yu in horror, because in his eyes, Mu Yu was actually the image of Little Momo in the sea. "Mu Yu, don't turn into Little Momo. I was wrong, okay?" Little Handsome's eyes were filled with tears. He still had a shadow of Little Momo who told you to sell me out. "Hurry up, Little Handsome, come into my arms. We're leaving." Mu Yu smirked and reached out to Little Handsome. In Little Handsome's eyes, it was an ink goblin gorilla reaching out to him. That pair of eyes were filled with affection, which scared Little Handsome to the point of trembling. "No, I want to be with big sister Tian Ran." Little Handsome tightly clutched onto Tian Ran's clothes, unwilling to get close to Mu Yu even if he was beaten to death. Mu Yu chuckled and played with Tian Ran's face again. "Then look at how Tian Ran looks now." Little Handsome looked up and found that Tian Ran had unknowingly turned into Little Momo's appearance. He cried out and fell to the ground. "Little Handsome, are you okay?" Tian Ran hurriedly bent down to pick up Xiao Shuai, just like how an ink monster would bend down to pick up Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai twisted his butt and kept retreating. He shook his head in horror and refused to let Tian Ran get close. "I'm so angry, I know formations too." Xiao Shuai quickly jumped up and stretched out his small hand, wanting to tear off Tian Ran's 100 Faces illusion array, but he was slapped away by Mu Yu. "The next time you betray me, you can wait to stay in Little Momo's arms every day." Mu Yu snorted. "Okay, Mu Yu Gidge, don't tease Little Handsome anymore. Little Handsome is still a child, don't scare him." Tian Ran said. "He's still young. He used to follow your father everywhere to eat and drink," Mu Yu said. "But didn't Little Shuai lose his memory later? After he broke out of his shell, he was a reborn child," Tian Ran said. "All right, I'm an adult, so I won't argue with this little brat." Mu Yu shrugged. Xiao Shuai hurriedly got up and jumped onto Tian Ran's shoulder. He stretched out his little paw and changed Tian Ran's 100 Faces illusion array back. "This is my Tian Ran Gidge." Xiao Shuai patted his small chest and showed a happy smile. This guy knew a lot about formations. Although he usually followed Mu Yu everywhere to eat and drink, in fact, his attainments in formations were quite good. "Then Xiao Shuai, you stay here and accompany Tian Ran. I'm going to the Gate of Hell." Mu Yu's 100 Faces illusion array showed Tian Ran his true face, but it showed others the image of Tian Xingzhou. Tian Ran stopped not far from the Gate of Hell. She didn't have the ability to merge with trees like Mu Yu, so she had to wait outside for Mu Yu. Mu Yu wasn't a stranger to the Gate of Hell. He received news that there were 3 tribulation passing experts in the Gate of Hell. 3 tribulation passing experts. That means that besides Meng Po, who is guarding the Twin Corpse Sea, we only need to worry about 2. Mu Yu landed in the center of a rocky mound outside the gate of hell and pondered. He could leave Meng Po to Duke Meng, but he didn't know if Meng Po was still alive after so many years. If she stepped into a coffin, Mu Yu would have to carry out another plan. Mu Yu looked around the gate of hell. He needed to use the same trick and control a disciple to follow him into the gloomy bridge of helplessness. He only waited for 2 hours before a severed soul stage youth flashed out from the gate of hell. It seemed like he was going out to carry out a mission. Mu Yu snorted and turned into a flash of light, directly capturing this person from the gate of hell. Why don't you just take me to the gates of hell? Mu Yu's soul formation enveloped the person from the gate of hell and controlled him. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a branch and disappeared from the gate of hell's body. This youth from the gate of hell was called Gui Yohu. He originally seemed to be going to Xianchuan City to collect souls. This was because Gui Yohu received news that in 3 days, Xianchuan City would send a large number of human to besiege Xianchuan City and fight with cultivators. Everything had a soul. Not only did cultivators have souls after death, but even human had souls after death. You people from the gate of hell are quite impressive. You even know in advance when human will attack. Mu Yu snorted disdainfully. It was obvious that the people from the gate of hell had received the news from the Sanchong Palace. They knew when there were souls and when to attack. How many transcending tribulation stage ghosts are there in the gate of hell right now? Mu Yu received news of 3 transcending tribulation stage ghosts a few days ago. A few days was enough for accidents to happen, so he had to confirm it again. 3. Gui Yohu obediently walked towards a lonely grave. Who are the 3 ghosts? Mu Yu asked without batting an eyelid. Besides the Ghost Lord, there are 2 other Ghost Lords. They are the Venerable Ghost and Shadow and the Venerable Fantasy Sound. Gui Yohu said. Wait, what about Meng Po? Mu Yu slightly frowned. Meng Po? Meng Po is a guard of the Bridge of Helplessness. I don't know her specific cultivation. Gui Yohu said. You don't know? Mu Yu was slightly surprised. Then, he suddenly realized that the situation wasn't good. This was because 34 years ago, when Mu Yu met Meng Po, that old monster was already in the transcending tribulation stage. However, even the people of the gate of hell didn't know about Meng Po's true cultivation. It seemed that the information he collected was also wrong. In other words, there were now 4 transcending tribulation stage ghosts guarding the gate of hell. Mu Yu had to be careful. Gui Yohu had already walked to the lonely grave. The tombstone cracked open to reveal an underground staircase, and he arrived at a narrow and dark passage. There were ghostly flames all around, flickering and flickering. There was also a ticking sound, echoing in the narrow passage. It was very creepy. Everything here was no different from the last time Mu Yu came here. This was because the people of the gate of hell would only come here when they had just entered. After drinking the Meng Po soup, they would forget their past and become loyal to the gate of hell. Usually, they could directly pass through the ghost boundary outside that could detect twins. They didn't need to go through this passage. For many people of the gate of hell, they only needed to cross the bridge of helplessness once. Fortunately, I know how to deal with this Meng Po. It shouldn't be difficult. Mu Yu pondered. The twin corpse had Duke Meng guarding it. He was Meng Po's twin. As long as he found Duke Meng would definitely help Mu Yu. When the reincarnation seal returned to the past, it guaranteed this. The last time he came here, his cultivation was only at the body fusion stage. He didn't have any chance of winning against Meng Po. However, this time, he was also at the transcending tribulation stage. Even though 34 years had passed and Meng Po's cultivation might have reached a higher level, Mu Yu knew what Meng Po's weakness was. He didn't need to personally deal with Meng Po. Duke Meng would help him solve the problem. Okay, I don't need you anymore. Mu Yu directly drilled out of Ghost Yohu's body. After thinking for a moment, he let this guy stay outside to provide support. If something happened, he would have a way out. Mu Yu only needed Ghost Yohu to use the special hand of the people of the gate of hell to open the lonely grave and enter it. He would take care of the rest. Last time, when he turned into a blade of grass, he couldn't escape Meng Po's perception. This was because the people of the Gate of Hell were especially sensitive to souls. They could sense how many souls a person had. Therefore, no matter how much Mu Yu tried to hide, it was useless. This time, he simply walked out and faced Meng Po face to face. According to Meng Po's way of doing things, she wouldn't stop Mu Yu from walking on the Bridge of Helplessness. Mu Yu needed to walk on the bridge and enter the Twin Corpse Sea to find Duke Meng. Mu Yu silently moved forward and quickly reached the end of the passage. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was because there were 2 tribulation stage auras in front of him. How can this be? How can there be 2 tribulation stage people guarding this place? Mu Yu was shocked and stopped. He understood that the Gate of Hell might have undergone some changes. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed back. He couldn't face 2 tribulation stage people of the Gate of Hell here at the same time. This was because fighting 2 people of the Gate of Hell was equivalent to fighting 4 people of the Gate of Hell. The strength of their twins was comparable to the main body. And if he alarmed the other 2 people of the Gate of Hell, he would have to face 8 people of the Gate of Hell. Since fellow Daoist has come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A gloomy shadow blocked Mu Yu's path of retreat. It was the senile Meng Po who was leaning on a walking stick. Mu Yu looked at the walking stick in Meng Po's hand with disgust. It was a walking stick made from Duke Meng's 2 hands. No matter who saw Meng Po at first glance, their attention would be attracted by her walking stick. Strange, didn't Senior Gui Yezi say that if Mu Yu wanted to sneak into the Gate of Hell, he would most likely come here? Why is it an old man? Senior sister, you called me here to guard this place for a year. Are you sure the information is correct? A woman in red walked over from the end of the passage. Her clothes were very revealing, and she looked very graceful. She was only in her 20s, and her dark red hair looked like it had been soaked in blood. It hung straight down to her waist. Whether it was her lips or her eyeshadow, they all looked like they had been dyed with blood. It was especially demonic. Gui Yezi. Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood that things seemed to be out of his control. Back then, Gui Shiming had gone back to the past with him, and they had met at the Ghost Gate. They had even found out about Duke Meng controlling Granny Meng. These Gui Shiming must have told Gui Shizi about it, and with Gui Shizi's methods, he had probably already sent this information back to warn the current members of the Ghost Gate. This meant that Meng Po would take any protective measures to wait for Mu Yu. No matter who you are, since you're here, drink a bowl of Meng Po soup first. Chapter 989. Sure enough, they had run into trouble. Mu Yu had missed this step. The Ghost Realm Child's methods were indeed powerful. However, Mu Yu quickly calmed down and asked in a clear voice, "What? Is this how you welcome your guests?" The 100 Faces illusion formation he was currently using looked like Tian Xingzhou to outsiders. Mu Yu was confident in his formation skills. Even Zhuge Xiaosheng could not see through his 100 Faces illusion formation, let alone these 2 people from the Gate of Hell. Guests? How come I didn't know there were guests coming? The enchanting woman was a ghost lord from the Gate of Hell. Her cultivation was at the tribulation passing stage. She was one of the 3 tribulation passing stage venerables mentioned by Ghost Yohu, Fantasy Sound. As for Meng Po, because everyone from the Gate of Hell had only seen her when she entered, they would never walk this path again. Thus, they were not clear about Meng Po's true strength. However, Meng Po was already at the tribulation passing stage 34 years ago. She was still alive after 34 years. This old monster's cultivation was probably even more terrifying than 34 years ago. Where are you from? Meng Po miserably sized up Mu Yu. Then, she shakily reached out with her other hand and groped around the wall for a moment. Soon, a large pile of eerie will-o'-the-wisps lit up on the wall, illuminating Mu Yu's appearance. Then, Meng Po's gaze fell on the clothes on Mu Yu's chest. You're from Stargate? Meng Po recognized the Stargate emblem on Mu Yu's chest. This humble one is Tian Xingzhou. I'm here to discuss humans' attack on Xianchuan City with Ghost Lord. Because of the sudden and urgent situation, Daoist Gui Suanai of Xianchuan City sent a disciple from the gate of hell to bring me here. I didn't expect to meet two Daoist ghosts here. Mu Yu calmly cupped his hands and said. If he were to face two people from the ghost sect alone, regardless of whether he could win or not, the fight would definitely alarm the other two old devils who were in the crossing calamity stage. At that time, it would be very difficult to escape. Tian Xingzhou? You're Tian Xingzhou of Stargate? Meng Po looked at Fantasy Sound and asked, Fantasy Sound, have you seen Tian Xingzhou before? Fantasy Sound chuckled. Her laughter was captivating and echoed throughout the passage. Aya, Senior Marshal Sister, I've heard that Elder Tian Xingzhou of Stargate lived a life of luxury and never left Stargate. It's been 30 years since he left Stargate. His cultivation has long reached the acme of perfection. This little girl has never seen Daoist Tian Xingzhou before. Fellow Daoist, if my junior martial sister is right, then I have no way to confirm your identity. Meng Po slowly extended her walking stick. Her turbid eyes were covered with a layer of darkness, looking particularly frightening. However, she could also see that Mu Yu's cultivation was very high. Although it wasn't completely revealed, there was no doubt that he was at tribulation passing stage. Mu Yu's heart moved. Fortunately, he didn't directly kill Gui Yaohu. At this time, Gui Yaohu had respectfully rushed over from the entrance. Gui Yaohu respectfully reported to the two ghost venerables while trembling with fear. This disciple is Gui Yaohu of the 36th Ghost Battalion. Greetings to the two seniors. Meng Po glanced at Gui Yaohu. There were two souls in Gui Yaohu's body, so he was indeed from the gate of hell. She then asked, what exactly would bring Daoist Tian Xingzhou of Stargate here? Gui Yaohu hurriedly said, this disciple doesn't know. Daoist Gui Sun Ari of Xianchuan City ordered this disciple to bring the elder of Stargate here. He said he has something to discuss. I don't know the specifics. Meng Po and Fantasy Sound glanced at each other. If it was really Gui Sun Ari's order, then it was indeed an important matter. Meng Po pondered for a moment, then said, Daoist Tian Xingzhou, all outsiders who want to enter the gate of hell have to pass through the bridge of helplessness that I'm guarding. However, I have to confirm their identity before they can pass through. Please forgive me. Since it's a fellow Daoist from Stargate, Fantasy Sound, bring this fellow Daoist to see Ghost Lord. Don't neglect Daoist Tian Xingzhou. Fantasy Sound covered his face and chuckled. Yes, Senior Marshal Sister. Daoist Tian Xingzhou, this way, please. Mu Yu secretly cursed his bad luck. He had to think of a way to escape. Once he saw Ghost Lord, his identity would definitely be exposed. When the ghost cherished his life and went back to the past, he brought back a ghost flag with a sealed domain ability. If the Ghost Lord was really an old ghost of the Great Ascension stage, then Mu Yu would not be able to escape from the ghost nest. His original plan was to directly enter the Twin Corpse Sea and bring out all the twin corpses. This way, all the twins in the Gate of Hell would resuscitation and fight for control of the bodies with the people of the Gate of Hell, causing them to lose their fighting strength. Unfortunately, the people of the Gate of Hell were on high alert and actually sent two transcending tribulation stage cultivators to guard this place. Meng Po now wanted Fantasy Sound to bring him to see Ghost Lord. This wasn't Mu Yu's plan. However, Mu Yu's plan was far from just this. He had already thought of how to deal with all kinds of situations. Fantasy Sound leisurely walked forward while Meng Po followed behind Mu Yu. With one in front and one behind, Mu Yu was completely blocked. If Mu Yu made any moves, the two of them would immediately stop him. The three walked out of the passage and arrived at the edge of the cliff. In front of them was the bridge of helplessness. Below them was a bottomless abyss. Daoist Tian Xingzhou, please wait for a moment. Fantasy Sound stopped beside the bridge of helplessness. Meng Po had already walked to the side of the stone basin with her walking stick. She wanted to get the scarlet Meng Po soup to water the bridge of helplessness. However, Mu Yu didn't really want to cross the bridge. He quickened his steps and said with an anxious expression, the two of you, there's no time to lose. We have to hurry and see Ghost Lord. Otherwise, the matter of Xianchuan City will be troublesome. After saying that, he ignored the two of them and walked towards the bridge of helplessness. Wait, we can't cross the bridge yet. Fantasy Sound quickly shouted. If they didn't sprinkle the Meng Po soup on the bridge of helplessness, ordinary people would enter the Twin Corpse Sea as soon as they stepped onto the bridge. They would be instantly surrounded by the unkillable skeletons of the Twin Corpse Sea and only end up dead. Even transcending tribulation stage cultivators wouldn't dare to casually step into that place. However, why would Mu Yu stop? His speed was much faster than Fantasy Sound's. By the time Fantasy Sound finished speaking, he had already disappeared from the bridge of helplessness. Senior Marshal Sister, he entered the Twin Corpse Sea. What do we do now? Fantasy Sound originally wanted Tian Xingzhou to stop, but she didn't expect Tian Xingzhou to move so quickly. He didn't give her a chance to react and had already entered. It was already too late to pull him back. The Twin Corpse Sea was a forbidden area for people from the Gate of Hell. No one from the Gate of Hell dared to set foot in this place because their twin bodies were buried there. Once they entered, the twins in their bodies would resuscitation and the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the transcending tribulation stage Fantasy Sound didn't dare to enter. He dares to enter the Twin Corpse Sea? Old man, it seems like someone really did come for you. Meng Po's eyes, which were covered with a layer of haze, suddenly blossomed with a strange grey light. The mud-like wrinkles on her face were deeply squeezed together, as if she had thought of something. Then, she began to laugh strangely. Her entire face was like a crumpled rag that had been kneaded together again. Tian Ran and Xiao Shuai were bored to death as they sat on a small hill 10 li away from the Gate of Hell. Xiao Shuai was sitting on Tian Ran's lap and eating. Mu Yu Gij has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he sent back any news? Tian Ran looked at the piece of green wood in her hand. As long as the green wood sprouted, it would be time for her to make a move. It'll be fine. He's the best at dealing with Japanese, Xiao Shuai said unconcernedly. Tian Ran turned her gaze to the clear water beside her. This mountain spring flowed down from the mountain. There wasn't much spring water, only a small stream. However, the water splashed onto the rocks, making tinkling sounds. It was very cheerful. Xiao Shuai, that Xiao Shui who can control water, she. What kind of person is she? Tian Ran asked hesitantly. Xiao Shuai chewed on a chicken leg and asked, why are you asking this? Big sister Tian Ran, don't you trust Mu Yu? Tian Ran pouted and said, but I haven't seen Mu Yu Gij for many years. Do you think that Mu Yu Gij has a relationship with Xiao Shui because she's pretty? Xiao Shuai tilted his head and thought for a while. I don't know who's prettier between you and big sister Xiao Shui, but I think you're both pretty. In any case, I like both of you. Tian Ran snorted. You're also a half-hearted person. Xiao Shuai stuck out his tongue. No. I still like big sister Tian Ran the most. Liar, the next time you see Xiao Shui, you'll definitely tell her that you like her the most. Tian Ran gently pulled Xiao Shuai's ear. Tell me, what kind of person is she? Xiao Shuai foolishly smiled and said, Big sister Tian Ran, why do you care so much about Xiao Shui? Tian Ran's face turned red and said, Because I want to know what big brother Mu Yu likes about Xiao Shui. I also want to. Everyone says that I'm a pure girl. Maybe it's because I'm too pure that big brother Mu Yu. I think that I should also try to change myself. That's not it. Mu Yu likes your current appearance. You didn't see that day in Chun'an City. When Mu Yu saw you die, he almost went crazy. You're very important to him, Xiao Shuai said. Is that so? Tian Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Yu was also very important to her. After a long while, Tian Ran pouted and asked, then why does he still like Xiao Shui? Xiao Shuai blinked and said, I don't know. Maybe it's because of the relationship between Spirit Lord Shui Yu Meng and Spirit Lord Mu Yu Meng in their bodies. It seems that Gomang and Shen Ming were born to be a pair. They lived in their bodies, causing them to have a relationship with each other. At least, that's what Mu Yu told me. He still doesn't know what kind of feelings he has for Xiao Shui. The relationship that day was also unintentional. Relationship? What relationship? Tian Ran asked curiously. Xiao Shuai suddenly covered his mouth and shook his head desperately. I can't say. Besides, Mu Yu will say that I betrayed him. Just as Tian Ran was about to ask Xiao Shuai, she suddenly stood up. Big sister Tian Ran, I really can't say. Even if you give me a drumstick, I can't say it. I can only say it when Mu Yu is here. If I say it when he's not here, it will be very troublesome. Xiao Shuai thought that Tian Ran was angry and hurriedly explained. There's someone nearby. Tian Ran frowned and hugged Xiao Shuai. She took 2 steps back and carefully looked around. However, an old-fashioned and indifferent voice suddenly came from behind. The people of the Red Dust sect have a keen sense of smell. Chapter 990. On a hillside outside the Gate of Hell. The immortal dew sword flashed past, creating a golden red dust lotus as it slashed behind her. The sword light transformed into countless red dust lotuses. However, the red dust lotuses shattered a rock behind her, but there was no one behind her. What's going on? Tian Ran had already jumped out with little Shuai. She didn't dare to use her full strength because this place wasn't far from the Gate of Hell. With her tribulation passing stage cultivation, if she really fought, she was afraid that she would attract the attention of the people from the Gate of Hell. At that time, not only would she ruin her plan, but she might also put Mu Yu in danger. This aura is very familiar. Little Shuai was already standing on Tian Ran's shoulder. He looked around, searching for the person who had just appeared. However, there was still only the sound of flowing spring water. It was as if the old-fashioned and indifferent voice from before was just an illusion. What fast speed! It's a tribulation passing stage cultivator. Tian Ran's immortal dew sword emitted a golden light in her hand. She frowned slightly, feeling troubled. To be able to transmit his voice behind her without revealing his position, it was enough to show that this person was a very troublesome opponent. Could it be someone from the Gate of Hell? Little Shuai's nose twitched. I smell the scent of a dead person. Your nose is very sharp. The old-fashioned and indifferent voice sounded again. The surroundings were clearly clear and boundless, but in an instant, it seemed to darken a bit, as if night had fallen. At the same time, the spring water around them seemed to be dyed yellow by mud. Then, all the yellow spring water began to float into the air. It surged in the air like a surging wave, like a yellow python coiling together. A yellow shadow slowly rose above the python's head. This shadow was formed purely from the yellow spring water, but it seemed to be different from the spring water. It was illusory and didn't have a physical body. Who are you? Pretending to be mysterious. Tian Ran held the immortal dew sword horizontally in front of her chest. The yellow shadow in front of her gave her a very dangerous feeling. Seeing this kind of person in the Gate of Hell was very unfavorable for her. I didn't think that the holy daughter of the Red Dust sect would appear here. It seems the rumor of her death is false. The other party's voice came from the seemingly illusory yellow shadow. Tian Ran was stunned and immediately shouted, Heavenly Maiden? Who are you talking about? I am an elder of the Red Dust sect. Duan Baiqing, who are you? Duan Baiqing does not have the qualifications to bring Jianying Chenfeng's immortal dew sword into the territory of the Gate of Hell. The yellow figure sneered. You're from the Gate of Hell? Tian Ran was shocked. Some memories quickly flashed through her mind. As the heavenly maiden of the Red Dust sect, she had a certain understanding of the other 7 sects. Usually, the elders of the Red Dust sect would introduce the characteristics of some crossing calamity stage experts to them, so that they would not offend them when they went out. She had heard the elders talk about this person before. You're Huang Quan, Tian Ran exclaimed. A ghost venerable of the Gate of Hell, a terrifying expert known as Huang Quan. However, Tian Ran was very surprised because even the people of the Red Dust sect did not know that she had the immortal dew sword. In the entire cultivation world, there were not many people who knew what the 9 heavenly swords looked like. Tian Ran herself would not say it, so how did Huang Quan know? Huang Quan? But didn't our last report say that he was in Xianchuan City? Xiao Shuai asked in surprise. Huang Quan coldly snorted, The heavenly maiden of the Red Dust Sect and Jianying Chenfeng's disciple wanted to come to the gate of hell. How could I not specially come back to welcome them? A pungent smell of blood filled the air. The flowers and trees seemed to have been attacked by this smell and withered, covered in a layer of yellow dust. How did you know about this? Tranquil calmly clenched the immortal Ju sword in her hand. Facing the ghost sect venerable Huang Quan, who had been famous for a long time, she did not have the confidence to defeat him. However, she was not afraid either. After all, she was the #1 genius of the Red Dust Sect, and she was also the daughter of Jianying Chenfeng. She had both strength and talent. You don't need to worry about that. I didn't come here today to find you. I'm going to find Mu Yu. The yellow python under Huang Quan's feet roared, as if it did not put Tian Ran in its eyes. Why are you looking for big brother Mu Yu? Tian Ran felt very uneasy in her heart. This was because Mu Yu originally wanted to sneak into the gate of hell and destroy this ghost lair that brought disaster to the cultivation world. Very few people knew about Mu Yu's plan, so how did Huang Quan know? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. If Huang Quan also returned to the gate of hell, then the gate of hell's tribulation passing experts would surround Mu Yu. She was afraid that Mu Yu's fate would be sealed. Tian Ran shouted and lightly tapped her foot. A golden lotus bloomed under her feet and the immortal Ju sword flickered with pure sword energy. It was agile and elegant. You think you can stop me? Huang Quan's voice was emotionless. I won't let you return to the gate of hell. Tian Ran raised the immortal Ju sword in her hand and pointed it at Huang Quan. She must stop Huang Quan. Inside the gate of hell, under the dark bridge of helplessness, Mu Yu had already entered the twin corpse sea. He stood on the familiar stone platform with thousands of corpses in front of him. The moment Mu Yu came in, these corpses smelled the scent of a living person on Mu Yu's body. They were like wild dogs that smelled blood. They all began to clamber up from the ground and fiercely pounced on Mu Yu. Countless corpses came one after another, but they were all blocked by Mu Yu. He shouted, "Senior from the Gate of Life and Death, I'm here to negotiate with you." Mu Yu was already flying towards the abyss, but he didn't fly too high. This was because the Twin Corpse Sea was enveloped by a powerful ghost formation. This was a place of extreme yin, so Mu Yu couldn't fly out from the sky. In particular, the Twin Corpse Sea seemed to have the same cultivation as when they were alive. It was just that they didn't have the consciousness of when they were alive. One by one, they rushed into the sky like a tide. He quickly inspected these corpses because he remembered that they were under the control of Duke Meng from the Gate of Life and Death. The Gate of Life and Death's cultivation method was specifically used to refine corpses. Therefore, Duke Meng was the only one in the Twin Corpse Sea who could tame these corpses. These corpses were already half-rotten, and many of them were only skeletons. However, Duke Meng was the only one whose body was intact and didn't rot. He only lost 2 arms, which were being used as crutches by Meng Po outside. With Mu Yu's current cultivation, she still couldn't completely annihilate these twin corpses. The Yin-Chi ghost array here ensured the safety of these corpses. Even if they were chopped into pieces, they would recover in an instant. Even if a wildfire couldn't burn them out, they would grow back again with the spring breeze. Mu Yu repelled these Twin Corpse Sea corpses, but he still didn't find any trace of Duke Meng. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. At this time, a strange laughter came from the only entrance to the Twin Corpse Sea. "Dao friend Tian Xingzhou, you shouldn't have come here." The voice was sour and unbearable. Mu Yu swung his shadow clone sword and shook away all the corpses in front of him. He focused his eyes and saw that it was actually Meng Po. "You actually dared to come to the Twin Corpse Sea?" Mu Yu was startled. He knew that people from the Gate of Hell wouldn't dare to come here. This was because this place was a forbidden area for the living from the Gate of Hell. However, when Meng Po stepped onto the stone platform, none of the corpses attacked her. At this time, Meng Po appeared very strange. Her entire body was covered in a blood-red liquid, as if she had just crawled out of a pool of blood. She emitted a strange and nauseating stench. This was especially true for her wrinkled face. Because of her age, it was like mud stuck to her face. At this time, Blood was soaking every wrinkle and gully on her face. This blood seemed to be flowing with a consciousness of its own. It was incomparably strange. I already said that if you don't drink Meng Po's soup, you won't be able to cross the bridge of helplessness. Dao friend should obediently follow me out. Meng Po revealed a toothless smile. Her two crutches were no longer here. On the contrary, she personally held a bowl of Meng Po's soup and poured it over her head. The soup splashed down and once again dyed her body red. Mu Yu felt a wave of nausea, but he understood why the corpses didn't attack her. It was probably because the Meng Po's soup had soaked her entire body and covered her living aura. However, this method was truly disgusting. Only a sinister old witch like her would do something like this. So that's how it is, then I'm sorry to offend you. Mu Yu looked around. He didn't find any trace of Duke Meng. He understood that things had gone beyond his expectations. A year ago, the Ghost Realm's child sent back the news that Duke Meng had subdued Meng Po. Meng Po must have been on high alert. At this time, Duke Meng should have been dealt with by Meng Po. This time, it seemed that he couldn't rely on Duke Meng to subdue Meng Po. His thoughts raced. Then, he forced a smile and said, Dao friend Meng Po, I originally wanted to quickly meet Ghost Lord and explain the situation in Xianchuan City. I didn't expect to accidentally enter your forbidden area. Sorry for the disrespect. Mu Yu cupped his hands. Once again, he sent the corpses flying toward Meng Po. However, just as Mu Yu was about to reach the corpses on the stone platform, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The shadow clone sword in his hand responded. The biting cold sword chi immediately stirred up the surrounding yin chi. It turned into a green light and slashed toward Meng Po. Ding! Meng Po had been on guard against Mu Yu. She took off a silver hairpin from her head. This silver hairpin had a ferocious skull carved on it. It grew in the wind and turned into a 30-meter-long ghost weapon. It collided violently with Mu Yu's shadow clone sword. Bang! Meng Po and Mu Yu both took a few steps back. Mu Yu cursed in his heart. This old witch's cultivation was actually higher than his. She was at least in the fifth sky of the crossing calamity stage. Meng Po was shaken by Mu Yu's sword chi. She also left the stone platform and entered the twin corpse sea. However, she was now soaked in the blood-red Meng Po soup. She wasn't afraid of anything. On the other hand, the twin corpse sea continued to surge toward Mu Yu. In comparison, Mu Yu was at a disadvantage. He had to face Meng Po and the twin corpse sea at the same time. You're not Tian Xingzhou. If I'm not wrong, you should be Mu Yu, right? Gui Yuzi sent back a message saying that one day, you might come to the twin corpse sea to look for my old man. At first, I was skeptical. Now, it seems that the news is true. How rare. Chapter 991. In the twin corpse sea under the gate of Hell's Bridge of Helplessness, Mu Yu no longer intended to pretend with Meng Po. Since Duke Meng isn't here, I'll deal with you myself. Mu Yu didn't want to explain too much. He had come here to find Duke Meng to deal with Meng Po. When he returned from the reincarnation seal, Mu Yu wasn't a match for Meng Po. But now, his strength was no longer the same as before. Even if he didn't rely on Duke Meng, he still had the strength to fight with Meng Po. Now, only Meng Po had entered the twin corpse sea. If Mu Yu's guess was right, Fantasy Sound was still guarding outside and didn't dare to come in. This meant that Mu Yu only needed to deal with Meng Po alone. As long as he killed Meng Po, whether Duke Meng was in trouble or not wouldn't affect Mu Yu. Mu Yu's entire body surged with golden runes. So close, yet worlds apart, instantly separated all the corpses 10 meters away. The sword chi in his hand swallowed and spat out as he rushed towards Meng Po. Didn't you come here to see my old man? Why are you in such a hurry to make a move? The silver hairpin in Meng Po's hand once again met Mu Yu's attack. When the two collided, a strange rumbling sound burst out, and the surrounding corpses were shaken into powder. However, these corpses quickly recovered in an instant, and were not destroyed. Compared to seeing him, I want to kill you more. The sword light on Mu Yu's body flickered with 8 trigrams runes. Black and white runes gathered around his body. Chaotic yin and yang also constantly revolved around him. However, Meng Po suddenly raised her hand and the blood-red soup turned into a red snake. It roared violently in the air and tore at the corpses. When the corpses saw the red snake, they dodged in horror, not daring to touch it. Soon, a large empty space was cleared out on the ground. Then, the red snake slammed into the ground, shattering it. Following that, a strange bright red coffin slowly floated up from the ground. "Old man, long time no see. I missed you very much," Meng Po cackled. The coffin's lid turned into a pool of blood, revealing the person in the coffin. It was an old man wearing a black straw hat. He was Duke Meng, who looked like a zombie. What surprised Mu Yu was that he was in a miserable state. Not only had he lost his hands, but he had also lost his legs. Right now, he had no arms or legs, only a head. Meng Po had forcibly made him into a human stick. "Old woman, you cut off my limbs. Sooner or later, I will find you for revenge." Duke Meng stared at Meng Po with resentment. His eyes were mixed with incomparable ruthlessness. He couldn't wait to tear Meng Po into pieces. One of them came from the gate of life and death, while the other came from the gate of hell. Duke Meng originally thought that they were in love, but he didn't expect that Meng Po and Duke Meng were together because she fancied Duke Meng's soul. If it weren't for the strange spell of the gate of life and death that didn't rely on souls to survive, perhaps Duke Meng would have become an unconscious walking corpse like these corpses. "Old man, we just met. Don't you miss our past?" Meng Po's smile was very disgusting. "I didn't expect you to cut off his legs. How cruel." Mu Yu looked at Duke Meng with some sympathy. Although the people from the Gate of Life and Death weren't good people, Mu Yu at least knew that Duke Meng was a person who knew how to repay kindness. This was because when he first returned to the past, if it weren't for Duke Meng's help, he wouldn't have been able to bring Deadwood Daddy out of the Gate of Hell. Meng Po still looked at Duke Meng without changing her expression. "Old man, I always thought that it was impossible for you to escape from here, but someone told me that this person named Mu Yu could do it. I'm very curious, how did you get involved with the disciple of a true god?" "The disciple of a true god?" Duke Meng frowned. He turned to look at Mu Yu, but only saw the image of Tian Xingzhou. He then sneered. "I don't know this guy, but old woman, don't let me get the chance. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. TSK, old man, you don't have hands and feet now, and I've left your soul outside. How are you going to fight me?" Meng Po didn't seem worried at all. She must have prepared a foolproof plan if she dared to come here. The reason why she let Mu Yu see Duke Meng was because she heard that in another time, Duke Meng actually helped Mu Yu. Therefore, she wanted to find out what relationship Mu Yu had with her nominal husband. Duke Meng shouted angrily at Meng Po, "Old woman, don't let me get the chance. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for what you've done to me 100 times over." Meng Po reached out her hand, and Duke Meng was already flying towards Meng Po. She grabbed him by the throat. 100 times over? I don't think you have a chance." Granny Meng laughed cruelly. Her skinny and bony hand pulled fiercely, and actually tore Duke Meng's head off from his body. Mu Yu looked at Meng Po's merciless actions and felt a chill on his neck. This old woman had actually torn off Duke Meng's neck without saying a word. She was really ruthless. But what made Mu Yu helpless was that this Gate of Life and Death technique was extremely strange. Even though Duke Meng's head was separated from his body, Duke Meng only let out a painful howl. His entire body was still alive. This guy was simply an unkillable existence. Although he couldn't be killed, Duke Meng's face was still twisted from the pain. His head was still in Meng Po's hand, but he still shouted angrily, "Old woman, don't waste your energy. In the Twin Corpse Sea, even if you cut me into 1,000 pieces, I can still recover. You can't kill me completely." Mu Yu looked at the crazy corpses around him and understood why Duke Meng couldn't be killed. It wasn't because the Gate of Life and Death technique was powerful, but because the Twin Corpse Sea Ghost boundary of the Gate of Hell was protecting Duke Meng. The Twin Corpse Sea Ghost boundary couldn't be completely destroyed. Just like how Mu Yu had used his sword Qi to destroy batches of skeletons, these skeletons would automatically regenerate after a while. Duke Meng was forced to become Meng Po's twin and became one of the skeletons here. No matter how his body was cut by Meng Po, it would still regenerate. It was just that Meng Po used a strange technique to prevent Duke Meng's body from regenerating. Mu Yu guessed that the reason Meng Po made Duke Meng's hands into crutches was to ensure that Duke Meng's body couldn't remain intact. Only in this way could Duke Meng not do anything to Meng Po. "I didn't plan to kill you. I was just curious." "What do you mean to Mu Yu?" Meng Po's body surged with blood again, wrapping Duke Meng's headless, limbless body and sealing it in the coffin. Mu Yu sneered at Meng Po. "What? Are you that curious about who I am to him? The Gui Yezi sent back a message saying that you helped Duke Meng escape, but I don't believe that. I'd like to see how you're going to help him escape the twin corpse sea." Meng Po looked at Mu Yu, still holding Duke Meng's head in her hand. She looked very strange. "You want to help me escape?" Duke Meng looked at Mu Yu suspiciously. He didn't understand why Mu Yu was doing this. He had some impression of Tian Xingzhou. After all, Tian Xingzhou was from the same generation as him. However, he didn't have much of a friendship with Tian Xingzhou. Now, Mu Yu was disguised as Tian Xingzhou, which confused him. Mu Yu said indifferently, "Whether I want to help you or not depends on my mood." The shadow sword in his hand slashed out again, turning the corpse in front of him into dust. The sword light that covered the sky instantly blasted towards Meng Po. Meng Po's bent body laughed strangely. Countless vengeful spirits flew out of the silver hairpin, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced towards Mu Yu. These spirits were stronger than any of the spirits that Mu Yu had seen before from the gate of hell. They seemed to have a mind of their own. They scattered in the air like nimble snakes, winding around Mu Yu's sword energy and heading straight for Mu Yu's body. However, the formation in front of Mu Yu flickered, instantly blocking all the spirits. The two forces collided, creating a deafening explosion. A powerful shockwave swept out, causing the entire twin corpse sea to shake. Meng Po wasn't worried at all. Clearly, the twin corpse sea was strong enough to withstand a battle between transcending tribulation experts. It wouldn't be destroyed so easily. "Do you know why I'm guarding the twin corpse sea here?" Meng Po laughed strangely. Mu Yu coldly snorted and didn't ask any more questions. The thing he hated the most when fighting was talking nonsense. Who cared why she was guarding the twin corpse sea? He would kill her first and talk later. Black and white runes appeared under Mu Yu's feet. The chaotic yin and yang drilled out from the 8 trigrams formation and wrapped around his shadow sword. At this moment, he already knew how to use the chaotic yin and yang to increase his power. His cultivation had also reached transcending tribulation, so he wasn't afraid of Meng Po. Meng Po saw that Mu Yu didn't have any intention to ask and became angry. She then answered her own question. "Because most of the twins here have drunk my Meng Po soup when they were alive." A sharp and sour voice came from Meng Po's hand. She held a bowl made of bones in her hand. The bowl was filled with boiling blood-red soup. The Meng Po soup spurted out from the bowl like a fountain. In an instant, the entire twin corpse sea was covered in the blood-red Meng Po soup. The small bowl in Meng Po's hand seemed to contain the entire ocean. It washed away all the corpses like seawater. The corpses no longer pounced on Mu Yu. On the contrary, their eyes glowed red, and their bodies were gradually filled with the Meng Po soup. Even the current Ghost Lord drank the precious Oblivion soup in my hand. Meng Po laughed mischievously. She stuck out her strange tongue and licked her wrinkled lips. Just as Meng Po finished speaking, 6 transcending tribulation stage auras suddenly appeared from all directions. These 6 auras came from the countless twin corpses and instantly surrounded Mu Yu. Mu Yu's pupils shrank. These 6 transcending tribulation stage auras were the remains of the 6 ghost lords of the gate of hell. Chapter 992. 6 crossing calamity stage auras suddenly surrounded Mu Yu from different directions. 6 skeletons covered in Meng Po's blood appeared around Mu Yu. These skeletons were not completely rotten. Originally, they were the same as the other skeletons. But now, after being controlled by Meng Po, A soul-stirring red light appeared in their eye sockets. What a pity. I can control everyone, but I can't control my old man. The Gate of Life and Death's cultivation method is still not bad. Meng Po grabbed Duke Meng's head and said with a little regret. Then, as if she thought of something, she laughed sinisterly. But it doesn't matter, old man. You can't do anything to me without a soul, hehe. Although Meng Po left Duke Meng's soul outside and didn't bring it in, these 6 crossing calamity stage skeletons were enough to pose a huge threat to Mu Yu. Old woman, I will kill you sooner or later. Duke Meng said angrily. We are an old couple, what nonsense are you talking about? Let's see how we can catch Mu Yu who broke in here alone. You can go. At Meng Po's command, all the skeletons that were shrouded in blood began to creak. They numbly rushed towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu wasn't afraid of the other skeletons. The only thing he was afraid of was the 6 crossing calamity stage skeletons. At this time, 2 skeletons were already bearing the brunt of the attack. They waved their fists and smashed towards Mu Yu. This fist brought about a strong vortex in the air, squeezing the air, as if it was going to tear the whole area apart. The power of the fist firmly locked onto Mu Yu. No matter where Mu Yu escaped to, he would be caught up in an instant. Mu Yu didn't intend to escape. He rushed forward fearlessly and punched the skeleton in front of him. His body was transformed by the black and white spirit power in his body. It was no longer the same as before. When he punched, the strength of his fist was no weaker than that of the skeleton. The powerful fist wind spread out with the 2 of them as the center. It swept out fiercely, washing away all the weaker skeletons. The weaker skeletons were even directly destroyed into powder. What a powerful force. Mu Yu's fist was just a test. He wanted to determine how powerful the crossing calamity stage skeletons were. Only in this way could he find their weakness. However, there were also deafening and sharp explosions behind him. The other 2 crossing calamity stage skeletons had also arrived. Golden runes lit up around Mu Yu. So close, yet worlds apart appeared, blocking the attacks of the other 3 crossing calamity stage skeletons. Mu Yu's right fist was already covered with the branch of the wood spirit. The wood spirit had become very violent now. The murderous aura from his fist was integrated into the skeletons in front of him. It wanted to entangle the skeletons and control them. However, a red light lit up on the skeleton, which lightly bounced Mu Ling away. It was not affected by Mu Ling. Even the current Mu Ling is ineffective. Mu Yu frowned. In the past, Mu Ling could not do anything to the twin calamity stage skeletons here. However, the current Mu Ling had undergone a strange mutation and was still unable to cause any harm to the twin calamity stage skeletons. He did not have time to think because the crossing calamity stage skeletons above and below him were rushing up. The cultivation of these skeletons was too strong. Even if he had the imminent skyline, it was impossible for him to block all 6 of them. Crash! The golden formation patterns were immediately shattered by the 6 crossing calamity stage skeletons. However, the formation patterns under Mu Yu's feet flashed and the Heavenly Dipper constellation formation had already teleported him away, avoiding the fatal siege. How is this possible? Who is this person? How can he avoid the siege of 6 crossing calamity stage skeletons at the same time? Although Duke Meng's head was in the hands of Meng Po, he also saw the battle. His old-fashioned and tense face also showed a shocked expression. He was a member of the Gate of Life and Death. In the ghost formation of the twin calamity stage, his cultivation method had led to his current immortal and indestructible body. Although Duke Meng could not escape from here, he could control all the skeletons here. The 6 crossing calamity stage skeletons were naturally under his control in the past. He was very clear about the strength of the 6 crossing calamity stage skeletons. After the twins of the Gate of Hell died and were thrown into the twin calamity stage, their strength would not stop at the level they were when they were alive. Instead, their body's cultivation would increase as the cultivation of the people outside the Gate of Hell increased. This was the power of the Gate of Hell's technique. If it were not for the fact that the twins could not leave the twin calamity stage, they would definitely be a terrifying force. Duke Meng was clear about this. Although the twins could not use ghost techniques, their strength and speed were definitely not something that Mu Yu, who looked like he was only in the third heaven of the crossing calamity stage, could resist. However, Mu Yu was able to do this, which made Duke Meng feel that it was quite inconceivable. Mu Yu did not lower his guard because he discovered that the Ghost Lord's twins were not here. He remembered that the Ghost Lord had used a ghost flag to display the power of a domain. It was very likely that he was in the crossing calamity stage. If the Ghost Lord's twins were here, then it would be even more troublesome for him. At this time, the shadow sword Qi soared into the sky. There was no way to sense the sword intent between heaven and earth here, but the cyan sword light still roared endlessly and domineeringly chopped down. The sharp sword light illuminated the entire twin calamity stage skeletons and directly chopped the two crossing calamity stage skeletons in front of him into fine powder. However, the ghost formation of the twin calamity stage was too strange. The skeletons that were disintegrated under Mu Yu's shadow sword Qi slowly reappeared and reformed. It was impossible to completely kill them. "Keek, let's see how long you can last with me." Meng Po did not make a move. She just floated in the air, holding a bowl of blood in one hand and Duke Meng's head in the other as she watched the show. Mu Yu already knew the characteristics of these skeletons from the simple exchange just now. Although they had the same cultivation as the twins, they were limited to the strength and speed of skeletons. They could not use ghost techniques like the real people of the Gate of Hell. However, although Mu Yu could chop these skeletons into pieces, these skeletons were simply unkillable existences. Coupled with Granny Meng's blood, the six skeletons' speed had become incomparably light, and their strength was also several times stronger than before. If Mu Yu continued to fight with them, the first one to fall would inevitably be him. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Mu Yu's sword swept out again, slashing towards the three tribulation stage skeletons in front of him. He wanted to rush towards Meng Po. As long as he killed Meng Po, the six skeletons would not be affected by the blood and would not have such speed and strength. However, this time, the two skeletons in front of him directly dodged and quickly avoided the sword Qi. They took a step forward, and a burst of air burst out from under their feet. It was as if a mountain had crashed onto the ground. The air rippled as they approached Mu Yu, wanting to use their strength to kill Mu Yu. Mu Yu had no choice but to forcibly stop his forward momentum. The sword in his hand once again clashed with the opponent's fist, shattering the opponent's body. However, the six skeletons came one after another, surrounding him from different directions in an extremely orderly manner. When one was destroyed, another would rush in. When Mu Yu destroyed another skeleton, the one that had just turned into powder had already recovered. "It's useless. My Meng Po soup has made them many times smarter. It's impossible for you to get rid of the six of them." Meng Po's smile was very scary. She was very confident in the six tribulation stage skeletons that she controlled. The formation runes around Mu Yu's body suddenly emitted a violent fluctuation, blowing away the six skeletons. Soon after, a cyan 8 trigrams formation appeared at the tip of the sword. The 8 trigrams formation rapidly rotated, and an endless aura flowed out from the 8 trigrams formation and revolved around the sword. The primal yin and yang also revolved around the sword, causing it to emit a strange black and white radiance. Mu Yu's entire body was like a dazzling sun within the lifeless twin corpse sea. He was exuberant and full of vitality, completely incompatible with everything here. The endless sword Qi swept out like a blossoming tree of life, causing all the skeletons to suddenly cower in fear. They were very afraid of this endless sword Qi. This fear came purely from the skeletons' instincts because they had been enveloped by the yin Qi of the twin corpse sea for a long time. They belonged to the category of extreme yin creatures. When they encountered this endless sword Qi, they were like mice that had seen a cat, not daring to move forward. However, just because they didn't dare to move forward didn't mean that Mu Yu would let them go. Heavenly Sword 9 Temptations, Mysterious Thunder Fall. The endless sword Qi instantly transformed into countless blue lightning arcs in the air. The fierce and domineering lightning split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, countless lightning balls revolved around Mu Yu. They moved around Mu Yu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the lightning was attracted by Mu Yu in an instant. They violently exploded in the air, turning into arcs of lightning that seemed to ignite the void. They struck the skeletons that had been stunned by Mu Yu's sword chi. The endless sword chi transformed into lightning that not only contained an extremely powerful yang chi, but also a terrifying destructive power. When the blue arcs of lightning came into contact with the skeletons, the aura of death on the skeletons was immediately extinguished by the lightning. The lightning entered the skeletons, covering them in a layer of overbearing and vigorous lightning. Bang! The skeletons that were infected by the lightning instantly turned into dust. However, this time, they didn't reassemble. On the contrary, the lightning formed by the sword chi was condensed by the runes, forming balls of lightning that wrapped the ashes of the skeletons. Once they reassembled, they would be destroyed by the lightning. Boom! The cyan sword chi turned into blue lightning, crisscrossing in the air and surrounding the 6 tribulation passing stage skeletons. Although the 6 tribulation passing stage skeletons had great strength and speed, they were helpless in the face of the endless and domineering lightning. They were wrapped up by Mu Yu and turned into 6 blue lightning balls. The ghost boundary of the Twin Corpse C wanted to reassemble the 6 tribulation passing stage skeletons. However, the powerful lightning ensured that the skeletons would be destroyed as soon as they were reassembled. This way, I don't think these damned devils will come looking for trouble. The sword chi in Mu Yu's hand paused. The sword light cut through the air and headed straight for Meng Po. Meng Po looked at Mu Yu with a gloomy expression. She didn't expect Mu Yu to think of such a method to make the 6 tribulation passing stage skeletons lose their effect. Good method. I really underestimated you. Meng Po's mud-like old face showed an angry expression. Then, she brought the bowl of blood to her mouth and drank it all in one gulp. However, if you think you can deal with me like this, then you are too inexperienced. Chapter 993. Mu Yu looked at Meng Po in disgust. Every time he fought with the people from the Gate of Hell, he always felt that the other party's cultivation method was too disgusting. However, he had to admit that after Meng Po drank the seemingly endless Meng Po soup in her hand, her entire body's yin qi had overshadowed Mu Yu's imposing manner. It seems that I have no choice but to use my trump card. Meng Po smiled miserably. Then, a black-clothed skeleton suddenly appeared behind her. As soon as this skeleton appeared, the entire Twin Corpse C seemed to have quieted down. It was as if all the focus was on it. The surrounding yin qi also constantly gathered towards it, as if it was the source of the yin qi. Its aura was steady and full of yin qi. It was extremely strange. Standing there, it was more like a mountain pressing down heavily on Mu Yu's chest. Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He already knew who this skeleton belonged to. It was Ghost Lord's twin. Such a terrifying, imposing manner. I'm afraid it's at least half a step into the Great Ascension stage. Mu Yu's heart was also very heavy. The skeleton in front of him was stronger than all the crossing calamity stage experts he had encountered. Although it hadn't reached the Great Ascension stage, it was estimated that it had already begun to understand the Great Ascension stage's heavenly Tao. However, Mu Yu was also slightly relieved. When he had returned to the past, Ghost Lord had taken out a ghost flag that could display the power of a domain to help. Mu Yu had thought that Ghost Lord had reached the Great Ascension stage at this time. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. The skeleton's strength was the same as the people from the Gate of Hell. In other words, Ghost Lord hadn't reached the Great Ascension stage yet. Even so, Mu Yu didn't dare to underestimate the current Ghost Lord's twin. A character with half a step into the Great Ascension stage was far from easy to deal with. Let's capture him together. Meng Po let out a strange laugh. She used her blood to imprison Duke Meng's head in the air. Then, she and the Ghost Lord twins behind her moved at the same time. The two of them flanked Mu Yu from the left and right. Meng Po's ghost hairpin emitted waves of ghostly howls. It grew to a length of 100 feet and resembled a strange and sharp awl. The tip of the ghost hairpin pierced through the void, causing streams of blood to gush out. It was incomparably gloomy. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Mu Yu. The endless sword chi in Mu Yu's hand immediately turned into blue lightning. As the lightning flashed, it emitted a masculine and violent aura, as if it could annihilate any evil thing in the world. However, just as Mu Yu's lightning was about to meet the ghost hairpin, the Ghost Lord twins suddenly appeared in front of the lightning. They reached out with their cold and broken hands and grabbed Mu Yu's lightning sword. Pa! The lightning bolts that Mu Yu had used to deal with the twin skeletons had been completely annihilated by the Ghost Lord twins when they caught hold of them. This guy wasn't afraid of lightning at all. Everything in the world reinforced and restrained each other. Although lightning could restrain most of the gloomy things, in the face of absolute strength, it was useless no matter how restrained it was. At this time, Meng Po's ghost hairpin had already passed by the Ghost Lord twins and stabbed towards Mu Yu. Suddenly, a golden formation pattern appeared in front of Mu Yu. So close, yet worlds apart appeared again. However, the ghost hairpin looked extremely sharp. It was only blocked for a moment before it directly penetrated the formation pattern. Meng Po's strength also surpassed Mu Yu's. Not only that, after the Ghost Lord twins destroyed Mu Yu's sword chi, they didn't stop. Instead, they stepped on the void and continued to reach out to grab Mu Yu. The ghost hairpin and the Ghost Lord twins arrived in front of Mu Yu in the blink of an eye. The two of them surrounded Mu Yu, not giving him any chance to attack. Mu Yu's heart also trembled. The chaotic yin and yang revolved around the shadow clone sword. At the same time, he forcefully clashed with Meng Po and the Ghost Lord twins. Bang! Mu Yu's shadow clone sword blocked Meng Po's ghost hairpin, but a powerful force came from the palms of the Ghost Lord twins. Mu Yu's hand felt like it was hit by a boulder. His entire palm was burning with pain. The ghost chi invaded his body and wanted to destroy his meridians. Mu Yu quickly retreated. It was just a simple exchange, but Mu Yu had already suffered a loss. The black and white spirit power in his body quickly surged and swallowed the ghost chi of the Ghost Lord twins. However, the other party didn't give Mu Yu any chance to breathe. The Ghost Lord twins' body erupted with a terrifying force. They once again waved their palms and slapped towards Mu Yu. The other party's speed was so fast that he almost couldn't react. The cultivation of the Ghost Lord twins was almost half a step into the Great Ascension stage. This kind of strength was quite terrifying. When the palms slapped down, the violent ghost chi splashed everywhere. There was actually a trace of domain aura. Boom! Mu Yu clenched his teeth and quickly retreated. The Ghost Lord twins' palms that could destroy heaven and earth directly slapped the ground of the Twin Corpse Sea. The entire Twin Corpse Sea shook violently. The gloomy ghost chi swept out with the palms as the center, twisting the weak corpses into dust. I must find a way to deal with the Ghost Lord twins. Mu Yu's mind raced. Although Meng Po couldn't use the twins' ghost techniques because of Duke Meng, her ghost tools were very powerful. The Ghost Lord twins had already forced Mu Yu into a sorry state by relying on their speed and strength. If he didn't find a way to deal with one of them, it would be very difficult for him to gain an advantage in the Twin Corpse Sea today. The 8 trigrams array pattern rippled under Mu Yu's feet. The green array pattern appeared and turned into a water curtain. It directly merged into the void as if nothing had happened. However, Mu Yu's figure suddenly became illusory, as if it couldn't be seen. Meng Po also discovered the strangeness of Mu Yu's array technique. However, she and the Ghost Lord twins were currently stronger than Mu Yu. Therefore, she didn't panic at all. She just sneered and said, "Insignificant skill. Why don't you just surrender?" As she said that, the ghost hairpin once again erupted with a pale green brilliance and a blood-red light. The two lights intertwined with each other and were filled with a corrosive stench. It was nauseating. These two rays of light quickly rushed towards Mu Yu, and wherever they went, the twin corpses would melt away like ice and snow as soon as they came into contact with the red and green light. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and dodge. This is this old woman's ghost technique, extreme yin devouring. It's extremely corrosive. Don't take it head on. Although Duke Meng looked very gloomy, seeing that Mu Yu was about to be buried under the red and green lights, he couldn't help but remind him. Because compared to what Meng Po had done to him, He was more willing to believe that this person who suddenly broke in could kill Meng Po and avenge him. Old man, you're siding with an outsider. This makes me very sad. But no matter how much you remind me, it's useless. He's already a dead man. Meng Po's toothless mouth revealed a strange smile. She still believed in her speed because the Ghost Lord Twin Corpse Sea had already sealed off Mu Yu's escape route. Mu Yu simply couldn't retreat. He could only take her extreme yin devouring head-on. The Ghost Lord Twin Corpse Sea's incomparably powerful palms whistled through the air. They appeared behind Mu Yu and slapped towards the back of Mu Yu's head. At this time, the extreme yin devouring had also quickly rushed in front of Mu Yu. No matter how fast Mu Yu's body was, there was no way he could escape. Whoosh! The pale green light and the red light pierced Mu Yu's body at the same time, nailing Mu Yu in the air. At this time, the Ghost Lord Twin Corpse Sea's palms also slapped towards Mu Yu's chest. Meng Po revealed a proud expression. As long as she killed Mu Yu, everything would be easy. Sigh. I thought that after so many years, an outsider finally appeared and I could use his death aura to help me escape. Unfortunately, this old woman is too sinister. How could he be her opponent? Duke Meng, who only had his head left, looked at Mu Yu in disappointment. He sighed slightly. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave this place for the rest of his life. 10 miles away from the Gate of Hell, Tian Ran had already retreated quickly. She took little Shuai and jumped away from the Gate of Hell. She didn't dare to use her full strength near the Gate of Hell. Not to mention whether or not she could defeat the Gate of Hell's Ghost Lord Nether. Once the two of them fought, it would cause a huge commotion. It would definitely alarm the others in the Gate of Hell. If the Ghost Lord appeared, then it would be even more impossible for her to escape. However, Tian Ran wanted to escape, but Nether followed her like a shadow. His speed wasn't any slower than Tian Ran's, and he didn't directly attack Tian Ran. It was more like a game of cat and mouse. Little girl from the Red Dust Sect, I only want to ask you one thing. Has Mu Yu entered the Gate of Hell? Nether asked calmly. Tian Ran had been fleeing at top speed. When she was about 1,000 miles away from the Gate of Hell, she stopped and turned to look at Nether, who was covered in a yellow shadow. If you want to harm Big Brother Mu Yu, you'll have to ask the sword in my hand first. Tian Ran lightly shouted. The golden lotus bloomed once again, and the immortal dew sword drew a golden light. It was like a biting cold autumn water brushing past, rushing towards Nether. Even if she attacked Nether now, it wouldn't alarm the people in the Gate of Hell. Then I'll capture you and use you to deal with him. At this time, Nether was still stepping on that terrifying python. The python opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the golden lotus. At the same time, Nether's shadow-like figure suddenly scattered, turning into a giant yellow hand. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards Tian Ran. Tian Ran's golden lotus was completely swallowed by the giant python. Nether's giant hand was also very powerful, leaving Tian Ran with no way to retreat. She was about to be covered. However, at this time, a golden sword light soared into the sky. The biting cold sword energy was majestic, dignified, and elegant. It rose from Tian Ran's hand and broke through the destructive giant yellow hand. It completely disintegrated Nether's attack. The sword energy rushed into the sky, as if it suddenly shattered the wind and clouds in the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully? Tian Ran's eyes flashed with a golden light. The immortal dew sword in her hand had a majestic aura. It was actually able to faintly communicate with the sword intent of the heaven and earth. 9 heavenly sword summoning, falling star sword. Tian Ran suddenly shouted. The golden light on her body was incomparably strong. Everyone thought she was only the heavenly daughter of the Red Dust Sect, but they forgot about her other shocking identity. Chapter 994. Perhaps Tian Ran's identity as the heavenly daughter of the mortal world made her the center of attention in the cultivation world. However, what the world didn't know was that Jianying Chen Feng was Tian Ran's father. When Tian Ran stayed at the Falling Dust Mountain for a year, although she didn't reveal her identity, Feng Haochen already knew who Tian Ran was and taught the heavenly sword 9 guides to her. At this time, Tian Ran stood in the air like a holy and elegant goddess. The immortal dew sword in her hand emitted an elegant golden light that pierced straight into the clouds. The sword energy in the sky stirred up the wind and clouds, faintly communicating with the sword intent of the heavens. Countless petals floated down from the sky. These petals were crystal clear and didn't seem to have any pattern. However, all of a sudden, a biting cold sword intent erupted from all of the petals. It was like a divine sword falling from the sky full of stars. Each sword energy was incomparably mysterious. Using the falling star meteorite sword, it vividly displayed the sword intent of the heavenly sword. Whoosh! The sword intent that filled the sky formed a strong wind that quickly fell towards the yellow python and Huang Quan. The sword energy was very swift and pure, wanting to exterminate all evil in the world. The yellow python originally wanted to devour Tian Ran's sword intent again. However, when it swallowed the first sword intent that fell from the petals, its expression suddenly changed. Not everything could be devoured by it. The sword intent invaded the yellow python's body, entering through its bloody mouth and coming out from its throat. It forcibly pierced a huge hole in the yellow python's body. After the yellow python was penetrated by the sword intent, it became incomparably irritable and crazily roared. However, even more sword intent fell in an instant. This time, the yellow python wanted to escape, but it was already one step too late. Whoosh! 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 The falling star meteorite sword's sword energy fell densely and directly penetrated the yellow python. The yellow python's body was like paper and was instantly pierced into a sieve. Now, Sister Tian Ran, little Shuai shouted from Tian Ran's shoulder. Tian Ran had only learned the 9 fetters of Heaven's sword, but she had not reached the stage where she could communicate with the heavens and earth. Just now, little Shuai had taught Tian Ran how to use the real 9 fetters of Heaven's sword. All right. The immortal dew sword in Tian Ran's hand slanted. A tyrannical sword chi came from the sky and fiercely slashed towards the yellow python. Although Tian Ran was still unfamiliar with using the sword intent of firmament, she was, after all, talented and intelligent. Under Little Commander's guidance, the power of the sword was very strong even though she had not mastered even one level. The immortal dew sword's golden sword beam slashed down from the sky, directly dispersing the yellow python that had been riddled with holes by the fallen star sword. However, Huang Quan's figure had already floated out and left the range of the sword chi. Even though the python beneath him had been destroyed, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. He did not even reveal his true appearance. However, this time, when he spoke, his voice was a bit surprised. What a powerful 9 fetters of Heaven's sword. You really did learn this move. Not only did I learn this move, I also want to kill you. Tian Ran lightly snorted. The immortal dew sword in her hand once again stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky. However, at this moment, Huang Quan's figure suddenly disappeared in the sky. He came quickly and left quickly, as if he had directly escaped. Just as Tian Ran felt that it was a bit strange, Huang Quan's voice once again resounded through the sky. You have exceeded my expectations. However, just based on this, you still cannot defeat me. Huang Quan's voice seemed to appear in all directions, as if he was hidden in various places. It was impossible to pinpoint his specific location, as if he was everywhere. Then, yellow pythons suddenly rose from the ground. Tian Ran looked at the countless pythons that had suddenly appeared and her expression suddenly changed. She cried out in alarm, "You are not someone from the gate of hell." I am, but I am also not. It depends on how you interpret it. Huang Quan's voice was very strange. In the Twin Corpse Sea, Duke Meng, who only had his head left, was very disappointed. He knew Meng Po's weakness and also knew how to deal with her. As long as he could leave the Twin Corpse Sea, he would have a way to capture Meng Po. However, now that he had been dismembered by the vicious Meng Po, even if he still retained his consciousness, there was nothing he could do. Originally, he had hoped that Mu Yu, who had broken into the Twin Corpse Sea, would be able to help him capture Meng Po, but now it seemed that this sudden stranger would not be able to do all this in his eyes. Meng Po's extreme yin devour and the Ghost Lord twins' palms landed on Mu Yu's body one after another. Meng Po's chrysanthemum-like face revealed a strange and sinister smile. She could even imagine the scene of Mu Yu's brain splattering everywhere and his body vanishing. As long as she killed Mu Yu and captured Mu Yu's soul, it would be a great contribution to the Triple Palace. Whoosh! The alternating red and green extreme yin devour had already penetrated Mu Yu's body. The Ghost Lord twins had also slapped Mu Yu's heart. However, whether it was the extreme yin devour or the Ghost Lord twins' attacks, it was as if they had hit an illusion. They passed through Mu Yu's body, but Mu Yu still stood in place. He didn't even blink. How is this possible? Meng Po was shocked. Her cloudy and sinister eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. Her extreme yin devour had clearly penetrated Mu Yu's body, but Mu Yu acted as if nothing had happened. He even looked at her with disdain. Not only that, but the Ghost Lord twins' palms, which had been gathering power, had missed. They had passed through Mu Yu's body and collided with the extreme yin devour. Boom! The extreme yin devour was incomparably evil. It had actually corroded and melted the hands of the Ghost Lord twins. Meng Po's Ghost Lord twins were also very destructive to her own people. Although the Ghost Lord twins were incomparably strong, they still couldn't withstand this attack. Most importantly, before the Ghost Lord twins were invaded by the extreme yin devour, its powerful strength had also shattered the extreme yin devour. The berserk strength flowed through the extreme yin devour and into Meng Po's ghost hairpin. The ghost hairpin suddenly trembled. With a catcher sound, a crack appeared on it. No. Meng Po looked at her ghost hairpin with incomparable heartache. This ghost hairpin was her most powerful magic tool. After refining it for so many years, it had long been connected to her mind. At this time, the Ghost Lord twins' punch, which was much stronger than hers, had landed on the ghost hairpin. The strength of the punch was also transmitted to her body, causing the ghost chi in her body to tumble. She grabbed the ghost hairpin and fiercely retreated. However, the Ghost Lord twins had also been completely melted by her extreme yin devour. The extreme yin devour was very tyrannical. After melting the Ghost Lord twins, the Ghost Lord twins didn't reassemble as quickly as the others. On the contrary, the speed at which they reassembled became very slow. So your thing can restrain these twin corpses. How ironic. Mu Yu coldly stared at Meng Po. He had just used a powerful mirror array. At the critical moment, he forcibly changed his position and blinded Meng Po's eyes. Then Mu Yu used the wind shifting flowers into trees array to forcibly transfer the attack of the Ghost Lord twins to Meng Po's extreme yin devour. However, at this time, he had also consumed a lot of spiritual power. Because using the wind shifting flowers into trees array to resolve the attack of the Ghost Lord twins, it was also quite strenuous for him. The Ghost Lord twins were figures who were half a step into the Great Ascension stage. It was not so easy to transfer their palm. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Duke Meng, who was watching the battle from the side, was also shocked. He originally thought that Mu Yu would definitely die under the pincer attack of Meng Po and the Ghost Lord twins. He didn't expect that Mu Yu would use another method to avoid this fatal attack. Not only did he injure Meng Po, but he also prevented the Ghost Lord twins from reassembling quickly. The shadow sword in Mu Yu's hand once again raised the cyan sword chi. The endless sword chi instantly turned into a blue lightning in the air. The lightning had already surrounded the Ghost Lord twins who had not yet fully recovered. The powerful lightning array pattern struck the Ghost Lord twins. This time, the corpses of the Ghost Lord twins could no longer resist Mu Yu's tyrannical lightning. Do you think you can hurt me like this? You are too naive. Although Meng Po's Ghost Lord twins cracked her hairpin, she was not so easily defeated. Seeing the Ghost Lord twins being smashed by the lightning and unable to reassemble, her heart was filled with resentment. She roared and rushed towards the Ghost Lord twins, wanting to destroy the lightning. However, a black and white 8 trigrams array blocked Meng Po's path, not letting Meng Po get close to the Ghost Lord twins. Isn't it fairer for us to fight one-on-one? Mu Yu's body flashed with mysterious array patterns. The shadow sword appeared and disappeared around him. It was as if there was a heavenly sword hidden everywhere around him. Fight one-on-one? Even if we fight one-on-one, You are not my opponent. Granny Meng laughed strangely. With a wave of her hands, the bowl used to hold Granny Meng's soup reappeared in the air. At this time, the bowl had already been filled with stinking blood. It was bubbling horribly, as if it was the liquid left behind by a soaked corpse. The cracked hairpin in the air quickly shrank and fell into Meng Po's bowl. The hairpin was stained with the blood-red water. The cracks that appeared on it were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mu Yu frowned. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. When he reacted, he heard another whistling sound behind him. The 6 tribulation passing stage twins that were originally trapped by Mu Yu's lightning had broken free from the lightning and surrounded Mu Yu. Why do I feel like the 6 tribulation passing stage twins have become stronger? What the hell is going on? Mu Yu's eyes flashed with a puzzled look. At this time, Duke Meng, who only had his head left, suddenly said, "This old woman's extreme yin devouring body is very powerful. Your lightning was devoured by her ghost art. Extreme yin devouring body is not simple. It has now protected the 6 tribulation passing stage twins." Mu Yu's shadow sword flashed with lightning array patterns again and slashed at the tribulation passing stage twins. However, when the lightning spread to the twins, it did not turn them into ashes like before. Instead, a sinister aura rose from the twins and destroyed Mu Yu's array patterns. Your lightning is formed by array patterns. It is not real lightning. How can it resist my extreme yin devouring body? Meng Po sneered. Chapter 995. There were 8 crossing calamity stage cultivators. Even if 7 of them were just corpses and couldn't use any spells, their speed and strength were quite terrifying. It was enough to pose a threat to Mu Yu. Especially the twin of the Gate of Hell's Gate Master, who was half a step into the Great Ascension stage. With a single punch, it could shatter heaven and earth. Mu Yu didn't dare to underestimate it. Mu Yu's shadow sword chi swept down again. The sword light flashed and slashed the surrounding corpses. However, this time, not only was the corpse not destroyed by Mu Yu's sword chi, it even absorbed Mu Yu's sword chi. What a strange extreme yin devouring. Mu Yu quickly retreated, avoiding the punch of the Ghost Lord twin. The other 6 crossing calamity stage corpses also attacked, not giving Mu Yu any chance to breathe. The formation patterns around Mu Yu surged again, and the mirror image formation appeared again. He had already avoided the siege of the 6 crossing calamity stage corpses. The mirror image formation could confuse the opponent and confuse them. Even if the corpses wanted to attack Mu Yu, they would misjudge Mu Yu's position. However, the mirror image formation didn't stop these corpses for long. After Meng Po rushed into Mu Yu's mirror image formation, she had already discovered that something was wrong with the formation. The blue and green blood-red brilliance on her body suddenly exploded with her as the center, swallowing the formation patterns laid by Mu Yu again. "I've said it before, your array technique is useless in front of me," Meng Po sneered. Mu Yu didn't expect to meet such a difficult opponent. Meng Po's cultivation was higher than his. Although she left the twins outside the twin corpse sea, she had 7 crossing calamity stage corpses. It was enough to give Mu Yu a headache. The Ghost Lord twins closed in on Mu Yu once again. Their palms were imbued with the power of 1,000 catties as they clawed at Mu Yu's face. Mu Yu only felt a sharp gust of wind from the palms of the Ghost Lord twins. He barely managed to turn his face to the side. But at this moment, a devouring power came from the palms of the Ghost Lord twins, devouring the 100 Faces illusion array on Mu Yu's face. The 100 Faces illusion formation was broken. Mu Yu's disguise as Tian Xingzhou was seen through, revealing his true face. TSK, what a young and handsome face. Old man, he's much more handsome than you. Meng Po suddenly stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Old witch, you really make me feel disgusted. Mu Yu looked at Meng Po with disgust. He quickly touched his face. Fortunately, only the 100 Faces illusion formation was broken. His face wasn't disfigured. Duke Meng was also surprised. Where are you from? You're so young. You still have the mood to look up your ancestral records. Do you have a way to deal with this old witch's extreme yin devouring? Mu Yu shouted. He turned around and dodged the attacks of the 3 crossing calamity stage cultivators. Duke Meng snorted. Young man, it's impossible for you to defeat this old witch in the Twin Corpse Sea. The Twin Corpse Sea is a place of extreme yin. Her extreme yin devouring will be very powerful here. It's basically impossible to defeat her. You have to leave this place. Leave this place? If I leave this place, I won't be able to escape. Mu Yu knew that there was another fantasy sound outside. Perhaps the fantasy sound had already passed the news to the Ghost Lord. The Ghost Lord was much more powerful than his twins. When the time came, it would be even harder for Mu Yu to escape from so many crossing calamity stage cultivators. Then you have to help me gather my body. As long as my body is intact, I can use extreme yang devouring to restrain this old witch. Duke Meng quickly said. Meng Po laughed sinisterly. Old man, you want to keep your body intact? I don't think you have a chance. As she spoke, she suddenly blasted the altar at the exit of the Twin Corpse Sea with her extreme yin devouring body. The altar was forcibly shattered. In order to capture Mu Yu, this old witch had destroyed the exit as well. Before entering the Twin Corpse Sea, Meng Po had already placed Duke Meng's soul and hands outside. Now that she had destroyed the exit, it could be said that she had cut off Mu Yu's only escape route and put an end to Duke Meng's interference. Damn it! Mu Yu's heart sank. Now that the exit was destroyed, it would be even harder for him to escape. Old witch, you're so cruel. Duke Meng spat. Meng Po laughed strangely. Don't worry. Once I capture this brat, fantasy sound will naturally repair the exit. For now, you should just obediently allow yourself to be captured. The extreme yin devouring's evil light blasted towards Mu Yu again. Mu Yu dodged it and landed behind Duke Meng. The evil light blasted towards Duke Meng's head, but to Mu Yu's surprise, Duke Meng actually opened his mouth and swallowed the evil light. That thing that could destroy all corpses was ineffective against Duke Meng. How are you fine? Mu Yu asked. If something were to happen to me, this vicious old witch would have already turned me into powder and sealed me away. Her extreme yin devouring can't hurt me. Duke Meng coldly said. What's so special about your body? Mu Yu quickly asked. My body has been tempered by the flames of life of 1,000 cultivators. My flames of life aren't afraid of these things. Duke Meng didn't hide anything. Mu Yu lightly snorted. The flames of life of 1,000 cultivators? Looks like your methods are quite ruthless. To a certain extent, the people from the Gate of Life and Death and the Gate of Hell were similar. They both had twins and liked to rely on killing to strengthen themselves. The flames of life were very powerful. For example, when Tianran burned her own life to save Mu Yu, she directly destroyed the soul technique of her 3 palaces. Who would have thought that Duke Meng would use the flames of life to temper his own body? I've never said that I'm a good person. Duke Meng coldly said. Mu Yu indifferently snorted. As for whether or not Duke Meng was a good person, he didn't want to judge anything. After all, in the cultivation world, killing people had become a normal thing. He also took revenge for the old mayor and Xian Zhangtang's family by massacring the entire city. However, Duke Meng's words reminded him of something. The thing that the land of extreme yin was most afraid of was living things. Everything in the world had a counterbalance, and there would always be something else to maintain the balance. He looked at the chaotic yin and yang flowing around his body, and a bold idea jumped into his mind. I can save you, but you have to help me. Mu Yu calmly used the formation to wrap Duke Meng's head and quickly fled behind. Meng Po and the Ghost Lord twins chased after him. Duke Meng raised his eyebrows. You trust someone from the Gate of Life and Death? People from the Gate of Life and Death and the Gaol Gate were hated by most in the cultivation world. No one was willing to confide in them. If it weren't for their high cultivation and strength, which was equivalent to 2 people and extremely difficult to deal with, the cultivation world would have eradicated these 2 sects long ago. Mu Yu said, you want to leave this dark place, and I want to destroy the Twin Corpse Sea. Right now, we have to kill Meng Po first. Our goal is the same, isn't it? All right, brat, if I can escape from here, I'll owe you my life in the future. Duke Meng said. Other than your hands, All of your limbs are here, right? Mu Yu turned around and slashed with his sword again. The sword chi turned into a formation and trapped Meng Po and the others. Although Meng Po destroyed the formation in the blink of an eye, Mu Yu had already escaped to a faraway place. However, no one noticed that when Mu Yu was escaping, the void rippled with every step he took. A cyan mark melted into the void and disappeared. That old which sealed my body in different places in the Twin Corpse Sea. I won't die in the Twin Corpse Sea because of the ghost formation, but I'll definitely die outside. So you have to snatch my body back, Duke Meng said. His body had been sealed in the coffin by Meng Po. His legs were also sealed in different places. Your body has been tempered with an extremely strong flame of life, so you're not afraid of the yin energy here. Then you have to lend me the life energy in your head, Mu Yu said. How do you want to use it? I'm a formation master. I know how to set up a formation. I need your head to be the foundation of the formation. You have to circulate your own life energy. You have to cooperate with me, Mu Yu explained. Meng Po attacked again. Mu Yu asked Duke Meng to block her again. The Twin Corpse Sea was boundless. There was no end in sight. The gate of hell had been passed down for hundreds of millions of people. As Mu Yu fled, he used his sword chi to cut up the ordinary corpses that came at him from all directions. These corpses weren't under Meng Po's control and could be easily cut up by Mu Yu. Kid, if the life energy in my head is exhausted, I'll be no different from the people here. I'll also be controlled by that old witch. Do you want me to die? Duke Meng shouted. I know what I'm doing. Before the life energy in your head is exhausted, I'll go and take back your body. You should know how to use the life energy in your body to make up for yourself. If you don't agree, you'll be trapped here for the rest of your life. What's the difference between life and death for you? Mu Yu said indifferently. Duke Meng's expression changed. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, but remember what you said. You have to get me out of this godforsaken place. I won't go back on my word. The formation pattern in Mu Yu's hand had already appeared. It covered Duke Meng's head. Duke Meng's head suddenly flowed with life energy and merged with Mu Yu's formation pattern. In fact, his Mu Ling also had life energy. However, after the Mu Ling mutated, it became very strange. Its life energy was no longer pure, so it could not control the corpses here. Duke Meng could not die in this place for dozens of years. His life energy must be very strong. Mu Yu used Duke Meng's head as the foundation to carve a simple spirit-gathering formation. He merged it with his sword energy. His sword energy suddenly emitted a strange flame. It was like the fire of life was burning. He immediately turned around and raised his sword energy without hesitation. The Ghost Lord twins were chasing after him. The Ghost Lord twins did not dodge. They raised their palms fearlessly, trying to block Mu Yu's sword energy. I told you, your attack is useless against us. Meng Po saw Mu Yu suddenly turn around and said with a sinister smile. However, her face suddenly froze. This was because the Ghost Lord twins' extreme yin devouring body did not devour Mu Yu's sword energy this time. On the contrary, it could not block Mu Yu's sword energy at all. It was directly cut in half by Mu Yu. Meng Po was shocked. Only now did she notice the abnormality in Duke Meng's head. She shouted, Old man, are you tired of living? Do you want to die together with me? Die together? You think too highly of yourself. Mu Yu's sword energy changed direction. The sword energy with the green fire of life energy turned to Meng Po. Meng Po screamed and immediately grabbed a skeleton from the side and threw it at Mu Yu. She quickly fell down. Chapter 996. However, Mu Yu had no intention of killing Meng Po right now. With his powerful attack, the vitality in Duke Meng's head would not last more than 3 sword strikes. He kicked away the other 2 tribulation passing stage skeletons and rushed towards the skeletons that sealed Meng Gong's body. Bastard! Meng Po realized that Mu Yu did not chase after her. She knew that Mu Yu was just bluffing. When she realized what was going on, Mu Yu was already close to the coffin that sealed Duke Meng's body. She let out a heart-wrenching scream. The scream was so bitter that Mu Yu's ears felt numb. As Meng Po screamed, more and more skeletons came from all directions. These skeletons rushed toward Mu Yu. Some skeletons even tried to cover Duke Meng's coffin with their own bodies. However, how could these skeletons stop Mu Yu? Mu Yu's left hand roared and emitted a blue array pattern which transformed into a majestic thunder dragon. The thunder dragon roared in the air and rushed towards the corpses below. The corpses that were in its way were suddenly shattered into pieces by the thunder dragon. Mu Yu's left hand roared and released a blue array pattern which turned into a majestic thunder dragon. However, Meng Po took advantage of the moment when Mu Yu paused to cast the spell. She jumped in front of Mu Yu and stood on Duke Meng's coffin to protect it. "You want to take back your body? Dream on." Meng Po snorted and raised the ghost hairpin in her hand. "Old man, you dare to bet your life on this kid? If you protect your vitality well, I won't be able to do anything to you for the rest of my life. However, if you use your vitality like this kid, how long do you think your head can last?" Meng Po obviously realized the flaw in Mu Yu's sword chi. The reason why she could not kill Duke Meng for so many years was because of the powerful vitality in Duke Meng's body. As long as the vitality existed, the twin corpse C would not be able to do anything to him. However, if Mu Yu did this, Duke Meng would be no different from an ordinary skeleton. At that time, she would be able to control him. "You don't have to worry about that." Meng Gong gritted his teeth and said. He hated Meng Po to the core. Now that there was finally an outsider who could help him escape, he had to take a gamble. "Then let's see how many swords you can use. Go." Meng Po shouted angrily and quickly retreated. The skeletons around her surged towards Mu Yu. The Ghost Lord twins had already reunited and were rushing towards Mu Yu. As long as Mu Yu exhausted Duke Meng's vitality, he would not be able to cause any more trouble. Boom! Mu Yu swung her sword again. Wherever the sword went, the corpses of the twins were chopped into pieces like tofu. Even the twins of the Ghost Lord were no exception. The sword chi arrived in the blink of an eye and slashed towards Meng Po. Meng Po's face changed. She didn't expect that the corpses would be so weak that they didn't even have the strength to resist. She didn't dare to meet the life force, but now that the sword chi had firmly locked onto her body, she couldn't dodge. She could only use her ghost hairpin to meet Mu Yu's sword chi. Catcher. Meng Po's ghost hairpin was also a gloomy magic weapon. It could not resist at all. It was directly cut into pieces by Mu Yu's sword. This magic weapon was not like the twin corpse C, which could be reunited. It was completely destroyed. Meng Po's expression changed greatly. Her magic weapon was destroyed, and she was also implicated. At this time, the sword chi was still swinging towards her, but the power was much weaker. She swung a lot of blood in front of her. Only then did she offset Mu Yu's second sword. "Boy, come again if you have the ability," Meng Po shouted fiercely. In fact, her heart was palpitating. Duke Meng was her nemesis. She did not dare to block these two swords. However, as long as she could block them, the initiative would be in her hands again. Duke Meng also began to panic. He shouted, "I can only force you to use one more sword. If you miss the third sword, we will all die." "I know what I'm doing." Mu Yu continued to rush towards Meng Po. The cyan mark under his feet merged into the void array and disappeared. Meng Po saw Mu Yu rushing over again. She was shocked. She could only retreat again, keeping a distance from Mu Yu. Now that she did not have the ghost hairpin, the other corpses could not stop Mu Yu. As long as she kept a distance, even if Mu Yu swung his sword a third time, she could deal with it. However, Mu Yu only chased for a moment. Suddenly, he stopped in mid-air. "What? You're at your wit's end?" Meng Po carefully retreated a few hundred meters again. Then, she coldly snorted. "Chase? I don't have the time to chase an old witch like you." Mu Yu revealed a faint smile. Meng Po wanted to retort, but suddenly, her expression changed. She felt that something was wrong. The void array around her suddenly lit up with countless cyan light spots. These light spots were about 300 meters away from her. Normally, they would not affect her. However, these cyan light spots flickered with a faint mysterious aura. Then, a thin cyan light ray quickly spread out. All the light spots were connected, forming a cyan cage. Meng Po was trapped in the cage. There were a total of 81 light spots. They shone with a powerful aura from different directions. At this moment, Mu Yu was standing on top of the cage. The head of Duke Meng in his hand exuded a powerful aura of life. It merged into the cage's runes. How is this possible? When did this happen? Meng Po was shocked. She could feel the aura coming from the cage. Without hesitation, she stretched out her skinny fingers. 2 rays of green and red light appeared. Then, she attacked the cage that trapped her. However, the cage only emitted a ray of colorful light. It immediately dissolved Meng Po's attack. Duke Meng looked at the strange cage that suddenly appeared in surprise. Even he did not know how Mu Yu did it. "Who are you?" Duke Meng could not help but ask. "I already said that I am an array master. Is it so hard to understand?" Mu Yu had been running away. However, that was actually intentional. His escape route was calculated. Every step he took would leave a footprint in the void. He used 2 rays of sword chi. The first one was to test the waters. The second one was to force Meng Po to use his method to evade. Then, he forced Meng Po into the array that he had set up. Meng Po fell into the cage that was full of life. She began to panic. She was most afraid of this kind of thing. It would cause her great harm. She did not hesitate to shout. She commanded all the corpses to attack the green cage. She was prepared to use thousands of corpses to deplete the life energy of the cage. However, Mu Yu had already raised the shadow clone sword in his hand again. "You have no chance." Mu Yu looked coldly at Meng Po. The green sword chi once again bloomed with the fire of life. A dazzling brilliance soared into the sky. The powerful aura intimidated all the corpses. Heaven Sword 9 summoning heavenly lightning fall. All the light spots in the cage turned from green to blue. Lightning overflowed and filled the sky. The 81 light spots suddenly turned into 81 lightning balls. These lightning balls spun in the air and formed a whirlpool. The whirlpool spun faster and faster. Finally, it elongated and formed a blue lightning sword. How can this be? How can there be 81 swords? Meng Po looked at the 81 lightning swords that surrounded her in horror. The life energy in the lightning swords was extremely vigorous. She was clearly frightened. "My sword is not just a simple sword." Mu Yu casually waved her hand, and the 81 thunder swords suddenly began to stab towards Meng Po. They were swift and tyrannical, and carried with them the aura of life. Then, they covered all of Meng Po's escape route. "I don't believe it," Meng Po shouted. All the blood turned into a blood-colored barrier in front of her. She wanted to block the 81 lightning swords that filled the sky. However, the lightning swords smashed into her blood-colored barrier. The barrier was electrocuted and shattered. Meng Po's eyes widened in horror. Her entire body had been pierced through by the 81 lightning swords. She looked like a beehive. Meng Po's mouth squirmed twice. She wanted to say something. However, she did not succeed. Her throat was also pierced. The life energy entered Meng Po's body. Mu Yu once again waved his sword chi and blasted Meng Po's body into pieces. This time, Meng Po's body did not reassemble. "You actually killed her?" Duke Meng looked at all of this in horror. His old-fashioned and stiff face revealed an extremely excited expression. His originally cold eyes flashed with excitement and hatred. Back then, he was killed by Meng Po and was trapped in this dark place for dozens of years. His life was worse than death. Now that he finally got his revenge, how could he not be excited? Mu Yu let out a long sigh. He did not expect to spend so much effort to kill Meng Po. This went against his original plan. He originally wanted to let Duke Meng kill Meng Po. Unfortunately, the people from the Gate of Hell were too cunning. They had already prepared for this, causing Mu Yu to go through a lot of trouble. Mu Yu dispersed the array on Duke Meng's head. He grabbed the coffin and broke the restriction placed on it by Meng Po. Duke Meng's head quickly returned to his body. At the same time, 2 legs flew out from the corpse in the distance and automatically reattached themselves. Strictly speaking, Duke Meng was also a member of the Twin Corpse C. No matter how badly his body was destroyed, it would be reassembled by the ghost array. This was why Meng Po did not crush Duke Meng into powder. That would be a waste of effort. Without Meng Po's control, the corpses no longer had their original agility and returned to their instincts. Even the Ghost Lord twins were no longer a threat to Mu Yu and were directly split apart by his sword. At this moment, Meng Gong let out a long shout and all the corpses stopped, no longer blindly attacking Mu Yu. "How do you control the corpses here?" Mu Yu asked casually. "I am a member of the Gate of Life and Death." Duke Meng snorted. The Gate of Life and Death controlled the corpses. Duke Meng naturally had his own techniques. However, Duke Meng still did not have his hands. Meng Po had left his hands outside. Chapter 997. Although Meng Po had been killed by Mu Yu, she had destroyed the exit and sealed off the Twin Corpse C. This was equivalent to leaving Mu Yu no way out. Duke Meng stretched his neck, making creaking sounds. His neck had been broken by Meng Po, but the ghost boundary of the Twin Corpse C had reconstructed his body. It was all thanks to the existence of such a powerful ghost boundary. Otherwise, even if he was a member of the Gate of Life and Death, he wouldn't have survived after being dismembered. Don't worry, even if the exit is destroyed, it will reappear at the beginning of every month. According to the level of yin qi here, I think we'll be able to leave in 23 days. Duke Meng calmly said. After being trapped here for several decades, Duke Meng had always been thinking about how to get out. Naturally, he had also figured out the characteristics of the Twin Corpse C. However, Mu Yu couldn't wait for 23 days. He had to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Before entering, he had set up a teleportation array outside. As long as he crushed the jade pendant, he would be able to teleport himself out of the Gate of Hell. However, the ghost boundary of the Twin Corpse C was extremely overbearing. It was different from the ghost boundary outside of the Gate of Hell. The yin qi here cut off the connection between the jade pendant and the teleportation array, so he couldn't use the teleportation array to leave this place. Mu Yu said in a deep voice, "Do you really think you'll be able to get out in 23 days? Do you think the people of the Gate of Hell won't notice that something happened to Meng Po? Or do you plan to be trapped here for the rest of your life?" Duke Meng's expression froze. He naturally didn't want to stay in this dark place for the rest of his life. Just now, Meng Po had been killed, and he hadn't completely vented the anger in his heart. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, Mu Yu was right. If he didn't get out as soon as possible, he wouldn't be Ghost Lord's opponent even if the stone platform was repaired. "Which sect are you from?" Duke Meng had been trapped here all this time. He had no idea what the name Mu Yu meant in the world of cultivators. Mu Yu sat cross-legged in the void and began to adjust his breath. The battle with the 8 masters of the Crossing Calamity stage had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. After letting the black and white spiritual energy in his dantian pass through, he asked, "Is this important?" Duke Meng sneered, "Don't think that I don't know that you self-proclaimed righteous sects are scolding us for being unorthodox. If we can find a way out, I think you'll definitely fall out with us." Mu Yu looked indifferently at Duke Meng, who had lost his hands. "I said I would take you out, and I will. I don't care about the righteous sects in your eyes." A hint of surprise appeared on Meng Gong's face. "You think so?" Mu Yu silently ran the falling dust mantra in his heart. Then he said, "Cut the crap. Is there a way to get out of here quickly?" Duke Meng also sat cross-legged in the void. He merged the life energy in his body into his head to make up for the loss of life energy in his head. Then he said, "There is a hidden death energy in your body. Although you haven't used it, if I want to leave here, I have to use it to cover up my twin aura." Mu Yu knew this. When he first returned to the past, he helped Duke Meng escape. However, after Mu Ling obtained the power of slaughter, some of his aura completely changed. But he still couldn't do anything to the twin corpses here. The ghost boundary here was too strange. I will help you, Mu Yu said simply. Although Duke Meng came from the gate of life and death and killed countless people, he was still a man of his word. He knew how to be grateful. In this aspect, he was much better than the people from the gate of hell. Duke Meng looked at Mu Yu. He thought Mu Yu would kill him after killing Meng Po. He didn't expect Mu Yu to be so easy to talk to. There are 2 ways to get out. The first is to leave through the stone platform in 23 days. The second is very troublesome. No one can do it. We can only use the first method. After the stone platform appears, they won't dare to come in recklessly unless they are like the old witch who refined the blood of the dead. That's not something anyone from the gate of hell can do. So, we still have a chance. Duke Meng said slowly. Let's talk about the second method. Mu Yu said. This is the land of extreme yin. It belongs to the extreme of yin qi. Naturally, yin qi needs to be restrained by yang qi. However, no matter how strong my flame of life is, it can only protect me. It can't break this place. If you want to break this ghost boundary, you will need an extremely strong yang qi to restrain it. I don't think you have that ability, Duke Meng said. Strong yang qi? Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had a very bold idea. Others might not be able to do it, but Mu Yu had a very dangerous force in his body. It was the black and white spiritual energy. The black and white spiritual energy was made up of pure life qi and death qi. It maintained a stable balance. Normally, it would constantly transform Mu Yu's body. Once Mu Yu was injured, his body would be strengthened. If the black and white spiritual energy broke the balance, it would have a very terrifying devouring power. That was where his killing power came from. However, the black and white spiritual energy was too violent. If it left his body, it would break the balance and devour without restraint. Even Mu Yu couldn't completely control it. Back then, he had to use Mu Ling's sword to barely control it after spending a lot of energy. Yin qi needs to be restrained by yang qi. Yin and yang are in balance. Why do my chaos yin and yang coexist so harmoniously? Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Little black and little white drilled out of his hand and swam around happily. They played with each other, similar to the black and white spiritual energy in his body. However, Mu Yu knew that if either little black or little white went too far away, the other would definitely go berserk. Can I also make the black and white spiritual energy start to devour each other when they are separated, but also restrain each other? Mu Yu's fingertips moved, and a green spiritual energy circulated in front of him. After the black and white spiritual energy left his body in a balanced state, it was no different from ordinary spiritual energy. Mu Yu's spiritual energy had always been green. However, once the black and white spiritual energy separated, it would lead to unpredictable consequences. The black spiritual energy would devour everything, and the white spiritual energy would stimulate all the potential of everything before being assimilated. Normally, Mu Yu wouldn't dare to try it. Now that he was trapped here, and as long as he destroyed the twin corpses, he would be able to severely damage the gate of hell. Therefore, he decided to take the risk and try it again. This is the only way. Mu Yu clasped his hands together and then slowly opened them. Cyan's spiritual power gathered in his palms and formed a vortex. The vortex spun faster and faster. Then, it suddenly turned into 2 different types of spiritual power, one black and one white. The 2 types of spiritual power began to circulate. The black and white spiritual power still maintained a balanced state and did not separate. Kid, what are you doing? Duke Meng frowned. Mu Yu didn't answer him, but continued to focus on the black and white spiritual energy. As long as he forcefully separated the black and white spiritual energy, the next thing would be troublesome. Let's risk it. Mu Yu gritted his teeth, and the black and white spiritual energy were forcefully separated. The white spiritual energy gathered in his left palm, and the black spiritual energy gathered in his right palm. Suddenly, 2 completely different and terrifying auras were released from his 2 palms. This is... Duke Meng's face suddenly changed, because he smelled danger from the black and white spiritual energy. How did your spiritual energy become like this? Duke Meng cried out in alarm. He suddenly stood up and took a few steps back. Whether it was the black spiritual energy or the white spiritual energy, he was quite afraid of both. Mu Yu focused all his attention on the black and white spiritual energy in his hands. He couldn't be disturbed during this process, or else it would be very difficult to reverse the situation if he made any mistakes. This time, he didn't have Mu Ling and the Yaoxiling pagodas powerful so close, yet worlds apart to help him deal with the life and death spiritual energy. Balance. Balance. As long as the life and death spiritual energy are kept at the same level, they won't go out of control. Mu Yu's heart was in his throat, and he could even clearly feel his own nervous heartbeat. If he wanted to keep the black and white spiritual energy in a state of balance, he could barely do it, but once the black and white spiritual energy began to devour each other, the balance would be broken. If the balance was broken, the life and death spiritual energy would continue to devour each other, and even he wouldn't be able to survive. Mu Yu had already landed on one of the skeletons. These skeletons were controlled by Duke Meng and didn't move at all. Even when Mu Yu flew over, they didn't resist. At this time, Mu Yu's hands were already imprinted on the skeleton. The black and white spiritual energy touched the skeleton. The black spiritual energy began to devour one side of the skeleton, while the white spiritual energy fully unleashed the potential of the other side of the skeleton. After that, it assimilated into the white spiritual energy. When Duke Meng saw that Mu Yu wanted to use a strange method to deal with the skeletons, he coldly snorted and said, "Brat, don't waste your energy. The twin corpses here are protected by a powerful yin spiritual ghost array. Even if you destroy them, they will be restored to their original state. With your strength, you won't be able to destroy any of the skeletons." Although the black and white spiritual energy in Mu Yu's hands looked very intimidating, he had been trapped in the Twin Corpse Sea for so many years. He had already understood everything here and understood the power of the Twin Corpse Sea better than anyone else. The people of the Gate of Hell created such a place of extreme yin and perfectly protected the skeletons of the Twin Corpse Sea. It was said that even great ascension stage cultivators couldn't destroy any of the skeletons here, let alone Mu Yu. Mu Yu only calmly replied, "Don't disturb me, or we will both die." The black and white spiritual energy in his hands was slowly decomposed. Mu Yu paid full attention to the result of the black and white spiritual energy devouring. He didn't want to let either side have the slightest advantage. This kind of devouring had to be done in a balanced manner. Slowly, the entire skeleton was decomposed by the black and white spiritual energy. During this process, Mu Yu was very careful. He didn't even dare to shake his hands. He had no choice but to do this because the people of the Gate of Hell dared to place the Twin Corpse Sea here. They must have a powerful method to protect it. And one of Mu Yu's most powerful methods was the black and white spiritual energy in his body. Chapter 998. Duke Meng stared at Mu Yu in shock. The twin of the Gate of Hell that couldn't be destroyed had been completely devoured by the black and white spiritual energy. This kind of devouring was too terrifying. It wasn't something that the Twin Corpse Sea's powerful ghost boundary could recover from. At first, he didn't believe that Mu Yu could do this. But now, he finally understood how terrifying this young man who had suddenly barged into the Twin Corpse Sea was. Mu Yu didn't pay attention to Duke Meng's reaction. The twin he devoured was only at the nascent soul stage. After the black and white spiritual energy devoured the corpse, he clearly felt that the black and white spiritual energy seemed to have become stronger. He pondered for a moment and asked, "If the twin is destroyed, what will happen to the people of the Gate of Hell?" Duke Meng gradually calmed down. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of mockery. "If the twin is destroyed, then the people of the Gate of Hell will have to suffer the twin's revenge." Revenge? Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. Ghost Great Wolf was a nascent soul stage member of the Gate of Hell. He belonged to the 39th Ghost Battalion. This time, his mission was to be stationed in Black Bamboo City and lead the self-cultivators to fight against human. His mission naturally wasn't to fight to the death with human. His superiors had already arranged that once the war broke out, regardless of whether it was the self-cultivators or human who died, he had to collect the souls of the dead. The Gate of Hell was one of the 8 gates. In name, they were supposed to lead the self-cultivators to defeat human. But in reality, the people of the Gate of Hell had a clear division of labor. The twin was responsible for killing human, and they were responsible for collecting the souls of the dead on the battlefield with the Ghost Soul Stone. Yesterday, Black Bamboo City had just fought with the human Devil clan. The fight lasted for 2 hours. Ghost Great Wolf had collected 200 souls, most of which belonged to the human Devil clan. Only 9 of them were human souls. Yesterday's battle was still a complete victory for the human race. Now, the self-cultivators' morale was high. Human souls are not as good as human souls. 30 of them are not even comparable to the soul of a cultivator. How cheap! Ghost Great Wolf spat in disdain. He glanced at his twin beside him. The twins were also looking at him expressionlessly. Yesterday, his twin had performed heroically on the battlefield. He was very satisfied with the twins. To be honest, Gooey Da Hound, I still miss the old you. Ghost Great Wolf revealed a proud smile. Ghost Great Hound was the name of his twin. Unfortunately, at the moment of life and death, it was Ghost Great Wolf who had survived. Ghost Great Hound's soul was still looking at Ghost Great Wolf expressionlessly. Ghost Great Wolf didn't care because the twins' consciousness was being suppressed. They only knew how to carry out orders and couldn't understand what he was saying. I like war. When there is war, there will be souls. Not bad. Although Ghost Great Wolf did not understand the true meaning of this war, the cultivation method of the people from the Gate of Hell was to refine ghosts. The more ghosts they collected, the stronger they would become. What was different from the past was that this time, the people from the Gate of Hell had the right to collect souls. They didn't need to be looked down upon by cultivators. Behind Ghost Great Wolf were 30 Jindan period cultivators. These cultivators were all from other sects and he was in charge of leading them to fight against human. At this moment, these Jindan period cultivators were looking at Ghost Great Wolf with reverence. Yesterday, Ghost Great Wolf's twin had displayed his might on the battlefield. Everyone saw it clearly. Greetings, Lord. At this moment, a figure flashed by from afar. A middle-aged man from the Jindan period respectfully knelt on one knee in front of Ghost Great Wolf and greeted him. Pang Gaorong, what about the matter I asked you about? Ghost Great Wolf asked lazily. Lord, I have already captured 40 mortals. They are waiting for your orders. Pang Gaorong said humbly. Bring them up. Yes. Pang Gaorong immediately left. Following that, the 40 mortals were thrown onto the empty ground in front of Ghost Great Wolf with faces full of fear. These mortals were of all ages and genders. They were originally farmers from the nearby villages. Because of the war, they fled to Black Bamboo City to seek refuge. They never thought that they would be directly captured by Pang Gaorong. All of you kneel down and listen to your lord's orders, Pang Gaorong shouted. The pressure of the Jindan period engulfed the mortals. These mortals couldn't withstand it. They all knelt on the ground in a panic and didn't even dare to raise their heads. Ghost Great Wolf stood up in satisfaction. He walked among these trembling mortals and came to the side of a brawny man. You, stand up. Ghost Great Wolf said coldly. The brawny man had a tanned face. With one look, one could tell that he was an honest farmer who had been exposed to the wind and rain all year round. When he heard Ghost Great Wolf's words, he didn't dare to resist and hurriedly stood up. Ghost Great Wolf nodded slightly. Not bad. Your soul seems to be pretty good. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the brawny man's neck. With a twist, the brawny man's neck was broken. The brawny man breathed his last and fell to the ground. My good brother, you can nourish yourself now. Ghost Great Wolf waved his hands at his twins, and the twins immediately rushed towards the burly man. Ghost Chi enveloped the burly man's body, and the originally invisible soul of the burly man was instantly revealed. He looked at Ghost Great Wolf's twins in horror, and before he could even scream, he was torn into pieces by the twins and sucked into their bodies. Lord, please spare our lives. Don't kill us. All the mortals were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They hoped that these high and mighty immortal masters would let them go. The self-cultivators at the side looked on coldly. In the eyes of self-cultivators, the lives of mortals weren't worth mentioning. Even if there were some self-cultivators who felt that Ghost Great Wolf's methods were cruel, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, they were all assigned to be Ghost Great Wolf's subordinates. They didn't dare to disobey his orders. As long as they could kill human and obtain soul points to exchange for rewards, the deaths of a few mortals were insignificant. Ghost Great Wolf glanced at the self-cultivators who were watching. He felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Before the war between human and the human race started, he didn't dare to kill people openly. But now, the self-cultivators all believed in the leadership of the 8 gates. Therefore, when he killed a few mortals, everyone felt that it was insignificant. Enjoy the souls of these mortals. Although their souls aren't as useful as the self-cultivators, they're still pretty good. Ghost Great Wolf said to the expressionless twins with an evil smile. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed a strange scene. The twins' originally calm gaze suddenly moved. Ghost Great Wolf sized up the twins. He thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. But when he took a closer look, he realized that the twins' eyes actually had a trace of clarity. It was as if they were gradually recovering their consciousness. How is this possible? Ghost Great Wolf was shocked. He and the twins were connected. He could clearly feel that he suddenly couldn't suppress the twins' consciousness. And at this moment, the twins were gradually breaking free from his control. Impossible. Ghost Great Wolf didn't understand why his twins were acting so strangely. Ghost Chi immediately surged out from his body and enveloped his twins, wanting to subdue them. However, a soul power surged out from the twins and bounced off his Ghost Chi. I've actually revived. The twins' consciousness had completely recovered. Their souls were no longer under Ghost Great Wolf's control. The moment they saw Ghost Great Wolf, their eyes were filled with hatred. Ghost Great Wolf, you've controlled my body for so many years. It's time for me to take over. The twins coldly shouted. The twins of the Gate of Hell hated each other. The one who was killed had a deep hatred for the other. After the twins recovered their consciousness, the first thing they wanted to do was to take revenge. You're only a soul now. How can you fight me? Ghost Great Wolf roared. But he also understood that although the twins were only a soul, their cultivation was actually the same. This was the strength of the cultivation techniques of the people of the Gate of Hell. Therefore, the twins weren't afraid of Ghost Great Wolf. The twin cackled. Your biggest mistake was feeding me 30 souls yesterday. This time, I'm going to take control of your body. The twins had already pounced towards Ghost Great Wolf. Ghost Great Wolf was also unwilling to wait for death. He immediately released his ghost energy and the two devils started fighting. Pang Gaorong and the rest of the self-cultivators were all stunned. No one would have thought that the awe-inspiring Ghost Dafang would suddenly have an internal conflict with the twins that he was so proud of. Furthermore, the twins were actually able to firmly suppress Ghost Dafang. I won't let you have your way, Ghost Great Wolf roared in anger. He broke free and landed beside Pang Gaorong. With a punch, he exploded Pang Gaorong's head. The pitiful Pang Gaorong was originally feeling pleased with himself for helping Ghost Great Wolf capture the mortals. He didn't think that before he could react, he would be killed by Ghost Great Wolf. After Ghost Great Wolf extracted Pang Gaorong's soul, he directly fused it into his body. At the same time, he took out a ghost streamer. The aura on his body became stronger. However, he still couldn't win against the twins. He retreated again and charged towards the other self-cultivators who were watching. Those Jindan period cultivators were scared out of their wits when they saw the blood on the ground. They couldn't care less about the others anymore. They all fled in all directions. A few of the slower ones lost their lives in Ghost Great Wolf's hands and became sacrifices to boost Ghost Great Wolf's strength. Damn it. It's still not enough. Ghost Great Wolf's heart was filled with regret. Yesterday, in order to make his twins stronger so that it would be easier for him to kill human, he made the twins devour souls. Their techniques from the Gate of Hell, no matter if the twins devoured souls or he devoured souls, they would all be transferred to each other's body. This would allow the two's cultivation to increase to the same level. However, this required time. At this moment, the twins had yet to completely transfer the power they devoured to Ghost Great Wolf. The twins' cultivation was already higher than Ghost Great Wolf. Ghost Great Wolf never thought that his twins would undergo such a mutation. For so many years, the twins had been under his control. Only when a certain person from the Gate of Hell's body was destroyed, would the twins' resuscitation. However, this was on the premise that there was a problem with the body. If he was perfectly fine, why did the twins wake up? He really couldn't understand. However, the twins were already charging towards him. Their strength was originally at the same level. Furthermore, the twins had devoured the soul sacrifice that Ghost Great Wolf had carefully selected yesterday. They had long surpassed him. He was instantly choked by his own twins and couldn't move. Why? What's the problem? Ghost Great Wolf was furious. He wanted to resist, but the twins didn't give him a chance to. Their strength was originally at the same level. However, because the twins had devoured a lot of souls yesterday, their cultivation was higher than Ghost Great Wolf. Suddenly, the air was filled with ghostly aura. The fight between the two caused all the plants within a radius of a few hundred meters to wither. The aura's core stage cultivators had already fled the area in fear, while the mortals had all lost their lives under the ghostly fog. Bang! Ghost Great Wolf was sent flying backward. You can die now. Chapter 999. Gui Darlang's head was separated from his body and he died in an instant. However, his soul broke out from the top of his head and floated in mid-air. People from the Gate of Hell wouldn't die so easily. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, they could still survive for a while as a soul. As long as they could find a suitable body in a short period of time, they would be able to live on again. However, there were many times when people from the Gate of Hell wouldn't survive so easily. This was because once their physical bodies were destroyed, the twins would resuscitation. The twins wouldn't let each other go so easily. Gui Darlang, stop. Now is not the time for internal strife. Gui Darlang's soul held back his shock and shouted angrily. Is that so? I feel that this is the most appropriate time. Gui Darlang fiercely pounced towards Gui Darlang. The two nascent soul stage souls immediately tangled together in the air. The surroundings were shrouded in ghostly chi and the entire sky was filled with ghostly wails and howls. Gui Darlang never thought that he would be so unlucky. His twin corpse that was thrown into the Twin Corpse Sea just happened to be chosen by Mu Yu. In the Twin Corpse Sea, after the black and white spiritual energy devoured the skeleton in front of him, Mu Yu still didn't dare to be careless. This was because he had to make the black and white spiritual energy in his hands extremely powerful. During the entire devouring process, Mu Yu was very careful. He didn't dare to let the black and white spiritual energy devour even a little bit of the skeleton. Otherwise, it would cause the black and white spiritual energy to lose balance and he wouldn't be able to control it. After devouring the skeleton, Mu Yu merged the black and white spiritual energy back together. It gradually turned into a green spiritual energy and disappeared into his palm. It turned into a pure spiritual energy that filled his meridians. He was surprised to find that the spiritual energy that he had used up was slightly replenished. It seems like my idea wasn't wrong. No matter how powerful the ghost boundary is, it can't defeat my black and white spiritual energy. Mu Yu said thoughtfully. As for the unlucky skeleton in front of him, it didn't appear again. This meant that Mu Yu had successfully destroyed the twin corpse. Duke Meng looked at Mu Yu in shock and couldn't help but ask, what method did you use? How can it completely destroy the skeletons here? Duke Meng had been here for a long time, and he was very familiar with the skeletons here. Even if they were smashed into pieces, they would reassemble. This was how the Gate of Hell protected its own people, but Mu Yu had broken this common sense. It was completely unreasonable. I naturally have my own methods. There's no need to tell you. Mu Yu didn't want to explain anything. Seeing Mu Yu's indifferent attitude, Duke Meng didn't dare to say anything. At this time, he was also a skeleton. He had consumed a lot of vitality and hadn't fully recovered yet. If they really fought, he wouldn't be a match for Mu Yu. Thinking of this, he jumped back a little, not wanting to get too close to Mu Yu. Mu Yu said indifferently, "Do you people from the Gate of Life and Death not trust your companions?" Duke Meng was quite embarrassed by Mu Yu's words, but he still said, "I have to be careful." Mu Yu didn't care about Duke Meng's attitude. He thought of something and asked, "What do you mean by revenge?" Duke Meng composed himself and then said, "If the twin corpse of the people from the Gate of Hell is destroyed, the twin soul in the Gate of Hell will resonate. They may fight, or they may temporarily compromise. This depends on the relationship between the people from the Gate of Hell and the twin soul. It varies from person to person, but most of them will fight among themselves." Fight among themselves? That's what I want to see the most. Mu Yu pondered. Mu Yu was very careful when he devoured. He had to ensure that the whole process didn't go out of control, so it took him almost an hour to devour a corpse. There were thousands of corpses here, and Mu Yu couldn't devour them one by one. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to devour them all even if he wanted to. He turned his gaze to the Ghost Lord twins and the other 6 tribulation stage corpses. It seemed that he had to destroy these corpses first. There are thousands of corpses here. They are the corpses of the twins from the Gate of Hell who have been here for tens of thousands of years. Why are there only 7 tribulation stage corpses? Mu Yu asked, puzzled. Duke Meng explained, "It's impossible for corpses to preserve their strength forever. Once the people from the Gate of Hell outside die, the corpses here will gradually dissipate and turn into corpses without cultivation. There are only 8 tribulation stage cultivators in the Gate of Hell now. Since Meng Po is dead, there are only 7 left." "I see. Forget it, I'll deal with these 7 twins first. As for that so-called Ghost Lord, let's see if you like the surprise I've prepared for you." Mu Yu walked towards the Ghost Lord twins again. The Ghost Lord twins were also under the control of Duke Meng, so they didn't attack Mu Yu. Beside the Bridge of Helplessness in the Gate of Hell, a ghastly figure stood there. This person's aura was incomparably cold, like an ice block that wouldn't melt for 1,000 years. No matter who looked at him, they would be able to feel the bone-chilling coldness from his body. It was as if their entire soul would be frozen. This person was the Ghost Lord from the Gate of Hell. His cultivation was at the 9th heavenly layer of the tribulation stage. He was an expert who was half a step into the Great Ascension stage, Ghost Cold. There were 2 people standing next to Ghost Lord. One was the fantasy sound at the 4th heavenly layer of the tribulation stage, and the other was the ghost and shadow at the 5th heavenly layer of the tribulation stage. Fantasy sound respectfully lowered his head and said, "Ghost Lord, Meng Po has already gone in to capture that person." Ghost Lord coldly said, "Have you investigated the identity of the person who entered the twin corpse sea?" Fantasy sound said, "That person is wearing the clothes of the Stargate. He claims to be Tian Xingzhou from the Stargate." Tian Xingzhou? Tian Xingzhou wouldn't come to the Gate of Hell for no reason. You have all been deceived. This person must be Mu Yu's formation. I didn't expect the news from the Ghost Realm's child to be true. Mu Yu really came here. Ghost Lord narrowed his eyes. His eyes looked like cold hooks. It was as if anyone's soul would be taken away by these cold hooks in an instant. Fantasy Sound's expression changed slightly. He quickly said, "Ghost Lord, please forgive this subordinate's ignorance." Ghost Lord coldly snorted, then asked, "How long has Meng Po been in there?" Fantasy Sound said, "Almost 2 hours. She also destroyed the exit. It seems that she intends to trap Mu Yu inside to prevent Mu Yu from escaping before Ghost Lord arrives." Ghost and Shadow on the side said, "Ghost Lord, the twin corpse sea can't even be broken by a Great Ascension stage cultivator, let alone a crossing tribulation stage cultivator. We don't need to worry about anything. Duke Meng has already taken measures against Duke Meng under our reminder. She doesn't need to worry about Duke Meng. She can also use extreme yin to control the twins. Mu Yu won't be able to escape this time." Ghost Lord nodded slightly, "That's for the best. We can't let Mu Yu enter and leave our territory as he pleases." Gui Mingzi continued to ask, "Ghost Lord, should we inform the people of the Sanchong Palace?" Ghost Lord sneered, "Not yet. Wait until Meng Po captures Mu Yu. I'll personally take Mu Yu to the Sanchong Palace to see the Lord. However, at this moment, Ghost Lord's expression suddenly change. What's wrong? Fantasy Sound and Ghost and Shadow were slightly stunned. Not good, the Twin Corpse C is mutating. Ghost Lord was furious. He could clearly feel the twins in his body gradually resuscitation. They even began to stir, wanting to fight for control of the body with him. Repair the Twin Corpse C's passage. A black gas appeared in Ghost Lord's hand, and his figure was already rushing toward the Bridge of Helplessness. However, his figure was only halfway there when he suddenly stopped. A trace of panic appeared on his face, and he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. At the same time, the twins in his body had already broken free of his control and wanted to drill out of his body. Fantasy Sound and Ghost and Shadow looked at each other. They didn't understand why Ghost Lord, who was already half a step into the great vehicle stage, would suddenly have such an abnormal situation. Ghost and Shadow stepped forward and asked, "Ghost Lord, what's wrong with you?" However, Ghost Lord didn't respond. The veins on his face bulged, as if he was desperately trembling with someone. A monstrous ghost aura emerged from his body, instantly covering him. The powerful aura forced Ghost and Shadow and Fantasy Sound to retreat. Ghost Lord, what happened?" Fantasy Sound asked in surprise. Her demonic eyes revealed a puzzled expression. Ghost and Shadow wanted to approach Ghost Lord's ghost aura, but Ghost Lord's strength was far above his, so he couldn't get close. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Fantasy Sound, how long will it take to repair the Bridge of Helplessness to the Twin Corpse C?" Meng Po has always been in charge of the Bridge of Helplessness. "If I were to repair it, it would take at least 6 hours. Fantasy Sound immediately said. "Hurry up and repair it. Mu Yu did something to the Twin Corpse C. There's a problem with the twins." Ghost Lord's sinister voice sounded from the thick ghost fog. "A problem with the twins?" Fantasy Sound and Ghost and Shadow looked at each other in shock. Inside the Twin Corpse C, Duke Meng was already quite shocked. Mu Yu had once again completely destroyed a twin, and this time, it was the twin of the Gate of Hell. Where did such a terrifying person come from? Duke Meng's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. He didn't even dare to approach Mu Yu, for fear that he would be directly devoured by the black and white spiritual energy in Mu Yu's hands. Mu Yu slowly devoured the Ghost Lord twins. He was surprised to find that after devouring the Ghost Lord twins, the black and white spiritual energy had merged into one. It had actually gathered into an incomparably large amount of pure spiritual energy in his hand. This spiritual energy was the most primitive form of spiritual energy, without any impurities. It could be completely absorbed into Mu Yu's body to refine his body and strengthen his cultivation. If he could refine this spiritual energy, then Mu Yu believed that his cultivation would definitely rise to another level. Without any hesitation, Mu Yu began to absorb this powerful spiritual energy into his body. He began to turn it into his own body and began to cultivate as if there was no one around him. Duke Meng saw that Mu Yu was actually cultivating as if nothing had happened, and a trace of strangeness flashed through his heart. He understood his own identity. He was a member of the Gate of Life and Death. Just like the Gate of Hell, he was spurned by everyone in the cultivation world. Their cooperation was only temporary. Once this young man's cultivation rose again, perhaps he, a member of the Gate of Life and Death who had lost both his hands, would be dispensable. At that time, it would be as easy as flipping his hand for Mu Yu to kill him. Chapter 1000. Duke Meng was hesitant. He could kill 1,000 people to extract the fire of life to temper his body, which showed that he was not a benevolent person. Now Mu Yu was cultivating in front of him without a trace of vigilance. In this case, as long as he intervened, he would definitely be able to seriously injure or even kill him. But he also had his own principles of doing things. Mu Yu helped him get rid of the control of Meng Po, which was a rebirth for him. Although he didn't have a good heart, he was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He didn't like to owe people kindness. Duke Meng's eyes flashed with a strange light, Then he snorted coldly, walked to the side and sat down again. Mu Yu had been covered by the majestic and powerful blue spirit power. If it was compared to water, he originally just stripped a drop of water from his body and disassembled it into black and white spirit power, but after swallowing the Ghost Lord twins who were half a step into the darching stage, this drop of water had become a huge pond. Mu Yu was equivalent to refining the essence of a master who was half a step into the darching stage into pure spirit power for cultivation. He sat in the air, and the meridians in his body were filled with majestic spirit power. This spirit power made his body full of strength in an instant, and the spirit power that had been consumed had been completely restored. An hour later, the cultivation of the 5th layer of the crossing tribulation stage spread out from his body and swept out, making all the corpses tremble. Hey! It's a pity that I only improved by 1 layer. Mu Yu touched his chin and sighed. If people knew what he was thinking, they would have already scolded him. How could the strength of the crossing tribulation stage be so easy to improve? This guy was a typical example of taking advantage of others. But in fact, this kind of thing was normal for Mu Yu, because his abnormal physique of the 5 elements was wood and lacking 4 attributes. There was no barrier to cultivation. The heavenly Tao had its own plans. Mu Yu had a strong physique for cultivation, so he was destined to die young. There were gains and losses. He was just lucky enough to be chosen by Gomang to survive. Duke Meng looked at Mu Yu in surprise. Seeing that Mu Yu's cultivation had skyrocketed after swallowing the Ghost Lord twins, his heart was already set off a storm. He was already quite afraid of the 2 words Mu Yu in his heart. What kind of person is this? How could there be such a terrible person in the cultivation world? Mu Yu pondered for a moment and began to devour again. She carefully spent an hour to devour the other crossing calamity stage twin and turned it into a mass of pure spiritual power. Here. Mu Yu wrapped the refined spirit power in a formation pattern and handed it to Duke Meng. Duke Meng was stunned. He looked at the majestic spirit power in disbelief. In the cultivation world, spirit power was the most basic thing for everyone to improve their cultivation. Even the people of the life and death sect were no exception. In the past, there was the existence of the Yin-Chi ghost array here, so he couldn't do anything to these corpses. But Mu Yu used a powerful method to refine the corpses and wanted to give it to him. Duke Meng asked suspiciously, "Are you really willing to give this pure spirit power to me?" If he could refine this spirit power, he would definitely be able to recover the losses of the past few decades. This was a treasure that no one could refuse. He didn't expect Mu Yu to be willing to give it away. Mu Yu said indifferently, "What's wrong? Is it strange?" Duke Meng's face was gloomy, and then he said, "You know, I almost wanted to kill you because I thought you would kill me after this." Mu Yu asked calmly, "Then why didn't you do it?" Duke Meng's face froze, and he snorted heavily. He didn't want to speak out his thoughts. "I know you're not that kind of person." Mu Yu smiled. "You trust me that much? I'm a member of the life and death sect, a devil who kills without blinking an eye." Duke Meng frowned. "So what? Since you took the risk to give me the fire of life, why wouldn't I trust you? Trust is given to each other. If you don't trust someone, why would you ask others to trust you?" Mu Yu looked at this matter very lightly. In the end, it was because Duke Meng saved his life when he went back to the past. He helped Duke Meng escape, and Duke Meng helped Mu Yu escape from the gate of hell, so Mu Yu thought that this person was worthy of trust. Duke Meng said coldly, "I don't like the word trust, I just don't like to repay kindness with enmity. If it wasn't for trust, he wouldn't have been trapped in this dark place by Meng Po for decades, so he hated this so-called trust. However, the trust that Mu Yu gave him made him feel very uncomfortable. In short, if we want to leave here, we have to help each other. You have to recover your lost spiritual energy, then we can deal with the people from the gate of hell together." Mu Yu said simply. Duke Meng hesitated for a moment, then a dark green aura came out of his body and received the spiritual energy that Mu Yu gave him. This kind of thing was too tempting, and he couldn't refuse. Mu Yu looked at the remaining 5 crossing calamity stage corpses again. He knew that Ghost Lord and the others must be waiting outside. Although Mu Yu could destroy the original bodies of the twins, The crossing calamity stage people of the Gate of Hell were not weak Japanese people. It wouldn't make sense for them to be killed so easily by their own twins. At most, these old Japanese people would lose half of their combat power. Losing half of their combat power was still very powerful for Mu Yu. He needed Duke Meng's help. Mu Yu spent a few more hours refining the remaining crossing calamity stage corpses into pure spiritual energy. However, he didn't plan to use this spiritual energy directly for cultivation, because he had more important things to do. He gathered all the spiritual energy and drew a spirit-gathering array. He sealed all the spiritual energy and left it for others to use in the future. If he wanted to fight against the threefold palace, he couldn't rely on himself. Right now, he was lacking manpower. Zhuge Xiaosheng had just stepped into the crossing calamity stage. As a formation master, his combat power was incomparably strong. He needed to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Other than Zhuge Xiaosheng, there was also Tian Ran. If Tian Ran could refine the spiritual energy, she would benefit a lot. Duke Meng had also completely absorbed the spiritual energy that Mu Yu gave him. However, he still lacked an arm and a soul, so it was difficult for him to use his true strength. I've already killed Meng Po. Where are you going to find a twin? You people from the Gate of Life and Death also need twins, right? Mu Yu asked. Duke Meng silently flew to a corner of the twin corpse sea and disappeared into the mountain of corpses. After a while, he reappeared. This time, there was a gloomy-looking corpse following behind him. No cultivation? Mu Yu looked at the corpse in shock. This corpse didn't have any aura of cultivation. It was obvious that it was outside the Gate of Hell and should be dead. Duke Meng said, "There are countless corpses here. Among them, I found a corpse that fits all the requirements to become my twin. Because the twins with cultivation are controlled by others, I can't refine it. Therefore, I can only find one without cultivation to fool that vicious old woman. For the past few years, I've been using the yin energy here to cultivate it. As long as I bring it out, I'll be able to get my hands and soul back. With the spiritual energy you just gave me, I'll be able to quickly recover my cultivation." Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. He then asked, "You have the fire of life in your body, so it belongs to the yang attribute. Twins belong to the yin attribute. Is this why you were with Meng Po?" "That's right. Only by combining yin and yang can I unleash greater power." Duke Meng didn't hide anything. Mu Yu looked up at the gloomy sky. The twin corpse sea was covered in a hazy ghostly fog. He didn't know how high it was. Duke Meng was silent for a moment. He then said, "The twin corpse sea's ghost boundary has a boundary. It's 10,000 meters above us. You can try to use your spiritual energy to melt this boundary. If you can, then we'll be able to escape. Then it's simple." Mu Yu hadn't encountered anything that the black and white spiritual energy couldn't do anything to. After refining all the tribulation passing stage twins' corpses in the Gate of Hell, he had a better control over his spiritual energy. As long as he wasn't disturbed when separating the black and white spiritual energy, there wouldn't be any problems. He and Duke Meng jumped high into the air and headed for the boundary of the ghost boundary. On the bridge of helplessness, Ghost Lord's face was so gloomy that water could be wrung out of it. His twin had broken free from his control. For him, this was a matter of life and death. This was because the twin's strength was the same as his. If it wasn't for the fact that he was stronger and killed the twin at the critical moment, he would have been the one to die. "Once I catch the person who entered the twin corpse sea, I'll definitely tear you to pieces." Ghost Lord gritted his teeth and said in an incomparably cold voice. Now that he had lost his twin, it was equivalent to losing an arm to the people of the Gate of Hell. Although he still had his strength, when facing cultivators of the same realm as him, the advantage of having twins was gone. He was still in the final stages of recovery. In order to prevent the twins from harming him, he could only kill them. However, the twins were closely related to his body. After killing the twins' souls, he also suffered heavy injuries. Right now, he could only display the strength of an 8th stage tribulation passing stage cultivator. It wasn't just him. Ghost and Shadow and Fantasy Sound were also entangled by the twins. They were also sitting cross-legged on the side and engaged in a difficult battle with the twins. To the people of the Devil's Gate, fighting the twins was like fighting another version of themselves. This was because all the cultivation methods of the twins were the same as their own. Wanting to easily defeat them was an extremely difficult matter. Fantasy Sound was originally going to repair the passage into the Twin Corpse Sea. However, halfway through, the twins began to resist and she had no choice but to stop. Thus, the passage hadn't been repaired yet. If the passage between the Bridge of Helplessness and the Twin Corpse Sea wasn't repaired, it would only be repaired at the beginning of the month. Right now, there were still many days until the beginning of the month. Wait until I recover. I'll definitely kill my way into the Twin Corpse Sea and kill you, Ghost Lord roared angrily. However, a cold voice echoed in the surroundings. Chapter 1001. The cyan swordlight instantly illuminated the entire cliff as it slashed down towards Ghost Lord. Ghost Lord angrily roared. He endured the injuries in his body and stood up. Ghost Chi suddenly rolled up and surged towards Mu Yu's swordlight. However, Mu Yu's figure flashed and landed at the entrance of the passage. At this time, Ghost and Shadow and Fantasy Sound were also barely able to suppress their twin souls. They stood up and glared at Mu Yu. Ghost Lord, Meng Po, she. Fantasy Sound saw Mu Yu appear alone and didn't see Meng Po. He understood that something bad had happened to Meng Po. You are Mu Yu? Ghost Lord looked coldly at Mu Yu, as if he wanted to use his sharp eyes to pierce through Mu Yu's disguise. However, Mu Yu's array skills had already reached the acme of perfection. No matter how powerful Ghost Lord was, he couldn't see through Mu Yu's disguise. This old man's name is Tian Xingzhou. Mu Yu pretended to speak in a righteous tone. Regardless of whether the other party believed him or not, he wouldn't reveal his identity. You actually dare to disguise yourself as Tian Xingzhou? Do you think you can fool me? Although Ghost Lord couldn't see through Mu Yu's illusion, he wasn't stupid. This was because people from other sects couldn't casually barge into the gate of Hell's Twin Corpse Sea. Mu Yu didn't think much of it and continued, "This old man is here to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and destroy the gate of Hell." He thought it was funny when he said it himself. But no matter what, the next plan needed to be carried out under the identity of Tian Xingzhou. Ghost Lord glared venomously at Mu Yu. You still dare to act mysterious. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to come to the gate of Hell's territory and behave so atrociously, I will definitely kill you. Monstrous Ghost Chi emerged from the Ghost Lord's body. The Ghost Lord, who was half a step into the darching stage, lost the souls of the twins. At this time, his aura was only at the 9th heavenly layer of crossing tribulation. The Ghost and Shadow and the Fantasy Sound both had the cultivation of the 5th heavenly layer of crossing tribulation. Mu Yu's cultivation had already reached the 5th heaven of the crossing tribulation realm, but if they really fought, with the Ghost Lord's cultivation and the other two people, it was enough to suppress Mu Yu. Haha. What a joke. The gate of Hell is a place where I can come and go as I please. What can you do to me? Mu Yu didn't intend to fight with Ghost Lord at all. There was no chance of winning if he fought with Ghost Lord and the other two in the territory of the gate of Hell. He turned around without hesitation and rushed outside. The sword light flashed, and the powerful sword Chi split the passage in an instant. The whole passage was torn apart, and he jumped from the ground to the sky. Chase after him. Ghost Lord already hated Mu Yu to the bone because the twins were destroyed. He chased after him without hesitation. The Fantasy Sound and the Ghost and Shadow also endured the injuries on their bodies and followed closely behind. The three of them were annoyed by Mu Yu's provocation, but they didn't notice that after they left, a figure without hands suddenly appeared on the Bridge of Helplessness. This kid really dares to provoke Ghost Lord alone. How bold. Duke Meng couldn't help but shake his head. Even he didn't dare to have the idea of provoking the three of them. Then, he looked at the human crutch made by Meng Po on the Bridge of Helplessness and the soul that was imprisoned by the blood. He snorted coldly, and the blood that imprisoned the soul directly turned into a bloody mist. The soul quickly floated to him and merged into his body. The The human crutch separated again and flew to his shoulder. His shoulder made a bone-creaking sound. The zombie technique of the Gate of Life and Death was quite powerful. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered to his original state. Finally, I can leave this place. Duke Meng stretched his muscles and bones. Then, he walked to the stone basin filled with Meng Po's soup. He flicked his finger, and the blood in the basin was flicked into the air and sprinkled on the bridge of helplessness. Before I leave, I still have to find the people in the Gate of Hell. Duke Meng's aura suddenly rose, and the aura of the fifth sky of the tribulation stage was emitted. At this time, Mu Yu lured Ghost Lord, the fantasy sound, and the ghost and shadow away. Then, no one in the Gate of Hell could stop him. After Mu Yu left the Gate of Hell, he quickly fled into the distance without saying a word. His speed was extremely fast, and the Big Dipper constellation formation under his feet had been pushed to the limit. Because Ghost Lord's strength was still above his, he didn't have a good chance of winning against the three of them alone. Ghost Lord's eyes were already filled with anger. After such a big change, all the twins of the tribulation stage Ghost Lords were destroyed. Now, he only wanted to catch Mu Yu and destroy Mu Yu first. Still want to escape? Ghost Lord roared, and monstrous ghost chi swept out. The whole sky was like a ghost god descending to the world. Ghost chi filled the sky, surging and roaring, and then formed a black skull tens of thousands of feet long. Ghost chi slashed down from the sky, turning into ghost owls that bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and shot toward Mu Yu. Green runes flickered around Mu Yu's body, flashing left and right. The ghost owls slammed into the ground, riddling the ground with thousands of holes. Countless bottomless pits appeared below, and even destroyed a mountain range. The ground within 1,000 miles seemed to have experienced an earthquake. The sound of the ground cracking was deafening, and it was shocking. Ghost Lord's strength was obvious. Shadow Sword Chi rushed straight to the sky, crushing the ghost chi in the sky, and turned into a vortex. This vortex kept moving with Mu Yu's movement. Then, tens of thousands of feet of sword chi slashed down from the sky, and blasted behind him. Ghost Lord snorted coldly. Unlike the others, he didn't dodge at all. Instead, he took out a ghost flag. The ghost flag was full of vengeful spirits, and a huge abyss mouth appeared. It directly swallowed Mu Yu's sword chi. This old devil is really powerful, Mu Yu secretly exclaimed. Although his heaven sword was powerful, it was still slightly at a disadvantage in front of the ghost flag that could exert the Mahayana stage's domain ability. Ghost Lord's strength was stronger than his. Now, he didn't have the open ruins cauldron or other domain magic treasures to protect himself. It was still too difficult for him to fight Ghost Lord head-on. At this time, Ghost and Shadow and Fantasy Sound attacked one after another. A ghost staff from Ghost and Shadow's hand pointed horizontally at Mu Yu. At the front of this ghost staff was a withered hand. The ghost hand seemed to come alive, and with a sharp sound, it swept up waves of air and grabbed at Mu Yu. 8 trigrams formation patterns surged under Mu Yu's feet again, and he tilted his body to avoid the ghost hand's attack. However, Fantasy Sound had already summoned a bewitching pink ghost at this time. These ghosts made soul-stirring sounds, and they were captivating, making people's minds ripple. However, Mu Yu's heart was like a boulder, and he wasn't confused by these demonic sounds. Sword Chi swept out again, and directly crushed the ghosts that pounced over. Ghost Lord roared, and the ghost fog in the sky turned into hurricanes. These hurricanes fell from the sky as if they were connected to heaven and earth. The hurricanes swept up an incomparably terrifying tearing force. Wherever they went, everything withered and was destroyed. No life could survive under the hurricanes. Mu Yu did not dare to continue fighting. She had no choice but to set up a series of water ripples to form the mirror image array. At the same time, the golden so close, yet worlds apart array appeared behind her. Unfortunately, the array was instantly shattered by the Ghost Lord's powerful hurricane. Even so, Mu Yu took the opportunity to flee even further away. I'm almost there. Strange, where is Tian Ran? As soon as Mu Yu left the Gate of Hell, he had transmitted the formation to Tian Ran. Logically speaking, Tian Ran should be waiting outside to meet him. However, Tian Ran unexpectedly appeared at this time. "You must die." Ghost Lord and the other two instantly caught up. Powerful ghost techniques howled as they surged toward Mu Yu. Their attacks were ruthless, and they swore to kill Mu Yu. However, Mu Yu's body and mind sank. His entire body plummeted. At the same time, he formed a powerful hand seal and shot downward. Below him was a towering mountain. A golden teleportation array immediately appeared on the mountain peak. "You want to catch me? You're too inexperienced." Mu Yu stepped into the teleportation array. The mysterious runes of the teleportation array flashed, and he disappeared. A fixed teleportation array had no delay. Ghost Lord couldn't stop Mu Yu from leaving. Damn it. Ghost Lord didn't expect Mu Yu to set up a fixed teleportation array here. He could only forcibly disperse the powerful ghost chi hurricane. Otherwise, once the teleportation array was destroyed by his ghost technique, he wouldn't be able to track Mu Yu's whereabouts. Almost as soon as Mu Yu left, Ghost Lord and the other two also landed in the teleportation array. The runes of the teleportation array lit up and the three of them disappeared. 100 miles outside the Stargate. Zhuge Xiaosheng was sitting cross-legged in an inconspicuous mountain stream. He had been waiting here for 2 days. His attention was always on the green wood Mu Yu gave him. At this time, he suddenly opened his eyes. The green wood in his hand had taken root and sprouted. "It seems that they're ready to act." Zhuge Xiaosheng's eyes flashed. A jade pendant appeared in his hand. It was the teleportation jade pendant invented by Mu Yu. He immediately crushed it without hesitation. Unlike the teleportation array, which could teleport people immediately, the teleportation jade pendant took Zhuge Xiaosheng and disappeared after a slight delay. When Zhuge Xiaosheng appeared again, he was already on the third mountain peak of the Stargate. Zhuge Xiaosheng appeared in an inconspicuous room. There was no one around the room. It was a dirty and abandoned house. According to Tian Jiancheng, no one would come here. Therefore, when the fluctuation of the commander teleportation array sounded, no one was alerted. The teleportation array under Zhuge Xiaosheng's feet flashed for a while and then disappeared without a trace. Zhuge Xiaosheng had already used the 100 Faces illusion array to transform himself into Tian Huyang. He then reached out his hand and felt around the ground. His expression changed. Lines of formation appeared in his hand. Then, a topographic map of the Stargate appeared on the ground. Mu Yu is actually so well prepared. This is really surprising, Zhuge Xiaosheng exclaimed. Mu Yu had already snuck into the Stargate a while ago. He had set up countless formations in the Stargate, including several commander teleportation arrays. Just now, Zhuge Xiaosheng had crushed the jade pendant to sneak in. Although the protective formation of the Stargate was powerful, it was full of loopholes in front of Mu Yu. It couldn't stop the commander teleportation array. The map engraved with array patterns on the ground recorded the location of the heavenly starry gate and Zhuge Xiaosheng's current position. He remembered Mu Yu's instructions and understood what his mission was. Chapter 1002. On the surface, Stargate looked normal. All the disciples were doing their jobs. Those who were on duty were patrolling the area. Those who weren't on duty were cultivating. Because many elders and disciples of Stargate had to go to various cities to help the self-cultivators fight against human, there weren't many people in the sect. Tian Zhongxin was in charge of guarding the fourth mountain. He and another elder took turns to guard the core of Stargate's formation. Each of them took turns for a month. The sun was extremely bright and beautiful. The fourth divine peak was filled with red flowers and green willows, full of vitality. Tian Zhongxin sat in the pavilion and looked down at the scenery of the heavenly starry sect. In the distance, there were mountain ranges and clouds lingering around them. Those were the other divine mountains floating in midair. From time to time, there would be people from the heavenly starry sect flying across the sky and landing on the other divine mountains. Very few people from the heavenly starry sect would come to the fourth divine peak. This place could be said to be a forbidden area of the sect. Aside from Yu Mingjun, who was responsible for maintaining the array formation, The rest of the people who could come to the fourth divine peak were all respected elders of the heavenly starry sect or sect master Tian Yu Hen. Normally, they would come to visit the ancestor of the heavenly starry sect, so Yu Mingjun didn't dare to neglect them. The self-cultivator world is really unstable now. But it's really interesting. Tian Zhongxin looked at the figures in the distance and thought about the war between humans and human. He revealed a disdainful smile. Although he was only in the spirit severing stage, he knew a lot of the high-level secrets of Stargate because he guarded the core formation of the mountain guarding formation all year round. He also knew what this war meant. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. The threefold palace had their own reasons for doing things. It wasn't something he could casually guess. He just had to do his job well. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared on the fourth mountain peak. Tian Zhongxin took a closer look. It was the other tribulation passing stage patriarch of Stargate, Tian Huyang. Strange, why is Patriarch Tian Huyang back? Isn't he in Wuqiu City? Tian Zhongxin was very confused, but he still hurried out of the pavilion and knelt on the ground respectfully. Disciple greets ancestor Huyang. This Tian Huyang was naturally Zhuge Xiaoxing in disguise. Although his cultivation was not as good as Tian Huyang's, as the leader of the array faction, his strength was not as simple as the crossing tribulation stage. His 100 faces illusory array was also very powerful. In addition, his cultivation was at the crossing tribulation stage. With Tian Zhongxin's cultivation, it was impossible for him to distinguish the real from the fake. Get up. Zhuge Xiaoxing used the array technique to imitate Tian Huyang's voice. Tian Huyang had frequently led the human race to kill human, so many people had heard his voice. Zhuge Xiaoxing had already sent people to use the array technique to record Tian Huyang's appearance, voice, and habits. At this moment, his impersonation of Tian Huyang was flawless. As long as he didn't meet anyone at the crossing tribulation stage, it would be very difficult for the other Stargate members to discover that he was a fake Tian Huyang. Thank you, Patriarch. Tian Zhongxin stood in place with a respectful expression. He didn't know why Tian Huyang, who was supposed to go to Wuqiu City, suddenly returned to Stargate. However, the whereabouts of a crossing tribulation stage patriarch was not something he, a mere severed soul stage, could question. Even if he was in charge of guarding this place, he was not qualified to ask. Where's senior martial brother Xingzhou? Zhuge Xiaoxing asked calmly. Tian Huyang was Tian Xingzhou's junior martial brother, so Zhuge Xiaoxing knew this very well. Patriarch Huyang, Patriarch Xingzhou is in closed-door cultivation. He ordered us not to disturb him, Tian Zhongxin replied respectfully. Okay, I have something to talk to him about. You can go do your own things. Zhuge Xiaoxing walked towards the top of the mountain with his head held high. However, Tian Zhongxin hurriedly said, Patriarch Huyang, Patriarch Xingzhou is in closed-door cultivation. You know his personality, a few days ago, Tian Xingzhou called a few women over to do something, but he suddenly sent them away. He said that he was going into closed-door cultivation and forbade others from entering. No one dared to disobey Tian Xingzhou's orders. Even Stargate's gate master, Tian Yu Hen, had to be courteous to him. As the guard of this place, Tian Zhongxin had to inform this Tian Huyang of this matter. After all, people didn't like to be interrupted when they were in seclusion. Zhuge Xiaoxing snorted, of course I know senior martial brother Xingzhou is in closed-door cultivation. However, how can the matters of the threefold palace be delayed? Please forgive me, Patriarch. Tian Zhongxin hurriedly lowered his head and didn't dare to speak again. Guard this place well. Don't let anyone else in. Zhuge Xiaoxing was already walking towards Tian Xingzhou's residence. He already knew where Tian Xingzhou lived from the Stargate map left behind by Mu Yu. Yes. Tian Zhongxin responded respectfully. Although he was a little confused about Tian Huyang's sudden arrival, he didn't think too much about it. A crossing tribulation stage patriarch could come and go as he pleased. The dignity of a crossing tribulation stage patriarch was sacred and inviolable in Stargate. Although the fourth mountain was a forbidden area, it wasn't used to prohibit a crossing tribulation stage patriarch. Tian Zhongxin didn't dare to ask about it. Zhuge Xiaosheng quickly arrived at Tian Xingzhou's residence. He then pushed open the door and entered Tian Xingzhou's luxurious courtyard. Even Zhuge Xiaosheng was amazed when he saw Tian Xingzhou's courtyard. This guy really knows how to enjoy life. His style of living is so extravagant. At this time, there was already a person sitting on a chair in the courtyard waiting for him with a confused look in his eyes. It was Tian Xingzhou, who had lost his mind and was being controlled by Mu Yu. When Tian Xingzhou saw Zhuge Xiaosheng, he stood up from the chair and knelt down in front of Zhuge Xiaosheng. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Master. My sect master, how did you do it?" Zhuge Xiaosheng looked at Tian Xingzhou, who was kneeling in front of him. He couldn't help admiring his easygoing but worrisome sect master. Although Mu Yu didn't like others calling him sect master and treated Zhuge Xiaosheng as an elder, Zhuge Xiaosheng was quite respectful to Mu Yu. He didn't expect that Mu Yu could control Tian Xingzhou, who was in the 7th sky of the crossing calamity stage. In fact, Tian Xingzhou was extremely powerful. The 7th sky of the crossing calamity stage was not a joke. Even if Mu Yu wanted to subdue Tian Xingzhou quietly, it was almost impossible. Moreover, when two people in the crossing calamity stage fought, it would definitely alarm the whole Stargate. However, Tian Xingzhou was defeated by his own hobbies. For the sake of some men's desires, he even believed in Yu Mingjun, which gave Mu Yu a chance to make a move. Tian Xingzhou, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Zhuge Xiaosheng had seen Tian Xingzhou once when he followed Tian Xingzhou to the Stargate to arrange the formation. At that time, Tian Xingzhou's cultivation was much higher than his. Zhuge Xiaosheng didn't dare to have any disrespectful thoughts in front of Tian Xingzhou. But now, he couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the world. Now, Tian Xingzhou was like a servant kneeling in front of him, and he could completely control this person's life and death. However, your Stargate almost destroyed my array faction. You only have yourself to blame for this. Zhuge Xiaosheng naturally hated Stargate. Back then, the Stargate assisted the Talisman Grandmaster to almost destroy the array faction. Zhuge Xiaosheng wouldn't easily forget this debt. When the Talisman Grandmaster launched the attack, Zhuge Xiaosheng was only a body integration stage cultivator even though he was very powerful. He felt powerless in the face of Stargate. Now that his cultivation was no longer the same as before, he was here to collect his debt. Zhuge Xiaosheng followed the method of controlling the soul formation that Mu Yu gave him. With a thought, Tian Xingzhou stood up and followed Zhuge Xiaosheng out of the courtyard. Tian Zhengxin, who was in the pavilion, was slightly surprised when he saw Tian Huyang and Tian Xingzhou walking towards him from afar. The patriarch has come out of seclusion. Tian Zhengxin hurriedly stood up and tidied his clothes. He didn't expect that Tian Huyang patriarch would actually invite Tian Xingzhou out. This couldn't be delayed. Disciple greets the two patriarchs. Tian Zhengxin hurriedly jumped out of the pavilion and respectfully knelt by the roadside to pay his respects. Facing the two patriarchs of Stargate, Tian Zhengxin didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Get up. Junior brother Huyang and I are going to the main hall. Remember, don't let anyone cause trouble in the main hall. Tian Xingzhou, who was under the control of Zhuge Xiaosheng, sternly shouted at Tian Zhengxin. Yes, disciple will keep it in mind. Tian Zhengxin hurriedly replied. The palace at the top of the mountain was where the core formation of Stargate was located. Usually, Tian Xingzhou would occasionally wander around there. This was his habit. Tian Zhengxin knew this, but he still felt that there was something strange about the patriarch in front of him. Strange, why does Patriarch Xingzhou feel that something is wrong? Tian Zhengxin pondered. In the past, when he met Tian Xingzhou was like an unreachable giant that he had to look up to in awe. In front of Tian Xingzhou, Tian Zhengxin felt like a drop in the ocean. But today, when he met the patriarch, who was like a god to the people of Stargate, didn't seem to have any spiritual energy fluctuations. He was just like an ordinary person. Could it be that the patriarch's cultivation has improved after a few days of secluded cultivation and reached another level? Tian Zhengxin was envious. He wasn't a tribulation passing stage expert, so he didn't understand the tribulation passing stage. However, Tian Xingzhou was the faith of the people of Stargate. It was also because of his existence that the people of Stargate could do whatever they wanted in the cultivation world. Therefore, even if Tian Xingzhou looked like an ordinary person with no spiritual energy fluctuations, he didn't dare to question anything. Tian Xingzhou and Tian Huyang gradually disappeared in front of him as they walked towards the top of the mountain. Only then did Tian Zhongxin stand up and return to the pavilion. Zhuge Xiaosheng walked all the way to the top of the mountain. He was no stranger to this path. The Sky Star sect's array formation was once set up by the Array Heavenly Tao. As the sect master of the Array Heavenly Sect, Zhuge Xiaosheng had followed the Array Heavenly Tao back then and was very familiar with the array formation here. Thus, he walked forward with ease. Along the way, when the elders who were guarding saw him and Tian Xingzhou, they all knelt down and saluted, not daring to say anything. The two quickly arrived at the palace where the core formation of Stargate was engraved. Zhuge Xiaosheng looked at the familiar formation and felt a wave of emotions in his heart. I didn't expect to come here again. This core formation was personally set up by Formation Heavenly Tao, the founder of the Formation Heavenly Tao. It was extremely powerful. Seeing the founder's formation, Zhuge Xiaosheng also felt nostalgic. Formation Heavenly Tao was his faith. However, Zhuge Xiaosheng quickly put away his nostalgic expression. He remembered how the Formation Heavenly Tao was almost destroyed and felt a bit angry. This formation shouldn't be used in a place like this. Zhuge Xiaosheng didn't pay attention to Tian Xingzhou. Instead, he turned his gaze to the mysterious formation runes in the center of the palace. He had already seen what Mu Yu did to this formation. At this moment, an invisible formation hidden in the core formation had already started to circulate. Stargate, you wanted to destroy the foundation of my Formation Heavenly Tao. Today, I will make you pay for it one by one. Chapter 1003. Two cultivators were walking in the lush forest. One of them was called Han Qi while the other was called Su Yu. Both of them were at the nascent soul stage. They came from the Water Moon sect and were a pair of Tao companions. The sect master of the Water Moon sect was at the body fusion stage. Although she was far from being comparable to the Eight Gates, she was still considered a mid-tier power. Han Qi looked to be around 40 years old. His expression was somewhat regretful as he looked at his surroundings. Soon after, he said, "What a pity. We still let that injured mystic rank water creature escape. As long as we kill him, we can obtain the soul points." They were cultivators who were stationed in the nearby Mi Bay city. They followed a severed soul expert from the Gate of Hell to fight against the human. Just now, they were chasing after a heavily injured water human. Unfortunately, when they reached this place, they suddenly lost track of the water human. Su Yu was quite good-looking and was Han Qi's wife. She walked in front and called out, "Seventh brother, there's a pond here. If the water human was able to disappear in this area, then it must have escaped in a place with water." The pond was definitely the best hiding place for the water human. Han Qi and Su Yu quickly landed beside the pond in the forest. The pond was sparkling and there were mysterious ripples that were slightly undulating. Looking at the ripples on the water surface, the water human must have jumped into this pond. Han Qi's face lit up. Killing a profound stage human would give them 5 soul points. To them, 5 soul points were extremely important. Then how do we force the water human out of the pond? Su Yu asked. Han Qi coldly snorted and said, "That water human is already heavily injured. It's definitely under the pond. Let's use our spiritual energy to evaporate this pond. If we can kill that water human, we'll naturally obtain the soul point." As he spoke, Han Qi's nascent soul stage spiritual power condensed in his hand. This aura was condensed, vigorous and steady. With the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, not to mention a small pond, it was more than enough to destroy a forest within a radius of 50 meters. Su Yu said, "Seventh brother is really amazing. I'm afraid that he will break through to the out-of-body stage in the near future. I can't catch up with him." Han Qi smiled complacently. "Xiaoyu, you have to work hard. Last time, I used 500 soul points to exchange for a soul refining art from Lord Gui Sai at the Gate of Hell. I have to say that this soul refining art is of great help to my cultivation. I'll also teach you this soul refining art. You have to carefully ponder over it. Su Yu said enviously, Lord Gui Sai has the cultivation of the spirit severing stage. His soul refining art is really incomparably powerful. Unfortunately, we're stuck at the third layer of the cultivation technique. Wait until I have enough soul points to ask for his guidance. When Su Yu mentioned the spirit-severing stage Gui Sai, her face was filled with reverence. Let's kill this water human first. Han Chi's palm condensed in his hand and slammed down towards the pond. In his opinion, his palm was extremely powerful and was enough to scatter the soul of the heavily injured water human, Wang. However, what Han Chi didn't expect was that when his spirit power touched the water surface suddenly lit up with a golden 8 trigrams formation pattern. His palm was directly repelled by the 8 trigrams formation pattern. At this moment, the 8 trigrams formation pattern on the water surface quickly circulated. A majestic aura came from the center of the pond. Following that, a figure suddenly appeared in the 8 trigrams formation. This is water human's accomplice. Han Chi exclaimed. Because human's appearance was no different from a human if it didn't use its ability, when Han Chi first saw the person in the 8 trigrams formation, the first thing he thought of was water human's backup. Water human's accomplice? Mu Yu shrugged his shoulders non-committally. This was a fixed transmission array that he had set up. He didn't expect to encounter 2 nascent soul stage cultivators. However, with the strength of these 2 people, they were still too inexperienced to destroy his transmission array. Su Yu said sternly, "You water human, how dare you stir up trouble in our human territory? You're courting death." Mu Yu thought for a moment and pretended to be deep in thought. Then, he poured his crossing tribulation stage cultivation on Han Chi and Su Yu without reservation. He said, "Listen carefully. This old man is Tian Xingzhou, an elder of Stargate. The leader of the Gate of Hell, Ghost Cold, is chasing after this old man. If you want to live, leave this place quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to get involved." Han Chi and Su Yu originally wanted to join forces to capture Mu Yu, but when Mu Yu's crossing tribulation stage aura spread out, they were so scared that they directly sat on the ground. They were extremely shocked. That was the aura of a crossing tribulation stage cultivator. When they fought with human for a while, they had also seen 8 crossing tribulation stage cultivators. They didn't expect that they, who were only at the nascent soul stage, would actually threaten a crossing tribulation stage senior of Stargate. They were really courting death. Before the 2 of them could say anything, the transmission array on the surface of the pond behind them lit up again. Mu Yu didn't hesitate and disappeared into the forest in a flash. At this time, what made Han Chi and Su Yu even more terrified was that 3 ghostly auras flashed above the pond behind them. They were also at the crossing tribulation stage. Ghost Cold stepped on the shore and looked around, only to find that Mu Yu had disappeared. He glanced at Han Chi, who was paralyzed on the ground, and asked coldly, "Where did that person go?" When Han Chi saw that the other party was from the Gate of Hell, he recalled that he had obtained a cultivation method from the Gate of Hell from Master Gui Sai, who was at the spirit-severing stage. He didn't expect to meet a crossing tribulation stage cultivator at the Gate of Hell this time. If he could get a better cultivation method from a crossing tribulation stage cultivator at the Gate of Hell, he would really make a big profit. Han Chi wanted to curry favor with the big shot from the Gate of Hell, so he quickly knelt down and said respectfully, "Master, just now, there was a person who claimed to be Elder Tian Xingzhou from Stargate. He is now heading over there. Master, I'm Han Chi, from the Water Moon sect. I'm not interested in where you're from." Ghost Cold snorted coldly. His voice echoed in Han Chi's ears like ice that wouldn't melt for 1,000 years, making Han Chi shiver from the depths of his soul, and he abruptly swallowed his words. At this time, the light of the teleportation array had already lit up in the forest in front of them, attracting the attention of Ghost Cold and the others. Without saying anything, Ghost Cold directly turned into a ghost aura and rushed towards the teleportation array. Fantasy Sound glanced at Suyu and discovered that Suyu's soul was very powerful. At this time, she had just killed her own twin due to the resuscitation of the twins, so her strength was greatly reduced. He immediately raised his hand, and a red ghost fog sprang out and wrapped around Suyu. Suyu only let out a terrified scream, and then her body exploded into a bloody mist, which was all absorbed by Fantasy Sound. Even her soul couldn't escape. Fantasy Sound, what are you waiting for? Ghost and Shadow shouted from the front. After mercilessly killing Suyu, Fantasy Sound didn't bother to care about Han Chi, who was already dumbfounded from fear. He turned around and rushed towards another teleportation array. Little you, no. Little you. Chapter 1004. The Gate of Hell's Gate Master, Ghost Cold, and Fantasy Sound are chasing after Stargate's Qianxingzhou. Why are the 8 gates already having internal strife? Stargate and the Gate of Hell actually turned against each other. Han Chi clenched his teeth and angrily looked at the disappearing ghost energy in the distance. However, he didn't dare to say anything in his heart, nor did he dare to stay for long. With tears in his eyes, he looked at the place where his wife had been paralyzed. Resentment welled up in his heart as he turned around and left the place. People of the Gate of Hell, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. I, Han Chi, swear that I will never coexist with you. Han Chi decided to return to Mi Bay City and tell everyone the news that the Gate of Hell's Gate Master and 2 Tribulation Passing Stage Elders were chasing after Stargate's Qianxingzhou. He wanted everyone to understand that Stargate and the Gate of Hell had fallen out. No matter whether this matter was true or not, he couldn't swallow this anger. However, Han Chi hadn't gone far when a figure suddenly appeared in front of Han Chi. Han Chi raised his head and was startled. The other party was actually a body integration stage cultivator. When he saw the Stargate logo on Long Chingen's clothes and saw Long Chingen's face, he suddenly exclaimed, Lord Tian Jiancheng? Although Han Chi didn't recognize those tribulation passing stage experts, he had seen Tian Jiancheng once in Wuqiu City. He didn't expect to meet Tian Jiancheng here. Tian Jiancheng was known as the #1 existence under the tribulation passing stage. Tian Jiancheng's reputation was like thunder to the ears, second only to other tribulation passing stage experts. Tian Jiancheng had been killed long ago. Now, the one controlling Tian Jiancheng's body was Long Chingen. Even you would never have thought that Long Chingen, who was supposed to be in Wuqiu City, would appear here. Long Chingen looked at Han Chi indifferently and calmly asked, Who are you? Why are you here? It was as if Han Chi had found his savior. Without hesitation, he knelt down and cried, Sir Tian Jiancheng, bad news. Just now, I saw the Gate of Hell trying to kill Qianxingzhou from Stargate. The people of the Gate of Hell have gone too far. I'm worried that Sir Qianxingzhou, with snot and tears, Han Chi recounted the events that had just transpired, adding oil and vinegar to the story. He even described the heaven-traveling boat as if it was about to be killed by the 3 people from the ghost sect. The people from the Gate of Hell had killed his wife in front of him. He hated the people from the Gate of Hell to the core. At this moment, he hoped that the people from Stargate would find out about this and kill the Gate of Hell to avenge his wife. However, Long Chingen only nodded slightly. Then, he said righteously, the Gate of Hell's collusion with human was exposed and they were discovered by our Stargate. Now, they want to destroy our Stargate. This is unacceptable. I'm here to deal with the people from the Gate of Hell. Hurry up and leave here. Spread the news and let more people know about the ugly faces of the people from the Gate of Hell. What? The people from the Gate of Hell are actually colluding with human? Han Chi was shocked. The 8 gates were leading the cultivators to fight against human. Just a few days ago, he and his wife had followed the people from the Gate of Hell to fight against human. Now, Tian Jiancheng was saying that the people from the Gate of Hell were colluding with human? Han Chi wouldn't believe it if it was anyone else who dared to say this. However, the person who said this was the famous elder Tian Jiancheng of Stargate. This was too convincing. He recalled the hurried expression of Qianxingzhou and how the 3 people from the Gate of Hell had chased after him. In his heart, he believed Tian Zhenqing's words. Leave this place. Tell as many people as possible that the people from the gate of hell are colluding with human. Tell the cultivators not to risk their lives for the people from the gate of hell. Also, tell them that Lord Tian Xingzhou asked you to spread the news. Do you understand? Long Qing'an said solemnly. Yes, Lord. Han Qi recovered from his shock. If someone else had said this, he wouldn't have believed it. However, since it came from Tian Zhencheng, and with the hatred of killing his wife, he no longer had any doubts. He quickly stood up and left. Long Qing'an looked thoughtfully at Han Qi's back as he left. He went back to the pond where the teleportation formation had been set up and muttered to himself, Mu Yu, oh Mu Yu, I finally understand what you're trying to do. Long Qing'an had taken Mu Yu to Stargate, but Mu Yu didn't allow him to follow. Therefore, he didn't know what Mu Yu was doing at Stargate. Long Qing'an pondered for a moment. Then, a blue jade pendant appeared in his hand. Waves of blue light came from the jade pendant. It actually contained a powerful domain power. The domain power on the blue jade pendant enveloped Long Qing'an. With a flash of blue light, Long Qing'an disappeared from the pond. On the fourth peak of Stargate, Tian Zhongxin knelt on the ground again. He muttered in his heart. How could he have knelt 3 times in less than 2 hours? And this time, the person who appeared in front of him was the Gate Master of Stargate, Tian Yuhen. Greetings, Gate Master. Tian Zhongxin said respectfully. In his heart, he was also puzzled. Why were these tribulation passing stage lords usually nowhere to be seen? Why were they appearing in groups today? He wondered in his heart. Could it be that something had happened? Get up. How's everything here recently? No one has come, right? Tian Yuhen asked casually. He was wearing a luxurious purple robe. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was over 50 years old. Tian Zhongxin was in awe of his imposing manner. Everything is fine here. To be honest, Gate Master, Patriarch Huyang also came here just now. Tian Zhongxin replied. Huyang Shishu also came here? Isn't he in charge of things in Wuqiu City? What is he doing here? Tian Yuhen frowned. Tian Zhongxin shook his head. Gate Master, I don't know. I only know that after Patriarch Huyang came here, he went to find Patriarch Xingzhou. Then, the 2 patriarchs went straight to the main hall on the mountain peak. Isn't Marshal Uncle Xingzhou in seclusion? Did he come out? Tian Yuhen became more and more suspicious. He looked at the main hall on the mountain peak and walked toward it. Tian Zhongxin looked at Tian Yuhen's back in awe. He didn't dare to say anything. He was just a small guard. In the main hall on the 4th mountain peak, Zhuge Xiaosheng was somewhat nervous. After all, they were in Stargate. If something went wrong, he would be in trouble. However, when he thought about destroying the Starry Sky sect, his heart was filled with anticipation. Tian Xingzhou was standing in place with a confused expression. Zhuge Xiaosheng had already prepared everything Mu Yu asked him to do. He was just waiting for Mu Yu's signal. He pondered for a moment. Then, he pushed Tian Xingzhou to the edge of the core formation. Then, he quietly hid in a corner and cast an invisibility formation on himself. Zhuge Xiaosheng looked at the green wood in his hand. The branches and leaves on the green wood had sprouted again. His eyes lit up. He knew that Mu Yu had given him new instructions. He immediately held his breath and stared. However, at this moment, a tribulation passing stage aura was approaching from outside the main hall. Zhuge Xiaosheng's expression changed. Damn it. This aura is Tian Yuhen. Zhuge Xiaosheng didn't expect that the leader of Stargate would come here at this time. Tian Yuhen's cultivation was in the 5th sky of the tribulation passing stage. He was much more powerful than Zhuge Xiaosheng. He didn't expect that what he was afraid of would happen. In front of Tian Yuhen, Zhuge Xiaosheng wouldn't be able to protect himself if he was exposed. If Tian Yuhen were to enter the hall and see the abnormal state of the heaven-traversing boat, his plan would most likely be disrupted. Zhuge Xiaosheng had no choice but to withdraw the invisibility formation immediately. He walked out and bumped into Tian Yuhen. Tian Yuhen looked to be in his 50s. His strength was second only to Tian Xingzhou. However, as the leader, he had the supreme magic weapon of Stargate. If he used his full strength, he might be able to fight against someone in the ninth sky of the tribulation passing stage. Zhuge Xiaosheng was sweating in his heart. He had just entered the tribulation passing stage a few months ago. How could he be Tian Yuehan's opponent? However, he was the leader of the Array faction after all. He was experienced and knowledgeable. He calmed down quickly. Huyang Shishu, aren't you stationed in Wuqiu City? Why are you back? Tian Yuhen asked when he saw Zhuge Xiaosheng, who was disguised as Tian Huyang, come out of the main hall. Zhuge Xiaosheng said calmly, Leader, I came back to look for senior brother Xingzhou. I have something important to discuss with him. Senior brother Xingzhou said that he had some enlightenment today, so he walked around. When he came to the main hall, he began to cultivate in the main hall. He asked me to wait for him outside. Why is senior brother Xingzhou cultivating in this place? Tian Yuhen asked. He looked at Tian Huyang carefully and found that Tian Huyang's aura was a little strange. Although his appearance and temperament were similar, he felt that something was missing. Huyang Shishu, why do I feel that there's something wrong with you? Tian Yuhen asked with burning eyes. Zhuge Xiaosheng's heart trembled. His 100 faces illusion formation was very powerful. Tian Yuhen couldn't see through it. However, he wasn't the real Tian Huyang after all. Tian Yuhen was the leader of the Stargate. He was an expert in the fifth sky of the tribulation passing stage. He was very familiar with the real Tian Huyang, unlike Tian Zhengxin, who was only in the spirit severing stage. Zhuge Xiaosheng's mind spun rapidly as he immediately said, I won't hide it from Sect Master. I just discovered that Elder Gui Qingchen of the Hellgate had killed a few of our Skystar Sect's disciples in Wuqiu City. When I went to question him, he actually ignored the orders of the Threefold Palace and openly attacked me. I was accidentally injured by him and have yet to fully recover. Tian Yuhen frowned. How dare the people of the Gate of Hell do this? Zhuge Xiaosheng continued, the people of the Gate of Hell have always been biased against the Stargate. You should know that when senior brother Xingzhou was young, he had a grudge against the current Ghost Lord of the Gate of Hell. I'm worried that the people of the Gate of Hell will do something to our Stargate in the future. We have to be careful. Tian Yuhen nodded. I know that the people of the Gate of Hell aren't good people, but with the Sanchong Palace here, they won't dare to do anything. I just heard from Tian Zhengxin that senior brother Xingzhou came here. I have something important to discuss with him. It's not the right time for him to announce that he's going into seclusion. The Sanchong Palace matters can't be delayed. After a pause, Tian Yuhen suddenly looked at the back of Zhuge Xiaosheng's hand and asked, Huyang Shishu, where did your soul imprint go? Soul imprint? Zhuge Xiaosheng was shocked. He never knew that Tian Huyang had a soul imprint. Tian Yuhen stretched out his left hand and said, back then, the palace envoy of the Sanchong Palace placed a soul imprint on the back of all the tribulation passing stage cultivators' hands. When all of us tribulation passing stage cultivators gather together to discuss important matters, we use this as our identity imprint. After all, Mu Yu is an expert in disguise. In order to prevent him from sneaking in, why did your soul imprint disappear? Damn it. The Sanchong Palace actually had this trick up their sleeves. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,